some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Challengers Elite EMEA. It is time for our finals, and we are ready to go. 3 teams remain, but only one can win it today, Tom.
Very much so. This is the accumulation of 3 weeks, and well, not even just that, the accumulation of the very start of Challengers. You went through 3 cups, the qualification stage, through the group stages, and now the playoffs have led us with only 3 teams remaining. Bryce, they are the best 3 teams in this region, and we're excited to see how today is going to go down.
It certainly is. Well, this is how the schedule is looking today. Rock Esports and Project 7, 2 of the titans of this region, going head-to-head. So far, Rock Esports looking a little bit of the favourite in this one, but only time will tell us what actually happens. They're going to be going up against Clutch Rayn in the grand finals later on. Then we have North America. Falcons, Academy White, and for fun, Esports will be going up against Project Notorious, depending on which one of those 2 wins, Tom.
Yeah, no, that should be really interesting on the North American side of things, but of course we've got EMEA to get through first and foremost. And let's have a look at how we got here, to be honest with you, Brycey. It's been a, well, whirlwind through these playoffs. It's kind of been as expected for the most part as well. We have what we really did coin as our top 3 teams here in this final 3. I think the only surprise for me is to maybe see Dark Horse Esports drop out the signs in such a manner. But other than that, I think it's been pretty standard across the board, what we expected. Clutch Rayn get themselves to that grand final, but we've got an absolute banger between Project 7 and Rock Esports to kick things off first.
We certainly do. It's been an interesting kind of run through the brackets here, of course, with our Titans moving forward. But as you can see, since it's already populated, this is how it's been so far. Obviously, coming in right at the bottom, 9th to 12th, we have our 4 teams, but they do walk away with $1,000. 7th to 8th, 3D Gaming and Night Vibes, $2,000 apiece. Then we've got Hybrid Nations and Dark Horse Esports. They, of course, will go 5th and 6th, but joint, because that's the position they went out of the bracket, so that's $3,000 apiece. Science drop out in 4th, and of course, the prize money starts to ramp up from here, Tom.
Oh, it does indeed. $20,000 for first players. That is not bad for 3 weeks' work, and it will be a real nice way to start yourself off just before the major as well. I'll pay for maybe a couple of business tickets, maybe not. I mean, realistically, you know, we've got wages, bills to pay. Maybe that's just you who goes for the business class flights. But irrelevant to that, pro points are really important as well for some of these teams, as far as seeding goes for those majors, as far as helping you out in future cups as well. Very, very important for a lot of these squads. It's a big chunk for first place as well.
It certainly is. Well, we'll find out how those last 3 slots get populated. Already the top 3 teams have earned themselves some money. They know there is some guaranteed as well as the prize pools. But let's now talk about the 2 teams hoping to make it a little bit further. Rock have been a force to be reckoned with. Only handed their first defeat of Elite just yesterday. Domex, Rixel, and Kix, which all of their names very hard to produce if you just looked at them as they're on the screen. We've had many debates about that recently. But this team has been fantastic. Not the cleanest of wins, many map 5s, and many issues with consistency. But still, top 3 and only defeated by 1 team.
Absolutely, they have been, well, as you say, inconsistent, but when they start to hit their groove, they look pretty much unbeatable on occasion. Some of the different moments we see, just a rotation of hills, they can be up by 100. Whether or not they hold it or not is another thing. And as far as their maps go, you know, you've got an idea of what their map set looks like. You know, their hard point is really, really solid. Their overload has got a lot better, but whether or not they go on to win those maps is still a question every single time. But who they're going up against is Project 7, who, well, haven't necessarily had the best of times up against Rock throughout this season. We'll maybe touch on that as we head into the game. But for Project 7, I mean, look at the experience. Look at the amount of achievements they have on this roster. in so many different competitions, but especially in Challengers. You got probably the most, I believe, the most winningest Challengers player in this region in Mythics. You've got players who have been around, well, nearly as long as we have, maybe not quite, Bryce, but some players who've been around a long, long time, who've been performing, who did perform yesterday. Denza specifically. If we're going to go into matchup specifics, I need him to have a good game today if Project 7 are going to have a chance. If he plays like he did yesterday, Bryce, they have every single one of those chances.
They certainly do, and I'm really looking forward to see this matchup for that exact reason. Obviously, Rock having such a good time in the groups and then in the bracket until recently, but this Project P7 have been on the radar since the very beginning of Elite as one of the teams to watch. Obviously, having a couple of issues here and there, but maybe, just maybe, time will get them a little bit better overall. And today's game, I don't see it clean either way.
No, that would surprise me, but it did surprise me to see Rock beat them 3-0 in the bracket already and win us round 2. And there has been a couple of switch-ups, realistically, when it has come down to those matchups, but they played each other twice across the entirety of Challengers Elite through Stage 1, and I believe it's about 6-2 when it does come down to it as far as the maps and modes, and that is in favour of ROC. It has been their playground to a certain degree, but realistically, for Kicks, he has been that guy when it has come down to it for ROC, and for Hardpoint specifically, a 1.82 in playoffs. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous the numbers that this man is putting up. One of the highest KDs, if not the highest KD in the entirety of challenges. Kicks is going to be a major factor in these Hardpoints, there's no question of it.
It certainly is, and I mean that's kind of been the key here. I mean, yesterday we were talking about some of the issues Rock had, as they definitely have the gunny, and they're very efficient when they're playing in solo plays and running around and getting the kills. And you know, getting kills puts them in a good position, but there are times where that teamwork falters ever so slightly. That's when Clutch Rayn were able to take those maps off of them yesterday. Obviously, they've got some coaching staff, and that staff will probably be trying to fix that today as well. And not only that, but the benefit that they are technically up against Project 7 overall in the last couple of weeks. They'll be feeling very confident going into this one and trying to get revenge against Clutch Rayn in the final.
Yeah, look, having a look over towards their previous matchups, it was pretty standard across the board, just for the side of ROC. It was really comfortable, especially in the previous one. It was a 3-0. Slightly different maps coming through. We are going to see a Hardpoint and Colossus, but they beat them at Hardpoint, Colossus, Exposure, Search and Destroy, Scar, Overload pretty convincingly. So we got exactly the same first 3 maps as when these two played up against each other, and it was a 3-0. So I think for P7, that's where my question marks kind of come into this. I think they'd say to themselves, and we know that they are better than that. We know they're better than that to get 3-0'd in that fashion, especially, 250 to 126, 3-5-0. That's pretty comfortable. That's pretty convincing. Project 7 will look at that and maybe see some routes back into it. Do want to touch on something, though, as well. ROC will be hosting both of the Hardpoints. It makes a difference. We have to talk about it. So bear that in mind when we do go into maps 1 and 4 if we do see it. But map number 1 is ready to go. Brycey, I'm excited for this one.
Well, we're going to find out just how this one goes down. A lot of speculation, a lot of guesswork, and we have got the history between these two squads. The truth is this. All those past games, all those past maps, and all those losses and wins don't matter anymore. It is this game, this best of 5, that determines where you come in the Elite. You can lose repeatedly right up until now.
Well, here we go then. And I think for Project 7, we've seen them on this map specifically do relatively well. They've got a 4-1 record. They're a very good squad when it comes down to it. But they need to make sure they just come out displaying ability that ROC have. Beat them on the fundamentals. That's where ROC really do struggle. I think if Rock find themselves behind after a few hills, you're going to see maybe an element of panic start to come into it. We know Project 7 and what they can do on this map. They can start to light up from Mythics just like this to kick things off. They got the P2 spawns if they want them as well. That's the best possible start they could have had.
Well, at the moment, all good, but how long does this continue? We know that sometimes teams have a little bit of a slow start when it comes to this, and P1, well, we try not to really judge too much on how it goes. This rotation will prove critical, of course. You can see Rock are set up and looking for the pressure. They've already split out of it. They've actually let a little bit of this control go by splitting the back of the map. Now, they were expecting pressure to come through the middle and try to flank it, but Project 7 didn't do that.
Oh, I mean, it's all very well, though. If Dom's going to be able to find 2 like that, the nade comes through, another kill after it. F-Dot, what can he get? Not too much extra. Rix will find the final kill that he needed to, and Rixel will start to extend himself out to just try and find some cuts through the middle of the map. That's unfortunate for Project 7. They did have a hold the spawns. They lose out eventually, though. Rixel and Cole should be able to get a decent amount of time here. One move being made by Denzer, and he is that guy that will quite often go for these kind of plays. He'll just try and slow them down as best as he could. Doesn't win that gunfight, but has he opened up some doors for his teammates? Absolutely he has. And it's going to be a break coming through. Project 7 with 25 to go.
Well, this is the hold they want, but they're going to continue to push this pressure. And we're seeing so much of the gameplay from these two teams starting to up the tempo. looking for it. You can hear that razor rip. There's been a little bit of a debate about that recently, about how much the meta has changed and how powerful some of these guns are, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have that change up realistically straight after these elites do get finished up, but something to keep an eye out on when we do go over towards the major next weekend. Not this weekend coming, don't get it mixed up. I wouldn't like you to be turning up at 11 PM at night, Bracey, to cast some challenges. That would be disappointing for you and disappointing for me. Dom, inside over towards P3. Nice lead for Project 7 though, and this is where my concern for Rock will kind of start to come in. If that starts to extend, where are they going to lie? I would love to see them kind of produce some sort of comeback here today to really stamp themselves down as one of these elite teams. They absolutely have, as you called it correctly, the fundamentals. But the fundamentals sometimes are lacking. The gunny being shown off just there by Dom. Kicks is going to be there to help out as well. Lovely little slide through, and Kicks once again just showing exactly why so many people are excited about this lad. 10 and 8 from him. Rotation to P4 looking good. Rock Esports might be 30 or so behind. They won't be for long.
Well, we'll see. This game is only just really starting. There's not that many points in the grand scheme of things as both teams start to go to war here, but that's a big kill by Dom X. Looking for a little bit of pressure coming through. Kicks is going to be on the flank as well, though, and cleans it up and makes it easy. In the end, Project 7 get nothing with that push.
Can't find a way through. Important that they held that, though. They went for that rotation really, really well. Rixeld's doing well towards his backside as well. 6 spree for him. He's one of those players that we see flashes of it, don't we? But consistency is maybe being a slight issue for him, and well, he's unfortunately being absolutely spat on by Denza towards the backside. Can the rest of the team hold towards the front? Trying to do so. Kicks finds another though, and there's 3 in a row from him. 20 seconds to go here. Over towards P4. Project 7 still in the lead, but it's a slender one.
It is. This is what we're talking about. Game's only really getting going, and now as we look back to this P1, the lead change has come in. Rock Esports do take it, if just briefly, and we go straight back into the mix-up. What happens at this time around? I mean, Project 7 got an awful lot of time early on in that last one. We'll see if this is the same case. A little bit of a push there coming through. One of the things they really need to be careful of is individual plays without tradable positions, but so far, so good. Lucifer, one of the main players for Project 7 that we saw yesterday, putting up the numbers, maybe having a little bit of a slower start today.
He has been, but you can see he's definitely going to put himself in positions to help his team out as best he can. And F-Dot, another one of those players who has so much influence with this Project 7 esports roster. Mythics was somebody who was a little bit quiet yesterday, though, so if he's picking up any of the slack that's being left off by the others, that's not too bad for them at all. If he can have a hot game, then Project 7 are going to put themselves in a really nice spot. Denza, his position is going to be known, unfortunately, for him. Could have potentially been something on the cards, just trying to solidify this rotation, which is coming up in 10, but some good time for P7 over towards P1.
There you go already. Just double check in the back here. You can see Project 7 worried to let somebody slip, Tunt. And as we can see, fortunately with the benefit of the map, nobody there.
I mean, they didn't initially have control. They slipped through the middle of the map. They did well here last time round as well. See if they can hold this one down. Lucifer over towards the backside does well. Had to win that one. Now you just have to concentrate on the front. Can Denza get anything going? Not even a bullet. Dom-X managing to find a way through. It's far too easy of a break, and that's going to be spawns there as well. It was that clean. 30 behind, and honestly, it's been P7 most of the way. Rock Esports keeping in touch, and that is important. Good nade off the rip as well. Good shots coming through from Dom, and now they're putting them in a difficult position until Mythics does find 2. Spawns over towards the backside, though. Not deep enough if you're Rock Esports. F-Dot will find a way through. 15 seconds to play for. Looking like Project 7 are going to get a hold of every single one of them. Try and find a way over towards P3 now as well. That's a nice hold in the end from P7 to get in there.
Well, a little bit of luck there for Mythics as he heats up, but they're going to over here as well. Bodies from both sides. Rock Esports looking for it, but there's going to be a little bit of a pitch there. Expect that to go their way. Mythics might get caught out on timing. He's going to look 2 different directions. Doesn't matter. Finds the first. Finds the second. Now on his 3 streak, looking for the third. There's the third. Not the ace. It's going to be shut down, but so much work done by him. Project 7 still aren't here to reinforce in full.
He was able to keep Rock Esports off it, wasn't he? And gets himself a Hellstorm, which could be very important heading over towards P4. We go in there 35 seconds. It's still Project 7 with an ever so slight lead. Mythics trying to heat up once again. His team have the right side of the spawn right now for in 25 seconds when we do make our move. We could do with stopping Rock getting some good time here, and that's exactly what they're getting. 20 seconds to go now. They'll take an ever so slight lead. They can hold on to the rest of this time. Not gonna happen. Wow, Denza, F-Dot working so well together. How on earth have they broke that easily and that cleanly? And with 10 seconds to go, Rock are spawning in Narnia by the time they get over towards P4.
Well, can they hit this? This is an awful lot of bodies for Lucifer to deflect. It isn't going to be anywhere near enough. The one gun won't help it as Domex gets 2. Denza trying to come in here. Mythic's going to be backing him up. And, well, Project 7 have rallied really fast. That's a full white retake almost instantly.
And Mythix does wonderfully just to stay alive over towards the backside. And Rock don't know which way to concentrate on. Lucifer trying to cut them off in the min-map, but is not successful. Domex finds another through on the flank here as well. Potential break could be coming in for Rock. They're going to attack from 2 different sides. Denza has to find a couple of different kills if they want to hold on to it. He cannot. A nice break back from Rock. And both these two teams, honestly, are really struggling to hold hills at the minute, Brycey, but it's making for an entertaining game to say the least. Back and forth we go. It's a 30 or 25 point game at this moment in time. Rock Esports may well get it pretty much even by the time this rotation finishes, but it is a close game. Not a great deal in it. Rock Esports back into the mix. It's 20 seconds by the time we head over towards P1 once more.
Well, let's see. This has been in a couple of different hands. Project 7 have technically led here twice now and had a better time, but that teammate isn't going to be wonderful for them. Lucifer waiting for the fight to come down and wins the gunfight in a bad position. Already knows that he's going to be challenged again and tries to get that center on. Doesn't work. Calls for F-Dot. F-Dot answers that call, and even more bodies hit the floor for Rock Esports. This is all Project 7 on P1 so far.
And honestly, it did feel as if when I was looking at towards the maps and modes, based on what happened last time up against Rock, Project 7 could do with this map. I don't love the rest of the map set for them. The next 2 not looking too hot, and as we go to the latter stages, it gets a little more interesting. But if Project 7 can steal this one away, they could give themselves a really good chance in this series. Denza and Co just holding so tight over towards P1. They've got the spawns for P2 popping in around 5 seconds. They've got to be able to find a couple more kills on exit because Rock are going to be there. Still a spawn in here for the side of Project 7. Just keeping an eye on when this last member is going to spawn up. It is towards the back, but this pressure is going to be here very quickly.
Well, Lucifer coming to the rescue there with a nade just to deflect that pressure off the initial push here, and this is where Rock have got to be careful. They're taking gunfights when they could just use half a second to get those numbers in for the trade. The 1v1s, if you lose them, you're just putting your teammates in a worse position. There we go, another example of it. Nobody there to trade either. Lucifer picks up 2 more, and they seem to be getting a bit frantic.
And yeah, that's just a carbon copy of what we've seen yesterday from Rock. Rixel just needs to wait a few more seconds for his teammates to be there. But right now, Project 7 are finding themselves 10 seconds away. Rock need to find the break right now.
Well, they're trying to. Denza just keeps wall bouncing over and over again. The trade's still in favour. As F-Dot needs to win this gunfight to end the game, and that should be enough, as nobody's going to be clear enough to get through and in. And that will be a big win there for them on map 1. 250 to 159. Project 7 run away with it.
And we very much have a game on our hands now as well. For RSC, they weren't beaten on that map over the entirety of the Elite and now find themselves down in this series. Apart from actually their game yesterday, which obviously wasn't coming up in my stats. Hilarious. Either way, it's one of those moments, though, that they absolutely had to find a win there if they wanted a good chance in this series. Now they've got a great chance in this series to the side of Project 7. Fantastic game from Mythix. We haven't really seen too much of that over the season. He has, well, struggled a little bit, I want to say. I mean, maybe by his standards, absolutely, but he hasn't been putting up the numbers that we have come to expect. But everybody doing their jobs across the board for the side of Project 7. It was just a great start. I genuinely don't think they lost the lead at any given moment, did they? They found themselves 20 or 30 ahead for the majority of it and just pulled away over towards P1 and P2. But again, it's that air of panic from Rock Esports, isn't it? It just feels as if they get to a stage where they could potentially lose the game and everyone's just trying to make hero players. Just need to take a step back, take a moment, and wait for the rest of your team. That P2 push has been a real difficulty for them. I mean, they've been struggling to hold it as well when they do get a hold of it. So Colossus is something that, well, bearing the record in mind, still could do with some work. That's one that, as mentioned, didn't go their way last time. If you're P7, you lost it pretty comfortably. You get it this time, though, and we very much have a game on our hands because of it.
Well, we'll see how the rest of this series goes. You're right, big win for Colossus, hardpoint for Project 7. Exposure, search and destroy. This could be one that twists the game. If P7 get it, they'll be feeling very, very confident to steal one more out of the series. For Rock Esports, this may be part of their fundamental in getting this one over the line. So they're really going to need it. We saw some very close S&Ds yesterday. I wonder if this is the same way.
Looking towards the records for both these two teams, Rock have not played this too much, sitting pretty well on this though specifically. P7 played this map a lot, sitting at 4-3. But looking over towards the playoff S&D stats for F-Dot and Mythics, they have been fantastic for their team. And this is no surprise. I think F-Dot is pretty much almost leading the entirety of EMEA when it does come down to S&D KD. I'll have to double check that, but at one stage he 100% was. He has been that guy. 1.46 for both of them over the entirety of playoffs. If you can bring that sort of level, then RSC are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, we'll find out. I always say that sometimes S&D, it can be a bit of a game leveler. We never know what's going to happen from one round to the next. Now you've got things like snipers in the mix. You don't know when they're going to get pulled out. You don't know where they're going to be. And it kind of changes everything from breaks to how you move around the map, what lanes are going to be open. So S&D has been a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Unpredictable, I think, is the polite way to put it, this year around. I think if you look at some of the S&Ds we've had, it does seem to change quite rapidly with the fluidity of it as it works currently. And obviously that will settle down as the season goes on and plays and ways to get around the map kind of solidify into some very standardized breaks. But I think when we've been watching the team so far, and it has been a little bit chaotic. I said there are just massive hits over towards bomb sites. Teams really don't want to push the tempo sometimes. And we're seeing many times the old standard, take mid-map control and then try to work out something. So for me, when we go into an S&D, while some teams are slightly better at it, I still think it's so unpredictable at this point. You just have to really nail down your breaks in the day.
Yeah, it is, and I think, when we talk about these two teams specifically, and we talk about exposure, I think F-Dot is one to kind of continue the conversation on. He is the sniper for this P7 team, and he is somebody who can cause a lot of problems with it. We've seen some of the angles that he's been picking up, specifically on the attacking side, just to try and find some picks over towards top window or down lower dirt so they can get control around there for an A-plant. He's somebody who causes a lot of problems in that sense. And yeah, I did just double check it. He is leading EMEA as far as S&D KD goes at 1.59, nearly averaging a kill every single round, which is, well, quite significant as opposed to everybody else. He is very much leading the way. So if you can bring that kind of form into the second map, P7 have got a really good shout. But yeah, RSC needs something here as well. I think if they go 2-0 down, they'll be confident in their overload. But it puts them in a bit of a strange situation where you have to have that ability to come back. And have we question marked their, I want to say their ice to a certain degree? Yes, we have. And if they go 2-0 down, do I fancy them for a reverse sweep? I don't know if I do. So yeah, they could do with finding the search and destroy to set themselves up well for an overload, but yeah, they could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, of course. And it's one of those ones where, even saying that, if you look back all the way through the Elite, Rock Esports have been the team to be in their half of the group, right? And then they went into the bracket, and again, very dominant right up until Clutch Rayn. Now, you can see it right here. Look at Rock Esports. 3-0 Night Vibes. 3-0 Project 7 last time around. Now, while that looks like they're having a very good time until they ditched Clutch Rayn, when we talked about the groups ton, we saw them dropping maps everywhere. Now, this is the question. Are Rock Esports going to just drop this one map of this series and 3-1 them? Because they've beaten Project 7 before very recently. Or are they starting to struggle in the later part of this tournament? They lost, obviously, 3 yesterday. Project 7 already got one back today. Technically, this is probably their worst small period of performance in recent memory.
Absolutely. I think, when we do talk about them dropping maps, their very first game that these two did play up against each other in the group stages went to a round 11 map number 5. So to see Project 7 come out and win map number 1 isn't too surprising, realistically. I think it was surprising in the sense that it was on Rock's host as well, though, and to do it so comfortably will give them a lot of confidence heading to maps 2, 3, 4, and potentially 5, of course. But at the same time, we know that Rock can drop maps, but we know that they can win them as well. And we kind of have that conversation over the entirety of this stage that, okay, yeah, they lose maps. That's okay. As long as you're winning the series, ultimately, does it matter? But is it also nice to have that ability to win series the hard way? Absolutely. It's nice to obviously win everything 3-0 if you potentially could do. But as long as you're finding the win in the series, I think they'll be happy with that. Okay, have they got some things to work on? Absolutely. I feel as if Rock's ceiling is very, very high. They've got a lot of work to do, and I think, if they were to come third here, they'd be absolutely disappointed, considering that Project 7 are a team that they have beaten twice already this season, and bearing in mind there is a lot of Call of Duty still to be played in this series. But they would probably be disappointed with the top 3, but I definitely feel as if there's a lot of room for them to grow. There's a lot for them to still learn and fine-tune. But you're going up against Project 7, who have got players who have been around since, Denza. He's been around for a very, very long time, Bryce. I remember seeing Denza. He's been around at least 8 or 9 years. 9 years plus, I would say. Harry, Mythics, F. They have all been around a decent amount of time as well, Harry specifically. For these guys, this is just another year going at it here in Challengers and trying their best to get some wins over the line, and they do that consistently. They have done that consistently. As mentioned, Mythics teamed with the coach of Rock for many, many years and won a lot of things for many years here on this side of the pond. This is not an easy team to beat. They have the experience at this very high level. We always say it when it comes down to playoffs, you've got to make sure you bring it a game here. They have done so far in this series.
Well, we're just waiting to see how this one starts up as we get this S&D rocking and rolling. And of course, they're just trying to get into this lobby as quickly as possible. So as soon as they've actually loaded in, we will find out exactly when we're going to start. But hopefully it will be very quickly, Tom, because we are excited to see how the rest of the series goes.
I'm itching to get in. I want to get myself running into this one and into the grand finals. I'm excited consistently to get into some Call of Duty. But look, it's been really fun, to be honest with you, as it often is. But I'm really enjoying Black Ops 7 personally. You know what it is? I'm a big Overload guy. And I'm looking forward to, I feel as if I speak well about Overload when we're talking about it here, but when ranked play comes out, if anybody is coming up against me, do not worry, you'll be fine on it. But I'm looking forward to that. I believe the 2nd of February. It's just getting me itching to get back into it, Pricey. I'm excited.
It has been a while. I'm also looking forward to rank play. Has been almost as long as this lobby takes to get ready. But yeah, rank play coming obviously is just a massive benefit for everyone involved, because then you kind of get to play the same Call of Duty that we get to see over and over again. And I say, publics are pretty good on this game, but everybody knows the competitive is just a little bit better, and that's what we're waiting for. We would be watching if that wasn't the case. So hopefully we can see rank play on our screens, obviously very, very soon, in the next couple of weeks, and hopefully this game before that.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking forward to see how this exposure is going to go down. There's a lot of question marks around this one. Rock's only win of the season on exposure was up against P7, so for P7 it's a comfortable map in a certain sense. It sets up very, very well.
It certainly does. Well, we're waiting for just one player. So while we're waiting for that player, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the map right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Sorry we missed you, but obviously the game is now ready to go, so we can bring you all of the action from our Search and Destroy. If you are just joining us, first of all, where have we been? Second of all, this is Rock Esports versus Project 7. Project 7 had a very good start on the hard point. This is elimination game. Only one of these two teams will go into the grand finals, ton.
Yeah, really interesting start to this series with P7 taking map number 1 away. Thought we were ready to go there into Exposure, Search and Destroy. We'll have another go at it though. Look, it really has set ourselves up very, very well, especially with P7 finding that. I was a little bit worried for them coming into today, to be honest with you, with the way that Rock have kind of been advancing. Yes, okay, Rock lost their game up against Rayn yesterday, but based on results previous between these two teams, I was concerned for P7, but they've been fantastic so far. A pretty convincing scoreline on Colossus, which seems to be kind of getting a little bit quiet for Rock Esports. You know, they've been typically very, very solid. But going back over towards map number 1, it was just a really comfortable performance in the end. It just seems as if that P2 continued to elude Rock Esports to a certain degree. Project 7 just seemed to be going, what, 60-40 over every single hill for the most part, with a couple of good holds over towards a certain amount as well. It just makes things that bit easier when you're able to consistently find breaks. You don't really have to worry about Rock Esports having a rotation for the most part. They didn't really have too many. So Project 7, a relatively comfortable map in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely kind of just accelerated for them, and maybe that's a little bit of frustration on Rock Esports' part. You know, we saw some of the rotations, and some of the chance they just weren't able to break anymore, and when they stopped being able to break, well, then you lose an awful lot of time very, very quickly, and we'll see whether or not that repeats itself if we get to map 4 on the Den hard point. Some adjustments might be coming in the way they play those rotations. But Exposure S&D should be up next, hopefully, if we've got this small technical issue fixed.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be loading in pretty quickly. As you know, COD players don't like to find themselves in a rush in these situations, and that seems to be the case. I'm not going to start naming any names, but if it keeps happening, I might.
Well, hopefully it's just a small hiccup and everything will improve very, very soon. That's what we're really hoping for here and get this game underway. It's a game we are very much looking forward to. Both of these teams would make a magnificent grand final if they can get there. If not, of course, well, we'll see what happens. Who knows? At this point, I don't even know the rules. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how many chances they get. I don't know whether or not, you know, I have to start performing some sort of seance to get this PC to work. But whatever they have to do, it's going to be done, and hopefully it's going to be done soon.
Well, fingers crossed for my sanity. I couldn't imagine what a seance with you would be like. I don't know where that would actually get us, to be honest with you, Brycey. I feel as if there's definitely some ghosts that haunt you that I don't want anything to do with.
I was so curious where you were going with that one, and I was like, this could go anywhere. And speaking of going anywhere, I am unsure what is going to happen with this game. So I believe production just told me to go for a break again. So I think that's what we are going to do. All right, well, it's time for a short break again. Hopefully, everybody cross your fingers and your toes and hope this game starts very, very shortly. But we'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is upon us. The game has begun. We are back once again like the proverbial renegade master, and this time we have gameplay for you.
Excellent work, guys. Got there in the end. Curious to see how this one is going to play out. This is an influential player when it does come down to it, though. The So-called best S&T player in the entirety of EMEA is not going to be the one that gets the first blood. Dom's just going to offer that up. Rock Esports looking to get an attack going. That's just a freebie, right? Rixelt's going to answer back, though. He will find one onto F dot, so makes it a 3 versus 3. But look at this wrap coming in from Project 7 already. There's no way you read this. Or maybe you do, or maybe it doesn't matter. Mythics with the snapper. And Project 7 may well get pushed out here. Rock are doing the right thing. They're coming to search for them. Not going to be able to find Lucifer. And you're in trouble against Mythics. Rixelt survives in a now 1v2.
Information currently missing. Might give him another 1v1, and he just gets caught. A little bit of timing going against him as they do go down, but Project 7, they get first blood on this S&D. Not the cleanest, but winning is winning.
Done well. Get hold of what they need to. I like the wrap that comes through Solar. Nice job by P7. They'll find round number 1. And that was a strange one, honestly, to see Dom just get blooded like that on the site. I mean, it was just... I felt like he was trying to get aggressive, trying to find a spot, but it's a hard one to get past that top window on occasion. Kind of need to try and bait it out, get some shots in that allow you to then find the push. Wasn't able to do any of those things. P7 will be the ones who find round number 1. Rixel going to get aggressive here, going to get his head not taken off because he's going to find Mythics first. They're over the top now from Lucifer, who is going to find Rixel. He's going to find it via his teammate's head. Gets a hold of it though, 3v3. This is aggressive.
Well, here's the 2 versus 2, and settles into a little bit of a stalemate across this mid-map. You can see Rock Esports, they're confident in A, but they don't have any idea how kind of developed this push onto B actually is. And you can see that basically everything is switched. Project 7 are unsure now where Rock Esports have gone, so they aren't planting yet. Rock Esports are playing passive, waiting for some information. They are going to go for a retake. Looks like that call has changed now. They're starting to make a move to rotate. Denza could get caught here. I don't know if he saw a shadow or something, but there has been a whole lot of waiting for these two teams.
I'm going down now. Both just sticking together. Rock Esports have done the right thing. They're just checking their corners, checking where they need to. Lucifer trying to get this right. So difficult. The headshot low's landed. But Dom goes for the child. Denza should be dead. Right and is. Rock Esports will find that retake. It's just a bit of a gamble there for Project 7. Which way do you face? You need to win your gunfights. You don't do it. And Rock Esports will tie things up here. One piece.
And it's just a little bit of a camera issue for Lucifer on that gunfight, really. And obviously, was kind of surprised. He thought he may have had the angle that they couldn't slip past, but just the tiniest bit of a blind spot put him off of it. And then obviously, teammate tries to react, but gets charged from a different direction. All of a sudden, the round falls apart very, very quickly. And part of that is obviously they were playing quite compact because they had no idea where Rock Esports were going to be. And when you kind of lose that information, you're hesitant to push out one direction or the other. And, well, it went badly for them that time. Speaking of which, there is about to be a fight down low. Information on both sides is kind of gone through, but Dom has rushed through mid-map again here. Super aggressive, and it pays off this time.
Yeah, and that's what he was trying to do in round number 1. And this time he will get away with it. But look at this aggression that came up from P7 over towards Dirt. Dom gets aggressive, goes for the chal on the next one. And it's 4 in a row from Dom. Rock Esports feeling good about this now, and he's still continuing to heat up. Finds another as well. Dom is a ridiculous player. There's at least 3. As Rock Esports will take a lead. Dom running across exposure.
Actually, just yesterday, I was talking about these teams to somebody else, and they were asking about the players on Rock Esports, about who's doing the best and stuff, and I was like, well, Kix is pretty good, but it's actually going to be Dom that's doing the best. And they went, do you mean Dom X? I went, no, Dom. Really impressing over and over again in the game modes, and hey, this is an example of what we've been seeing from him all elite, and I'm wondering when people are going to start taking notice higher up in the CDL, because Dom has been gunning for so long already.
On a 5 spray now. Arguably, we have to stay with him. Looking at F-Dot's positioning, wouldn't surprise me if he does have the sniper. Did he see Dom? Moved a smidge after that. Yeah, I think he must have done with the scope. I'd bet my life that F-Dot has got the sniper out here. Because he's moved himself back. Okay, never mind. I refute my life on the line if he had a scope in hand. I did not mean it. Either way, he did see him find a way on the cross. So that maybe has opened up B. So the information was gained. F-Dot may well not be able to find a kill at this moment in time, but enough information that he knows that B should be relatively open, and it is. Bomb goes down, 4v4.
This retake is all about timing. Oh, Rixel's already gone from. I don't think he's seen that player again. This is going to be a camera blind issue. Second time around this bomb site has happened, but the nades will be good enough to drop Mythic, bring it down to a 3 versus 3. F-Dot, though, on the flank, cuts down an angle, and almost one more there for Denza. It's looking good for Project 7. They just need to win a gunfight. Stay tight, stay in trade formation, but they already lose one down to a 3 versus 3. Timing is now going against them, Ton.
Really good shots coming in from F-Dot over the top, though. Spots the one over towards the back. Domex should be dead to rights. Nicely done from Project 7. As mentioned, you see F-Dot over towards the backside on the minimap. It's a position that he takes up quite often. Back up kind of all the way in towards P4. And he's just looking across towards dirt to see if anyone's going to cross from the defensive side. He might have even seen two of them make that push up all the way along through dirt towards the back spawn. Sees that, calls to his team. They've got pretty much free reign to make a push through over towards B. They know there's two players potentially on the flank. They make the most of it. They've got the room. Bomb down, 4v4, they defend it well. Good job from Project 7 there.
Domec's hoping for a pick here. I mean, we have the benefit of the minimap to see that he's going to not be seeing an awful lot, but now he might. This is a target-rich environment. The wrong shoulder, a small bit of hesitation, and somebody might get their head taken off. Nobody yet, though, as both teams play passive.
Oh, that's a lot of shots. Only half of his HP, but then Kix is going to spot an opening. Oh, now he finds the shot on the Mythics as well. Lines it up. You got to be careful with Domex. Has got this sniper out over towards top window. 3 versus 3. Just really jostling over mid-map here rather than actually finding the gunfights to get the control. They have been very much just posturing, putting shots in, playing positioning. Until Lucifer just did full, of course, but numbers now with Rock. Domex trying to find a little bit of a look, and they may well go for this plant now. But somebody else actually pushed up through Zigzag, so the potential is there. They lose sight of the play over towards top window. Don't think they know that Mythics is here. He's able to find one, but needs to find two more.
Just repositioning.
He doesn't need to make a move yet. Oh, maybe he does now.
Right above him. They decided to go straight for him as a 2. Could have gone wrong, but fortunately just enough of the right timing to get him. You see this, what was going to be a messy gunfight. Both players bouncing around. Eventually Domex just having a slightly better snap there, as Mythics was probably a little bit surprised the player was jumping up and down in his head.
Well, it was Rock who had to make the move, and they did. Mythics knew he could just sit tight, but I don't think they really... Well, I don't think he really had a bit of a read that Rock was just going to fly at him. Who am I kidding? Actually, it is Rock Esports, isn't it? Let's be honest. They're flying. Let's see how this round's going to play out, though. It's been very back and forth, this. Sven making his way towards Solar, just next to the tank, and he may well have actually just got his teammate killed, if anything. The smoke, I believe, yeah. Puts him in an awkward spot, and he absolutely hates this, and I would hate this too. I mean, Lucifer should be so dead. Domex, fair enough. There we go, freebie. Nicely done. Smoke kind of cost him there a bit, Bryce.
Well, we'll see whether or not this round can be rescued. They're a little bit worried. They really want to pick before they commit to a bomb site, and they have a little bit of time to burn. It is not super urgent, but, well, F-Dot finds that pick. Now, how do they go about this? Do they try to rotate back around? Still not confident to get this bomb down at A at all.
Oh no, the timing just doesn't work in his favor. I think he would have got traded, but either way, it's a clean one. F-Dot smelling blood in the water. He sees Kicks. They're chasing him down here. He might get away with this one. No, he won't. The jump up doesn't work in his favor. Project 7 will get the round, but the chase down was one of the more risky situations. Yeah, well, you could have just got the bomb down and chill him, but maybe they just fancied the gunfight, and ultimately it does work out. Back and forth we go here in the search and destroy.
Well, let's see. Still, this S&D very much hangs in the balance. Oh, we're seeing a sniper again. Domex has it out. Will it be the same watching the cross? I think that's what he's going for.
Nice, put it away.
Oh.
Look at the discretion coming through towards there, though. I like this positioning from Dom. Now that cuts off anybody coming towards this side. Could OE, and yeah, we'll not consider it anymore. The child comes out, so a little bit of information gained from Project 7 there. A minimum of 2 players down towards dirt, so that will allow them to take a little bit more room over towards the B side. You can see they've already moved up over towards the tank. Happy to take that. And take as much as you can. Domek's really good shots, though. Crispies on the F dot, and that might be some terrible or some good timing for Denzel. I'm not sure yet. They won't know he's here. And they don't know he's here. 3 versus 2.
That bomb didn't even go down. Rixel does get the kill, though. Gets traded away. It's now 1 versus 2. Kicks. He sees the information, but they see him as well. It's now a dance-off in the middle of the map. Everybody flying everywhere. Mythics gets away with it. And the frantic movement of both teams as the information pours in once somebody gets spotted. This time it'll be Project 7 that walk away from it, but that absolutely was a round of timing for both sides.
It was Denza getting away with his positioning through zigzag, to be honest with you. I just presumed he was going to get caught on the flank, but gets a little window. And all of a sudden it puts himself in a really nice spot to affect the rounding. Why does he do that? 3 in a row from him now. Project 7 find themselves in the lead. That's back-to-back rounds. Now onto the attacking side. FDAR looking for an angle. I tell you what, millisecond later, you might have seen somebody's head taken off. Not necessarily having the best of search and destroy games by his standards, but setting at 4 and 5, and he can still influence from here.
Oh, seen it. This is not an easy snipe to make, and eventually he does get it, but already traded back to a 3 versus 3 here. Tunnan, keep an eye on that mini-map because there are players all across.
Well, you can see a lot of aggression coming out from Rock. As soon as they were able to answer back with those 2 kills, well, because they know F-Dot's got a sniper, so they can fly towards him, and that's exactly what Dom's done. Lucifer trying to hunt him down. 1 versus 3 from him. No man's land, quite literally. If you had the bomb here, then okay, maybe you can try and formulate something, but this is a very, very difficult round to win from this position.
Full credit to Rock as well. They are just playing this as slow as possible. Taking it and almost wins that gunfight, but I don't think it would have done very much even if he had. It would have been 1 versus 2 with very little time remaining. 4-4. We're going to the wire.
So back and forth, hasn't it? They'll be able to establish ultimate control in this search and destroy, and I'd imagine that's how it's going to play out throughout the rest of the series. Looking forward to the Overload as well. It really has been the playground for Rock so far this season, up against P7, but against everybody else they've struggled a little bit, but we've got a few more rounds of search and destroy to get through before we get there. Minimum for 2 more rounds. I'd like to see all 3 though. Give me around 11.
Well, instantly down. Advantage to Project 7. That's really going to hit the brakes on Rock Esports. You can already see. Where do we go from here? Especially since Dom has been kind of the one pushing the aggression on the attack. Domex trying to take over in that regard, and it even looks like they might just go for a very risky B plan. Obviously, will be advantage to them. Kicks having a little bit of a gunfight on the other side of the map here. If they can get this bomb down, it really helps bring them more under even keel, even with a player down.
You can see that Kicks is backing it up and is on his way over towards solar panel, so he will be here for a little bit of cover. Got to be careful with this gunfight, but you win it. Domex has done brilliantly there, and well, I mean, we know that this bomb could go down, but Rixeld is still taking his time here, anticipating a push, but time is running out. You do have a slight advantage in the sense that you've got control of the site, but a 3 versus 3 bomb will go down. How does this all play out? 1 player over towards the tank, 2 players on the bomb site. The flank is going to be massive. It's going to kind of be on Kicks, this one.
Do they spot him in time? Mythics will be seen by Kicks very, very quickly. Could take a couple of fights here, and Kicks somehow gets away with it. That second gunfight very, very quick, and he almost takes it, but Mythics catches him before he can. Rixel looking for Mythics. Already been found now as well. No, Mythics will now play his life for as long as possible. He's hoping for reinforcements, but no, the reinforcements are not there in time. And Rixel says, hey, I don't even need to take this gunfight. Keep running, keep gunning. You've got nothing. I don't even think you can get to the bottom. And he has played that to perfection, Ton.
I just think Mythics can wait a little longer for his teammate to close that gap. They both got to get aggressive onto him at the same time, and they had the time to, well, just take a second. I don't know if the communication wasn't there or if it's just a rush of blood to the head, but Mythics gets aggressive. And Rixel punishes him for it. He does so well just to throw some shoulders, waste some time. And it was more than enough time to win the round. Rock Esports now. Back-to-back rounds. Sends them into the lead. 1 round away from tying this series up, Bryce.
Well, let's see. They even lost first blood that round. What do they do this time? There's some nades going out into the mid here. F-Dot sees it, decides to back up. He thinks we'll get one. Lucifer will get another one. This is going to round 11, surely. A 2 versus 4 now for Rock Esports. They've got players around the back. Rixel and Kicks.
Just tried to play shock and awe. Didn't work through the middle of the map, but Kicks will find one. Bomb is down though, so time is of the utmost importance. Kicks finds another. And now they're in trouble. Because this is a great position for Kicks to be in. Looking to find the angle. He's found a third. He's on for the ace. To clean out the round and to clean it up and send us to a round 11. Denzel will find one, but his problem is that Kicks is still alive. 4 in the round from Kicks, and that will be the search and destroy. What a round from him. It's a 2 versus 4 to send us even into map number 3.
Unbelievable 2 versus 4 kicked call game. There was not a trade on the side of Project 7, and truthfully, you deserve to lose that last round. Not a trade, not even a little bit. They held their positions, and Kicks just kept taking 1v1 gunfights that he had the advantage in.
Yeah.
Actually kind of insane. We need to see that last round again production because it fell apart so quickly.
I mean, the fact that there's a flank come in when there's 4 you, okay, he wins the first gunfight, but the second one just far too easy. You know the pressure's going to come in, but at that stage of your Project 7, you've just lost 2 players. You start to panic. You start to sort of flap a little bit. 1,337 damage. Very nice from Kicks for the 7 and 7 to finish things off. The ace alongside of it. Nicely done. Really good game here from Rock Esports to tie things up. Honestly, I would have... I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I would have liked to see P7 come away with this one. I really thought they might. As mentioned, Exposure has been a comfortable pick for them. Although the record isn't phenomenal on it. It's sitting now at 4 and 4. But realistically speaking, I thought that them throwing it in here would they'd feel good about it. I mean, they were 4-3 up at one stage. This was a really nice round. And then they didn't win another one. Incredible work from Rock to bring that one back, and that will be that. We head into a round, into a third map, I should say, with this all tied up, Chris.
Really are, and I actually just went back and watched that last round again on the replays, and I don't think anybody put a bullet into Kicks the entire ace. I don't think he actually was in a gunfight.
Be interesting to see it. That's the first one. F-Dot caught with his pants down. That's fine. These things happen. Yeah, awkward gunfight for Mythics. Not able to do anything. And then Lucifer and Denza are just kind of running away. Like, yeah, he literally didn't take a bullet. It's not like he's gunned them all. He's just found them. Scar Overload coming up next, Pricey. That is one that P7 will be scratching their head about. And you said it. It felt like we were heading to round 11. And Rock said absolutely not. Or should I say Kicks said absolutely not. Scar Overload, though. Let's talk about it quickly. These two teams have played up against on this map each time they played against each other here in the Elite. Scoreline has been 6-2 to Rock, 5-0 to Rock. They've got to be feeling confident now to take the lead in this series. But Project 7, we're more than happy to see this one again, so let's see how it's going to go down. The ban did come through for Exposure to be gone, so P7 do like Exposure when it has come down to Overload, so they just default to Scar instead of going to Den. They fancy their chances, Brycey, to give it another go. Third time's the charm, maybe?
We will see. I'm still kind of rocked from that last round, if I'm to be honest with you.
Rocked. You can do better than that. That's low-hanging fruit, mate. Come on.
Well, it's also completely unintentional. It's just such a weird way for it to end. A 2 versus 4, and for Kicks not to actually be involved in a gunfight is insane.
Wild.
Well, sometimes you get those kind of rounds to not take a bullet in the entire time. But hey, it's all even up. That means we get 2 more maps regardless of what happens, and we find out exactly how this one will go down to it, Ton. But
Yeah.
how are you feeling? You think this might be another 3-1 like they did last time?
I'm not too sure. I think it's going to be difficult to decide, but whichever way it goes, I'm really looking forward to see how the Den Hardpoint's going to play out when we get there. It's not a massively played map for either one of these two teams. Should be an interesting one in map number 4 as well.
It certainly will. Well, all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challenge Elite EMEA. This is our lower final. It's currently tied up 1-1 as we head into Tun's favourite game mode, the Overload.
My absolute favourite, Bryce. We know this. A lot of people had question marks over it when the season started, and you can direct all questions towards me. I know you can.
Well, certainly an advocate for this game mode. And speaking of advocate, this seems to be quite a push from them already. Lucifer trying to do the work, regain a little bit of momentum after losing in that S&D in quite dramatic fashion.
Good start there from Project 7 and a real opportunity, to be honest with you. When the push does come through over towards Grandma's side, if you can get it through the gates, you are looking, well, to be in a really positive position. Rixel, not in one of those right now. Good job that Domex had his eyes up. Oh my word, Mythic's just peeled off that as well. It's good work from Rock Esports, but trying to hit this through field is not the easiest thing to do. It's quite a nice route, though. If you get into church with the EMP in hand, you are in business. But it's just going to go for a reset in the middle of the map. Dominic Code just looking for a little bit of control.
Well, this is going to be the same story. Quite a lot on this map. You've got to get something flowing to get the EMP going. And right now, it's a bit of a trade fest. Even with this EMP slowly but surely moving towards A, it's certainly not locked in, as Mythics will try and do as much work with a pistol here. But he's probably going to be pushed, traded, and EMP goes down once again.
Game of to and fro. Now, right now, Rock Esports will be more than happy with. They're on the weaker side, per se, and they won't necessarily be too bothered that it's sitting at 0-0. Map control starting to be theirs, though. Rixel now pushing forward. He is that lead blocker. Shots out. A little bit preempted, but he will find the gunfight either way, and this is a real big opportunity. They're going to start pushing forward. No EMP control just yet. I want to pick it up. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We're getting it moving now. Kicks will find one, but now this becomes a little bit more difficult. Trying to stay alive. Just need to keep this pressure on. I kind of get what they were doing. They were pushing forward there, Bryce, just to make sure they could find those kills to make it easier, but I think it was one of those moments you wouldn't have minded somebody picking it up.
Yeah, I'm going to say third man there should have got it.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of maybe a miscommunication or an error. Got to move it forward. Always got to try and take the opportunities in timing that you get here. That's just so much time burnt that you basically have to continue slaying in a massively advantageous fashion to get it in if you're going to do that. And, well, it was slightly more even than they would have liked. This EMP is going to go in. Surely it does. And, well, Project 7, they get the first one on the board.
Yeah, nice answer back to all that pressure that came in from Rock Esports. It's a pretty simple one in the end, and the pressure will continue. Big gunfight win for Mythics to get a hold of as well. And now they have mid-map control. His teammates behind him can pick up that EMP and just run behind the guy that's gunning everyone. Eventually will fall to Domex, but is the damage potentially done here? Next couple of gunfights influential. FDOT will land one in. Can they keep this pressure on again, though? If FDOT can continue to survive, it just keeps rolling. I like that move from Rock Esports, though. They just forget about the point, move forward, a little bit of motel control. You have EMP control. The bleeding will momentarily stop. But that's a nice 2 points to come through from Project 7 there, to be honest with you. Rock Esports, okay, yeah, once again, they're on the worst side when it does come down to try and find some captures. Project 7 on the better. But at the same time, you wouldn't mind an answer back here in the next minute and 30.
Well, this might be an opportunity. EMP's in a good position for it as well. Mythics, though, slightly slows their roll. They're not going to have to try and get him here. They know exactly where it's going to be. He does fall down. The rest of the Project 7 team now responding in kind of course. And with Lucifer getting two, maybe, just maybe, this push will be completely shut down. It is going to be. Dom is going to try and slay off the back here, though.
And they just shut them down every single time. Project 7 seems to be wrapping at the correct moment. They're putting themselves in really decent enough positions, but they've now lost a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map. This is going to be a little bit of pressure coming through. Mythics is ready for one. Is he ready for the second? Not quite, but Lucifer is. Picks up the pieces. Just felt, again, a little one by Rock Esports in that moment. Again, it's not easy to do a capture through Mortel. So realistically speaking, okay, you can criticize, but again, not the easiest thing. Going to get a hold of it once again, though. There's another opportunity here. They're creating opportunities. It's just that final hurdle that you need to get over.
Well, let's see.
That's it.
Opportunity here. There we go. Move the EMP, get it through. They're going to go for a relay here. And they're not in a terrible position for it. Got to get that EMP up and move it as soon as possible because you're not going to win every gunfight for the next 30 seconds. Here we go. EMP now going to be moving. If they can find the kills, unfortunately, they just haven't. And now they're running away. Kicks will stop this from going away too quickly. I think that's actually helped by his teammate. And this is still very much game on. It looks like Rock will probably try and pick this up just so they have it. Although I say that, they lose a majority of gunfights. It is going to be Project 7. They'll be looking for this overtime timer. F-Dot's going for it as well, and it's so close. Oh, just a tiny, tiny step, and it would have been in.
Not far away at all. But that is not too bad of a half for either one of these two teams. I think, you know, if you are P7, you take that all day long. But also, if you're Rock, you're not too... I want to say despondent from that one, and you find one back, 2-1 down. You know you could get yourself plenty of time, or plenty of opportunities to get some points on the board here on this side. 2-1 at the half, and that's pretty fair for how things did go. Rock Esports did create opportunities. Project 7 will be looking to do the same.
Well, here it goes. Only one capture separates these two teams. Dom looking for something there, and we'll find a little bit of that first kill, but this is all just about the trades in the middle of the map now. Already, Rock Esports trying to take the EMP, trying to move it forward. A little bit of split. The EMP is actually going towards B. The rest of the teams are trying to crawl round.
And try to get across. Yep, now they have it over towards the field. Have to be careful not to get flanked here, though. Trying to do kind of on their own. Dom can find one. If Rick still finds that kill, I'll tell you what, you're not far away. So they take a bit of a gamble at that one. Doesn't work out in the end, but now move back over towards the motel. Project 7 with a little bit of control. This is big. That's massive. F-Dot actually has kind of a bit of a free reign through here. The one player through the middle of the map might be able to slow this one down, but he is dealt with. This is an opportunity. That is 3-1. Fantastic work by them, and Lucifer with a 3-man nade over the top. If it was over towards Motel, there would have been a potential relay on the cards, but if you're Rock Esports, you're thanking your lucky stars that it spawned over towards the field, or are you? Because now all of a sudden, Denzel and Co starting to put pressure on over towards A.
They're actually going to go for it as well.
This is
Here it comes. Can he get through in time? I think... Oh! Just the stop! And that causes so many issues because they're going to have to go back for it. Denzer is trying to keep the body off of them as well, but F-Dot will pick it up once again and get that body in. And that's now 4-1 ton.
Incredible work from Project 7. They just sniffed a little bit of blood on those two occasions and about bundle it over the line. But now they're keeping this pressure on, and now it's a mountain to climb for Rock Esports. Again, at 2-1 down on that side, you wouldn't have necessarily batted an eyelid at this one. But now all of a sudden they're getting farmed off the respawn. Lucifer and Co running forward. Number 5 will see you in. And Denzel will land it. Project 7 running away with this one.
Yeah, it's not even really close at this point. They are just continuing to pile on the pain. F-Dot calling it a missile as well as they start to think maybe about another relay. Although there is going to be a team kill, that may slow them down for a few more seconds. But Rock Esports, recovery is now key. If there is any hope, any opportunity to get back into this overload, they have to start playing their own game.
Start moving forward again. Rock Esports just considering, I mean, they're just trying to stop the bleeding here. Can't get any mid-map control. And what's the opportunity for them? How do you get out of this? How do you turn this one around? You can see them getting a couple of points. If they can relay 1 or 2 off, then all of a sudden we have a game. But the problem is it's time. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. They haven't been getting mid-map control. Put themselves in a really tough position now. They think they'll find 2. On the other side of things, it's Domex who can answer back as well. Again, field control is there for them, but it's not EMP control, and ultimately, that is what matters. Netflix is on a 6 spree, eventually will fall. Denzer, is he going to try this one out? He's going to take his time. He has a little bit of backup, but not enough. Esports will just about stop that bleeding again, but every single time they're trying to get out their spawn, somebody like Lucifer's hanging around, finding 1 or 2 and just pinning them back.
And time is becoming the problem for Rock Esports. They just really don't have enough of it. I mean, it doesn't matter too much because they don't really get to do much apart from be in their own spawn. They just have been punished so heavily on this side. And now with Dom trying to make a bit of a play here. If anything, super aggressiveness. All they can really do is sprint, gun, and hope. Because Project 7 know that their lead is almost insurmountable.
How are they going to manage to bring this one back? Well, I just don't believe they have time. No time at all. Try and bring this one into some sort of contentious game. Project 7 took the lead in the first half, and they have ran away with this game. Better side be damned. And honestly, I think at the beginning of the season, it did feel as if this was the side teams were profiting off more often than not. The run-through motel, you find a couple of kills. It's a little bit of an easier take if you go behind the 18-wheeler, and then you can just manage to get it across the line, but teams have started to become a lot more proficient over towards the Grandma's side. Not this time for Rock Esports. They barely had a sniff at Grandma's, to be honest. They've been in the spawn the majority of the game. 23 seconds to go. This one's been done for a while. 6-1, Project 7. And Rock Esports, just no hope in hell of bringing this one back for a couple of minutes now. And Project 7 are going to take a lead. 2-1 lead at that, heading into hardpoint on Den. When this series is still anybody's, but Project 7 are very much in the driving seat.
If anything, it kind of makes that S&D worse.
Yeah.
If anything, it makes it slightly more upsetting for Project 7 that they got 2v4'd aced in the last round. So, well, not in the last round, to take it to a round 11. But hey, that was a pretty dominant performance. The respawns have been very, very good for them. And the benefit is going to be, of course, is that's where we're heading again with the hardpoint ton.
Yeah, heading over towards Den, which is going to be an interesting one. But just to touch on that again, just to bear in mind, by the way, that map is being played twice by both these two teams up against each other. And what the scoreline was at 5-0 last time towards Rock. And the one before that was a 6-2 victory for them. Project 7 just beat them 6-1. So showing that they've been working on things, showing that they figured it out. And a wonderful, wonderful game coming out from Project 7. Lucifer 25 non-traded kills. And those 3 grenade kills that came through from 1 grenade would have helped towards that as well. But they just kept the pressure on. And that's all you have to sometimes do when you get that opportunity over towards that side of the map. And if you can keep things rolling, keep that pressure, keep finding the kills. That's one of those moments where you just need Rock Esports. Again, it feels as if, I don't want to say it's composure. I feel as if it's just a moment of just taking a breath, taking a second, and slowing down. Because everyone's sprinting forward to try and prevent it there, and you get caught out with an aid. Yeah, okay, nobody's really expecting that realistically, but it's just those moments. Just take a second, take a step back. Everything feels a little bit rushed when sometimes a little bit slower would be better.
Wow. Maybe that adjustment needs to happen. Because they are staring down what was once a team that had been dominant up until last night's game. Is now staring down the barrel of elimination from Challengers Elite. And that must be a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. You've got to remember, not a loss in the group stage for Rock Esports. No losses until yesterday against Clutch Rayn, and dominating through the bracket where they ran it. But now, Project 7, a team they have already beaten in this bracket, is on the cusp of knocking them out.
But one thing I will say, Rock Esports very rarely do things the easy way, do they? It has been trials and tribulations throughout the group stage, throughout, well, not necessarily too much throughout playoffs. Last time against P7, they 3-0'd them in playoffs, but they are not a team who typically do it the clean way. Den Hardpoint coming up. And one thing I do want to mention as well, we go back over towards their host when we go over towards Den, so that is going to be influential towards them. It will give them some sort of advantage, you would like to say, but I thought that would be the case in map number 1, and they went on to lose it, so it is really anybody's game heading over towards Den. Both these two teams have not necessarily played this too much. I don't believe that Rocket played it throughout the entirety of the Elite, so for them, you kind of, well, not going the unknown. They will know Den Hardpoint very, very well, but it's not when you play it in a competitive setting too many times by any stretch of the imagination. And now all of a sudden, you're going into it having to win it, or you're out of Elite in this stage. I was about to say this yet. There's a lot more of the year to go.
We're already just getting started. It's stage 1.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, it is. The pressure may be getting to them as well. Like that is a lot of pressure to suddenly come under, especially without having those losses beforehand. To now basically being back-to-back loss, it's a little bit tenuous, but we'll see. I mean, realistically, they're still a very, very good team. There were still highlights, I would say, maybe at the beginning of that one. Not so much in the second half. The second half was a little bit bad to watch for Rock, and we said before, adjustments, right? They just seem to kind of break. Oh no, it's not a breakdown, but maybe play a little bit frustrated. You can kind of see it in some of the chows they end up taking. They don't really take that half a breath to get the trades that they might should be able to, because they're hoping to win a gunfight and then keep on rolling. And when that works, it looks beautiful and they do get a lead. When it doesn't work, well, it's a mistake that they kind of capitalized on, and they seem to happen more when they're maybe down a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is. It's always easy to make the comparison back to the old Falcons team, obviously with them both being full Saudi Arabian teams, and well, at least one member on this team being part of that Falcons Challengers team. But they do really remind me of them in their playstyle. It is very much, they've got the gunny. Are they going to be able to turn it into something? They need somebody who can direct them in the correct way. And Vortex will be able to do that, absolutely. And again, I will remain biased towards him, as I often have done over the past few years. But as far as experience and as far as leadership that you need, you could probably ask for nobody better than him heading into this Challengers season. He will mold them into a very good team, but I really, really think they've got a lot of steps to go. I'm very curious to see how they're going to do when it comes down to a LAN setting. You know, we don't necessarily then have anything connection-wise to have into the considerations, and that's not within the realm of anybody's thoughts. So I'll be really curious to see how they do, and we'll be keeping a very sharp eye on that one, I would imagine. For me, it's about their progress throughout the year, how they're going to do. They're consistently going to be in the league. There's no question of that. They're consistently going to be over towards the top. Again, there is no question of that as long as this roster does stay together. But they have a lot to work on, it feels. They've got the talent to take everything over the line. They could still go on and win this whole thing tonight. But right now, they're in a precarious situation. This is where you really do find out how good your team are when the pressure is on. It is very much on here. Map number 4.
It certainly is, and while we're waiting for this one to start, I'm going to do something I never normally do and address the chat, because I did kind of see some stuff kind of pop up a little while ago, and I was like, hey, we've got an opportunity, I'll address it. Somebody said, wouldn't it be great if they could play with everything unlocked, all perks, weapons, grenades, tacticals, and streaks? And I hate to tell you this, it's been tried before. Normally I wouldn't kind of go into it here, but we've got the time to wait. It's been tried before. It has been. Call of Duty XP way back in the day was a completely open tournament, and there are issues with it. It's not that so basically you don't take things away for competitive Call of Duty just because you fancy taking them away. You take it away to make it a better experience, not just watching but also playing. It's very, very frustrating to play sometimes with some of the things that are not in the rule set, and it has been tried. It's not like we're just going, oh, that'd be terrible. It's been tried way, way before. So a little bit of history, you know. I think you got to go back. I can't remember how many years it is now to when that actually happened, but it's been tried. It was a failure, and you know, that's just where we're at now. But while we're waiting, before I get on my soapbox anymore, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, this map will be upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. The game is upon us, so we are jumping straight into this hard point. For Rock Esports, survival is key. For Project 7, the grand final could await if they get this.
Yep, Project 7 could take this away and go up against Clip 3. That could be a cracking grand final. But Rock Esports looking for another go at it here on Den Hardpoint. And as mentioned, it's not one that's necessarily been played too many times for either one of these two teams over this season. So let's see how both teams are going to fare onto this one. I actually just genuinely don't believe that Rock Esports have played it over the Elite, so let's see how they look on it. But you would think that they'll be feeling confident. Heading over towards P2 in, well, 20 seconds time. Rock Esports currently in control of P1. Get some good time. Project 7 in control of the spots.
Oh, there they go. Trying to just fight tooth and nail for positioning and control. Pretty even after that first hard point, but this is what it's all about. This rotation onto P2 is crucial. You can already see there's going to be the first one down. Can he get the second as well? And he does. Denza doing fantastic work, completely blocking Rock out of that one.
Making his move forward. Trying to get something going over towards the top side just to maybe cut off the side of Rock Esports who are trying to find a way through. And, well, he wasn't successful because everybody has fallen. 35 seconds remaining now for Rock. They could get some good time here.
Moving a bit quiet. You can see Project 7 trying to make the plays happen with numbers. Dom, though, doing so well. Sees two and shuts it down. All that time, burn a clean wipe from Rock, and they are rolling as already now Dom goes flying off to the other side of the map.
It's a good time over towards P2. Really good side. Set up to try and find a way through. They did so well. They just locked down over towards the lobby side and over towards P3. We go F dot. That is a gunfight. I didn't expect you to win. Neither did Denza because he's just stuck a nade at your feet. But either way, nice rotation from Project 7. One that they absolutely needed. Dom trying to get something going, but Denza will shut him down. Honestly, I think that's probably the first time the Rock Esports have led in a hard point in this series so far. And Kick's trying to continue that current theory. Mythic's trying to shut this down. He cannot do anything on his own. The rest of the team trying to find a way through. Denza can find one. Rock Esports over 35 seconds remaining. Find a break so easily.
Oh, this is just becoming more and more one-sided as time goes on. Kicks on a 5. The rest of the team starting their streaks as well, and Project 7 can't even get close.
Kicks can find one. Just keep that pressure on. Project 7 just have to be careful. They just don't want to give up these spawns if they can. They have actually had a spawn out here. Spin around very, very quickly to make sure they can keep a hold of it. You can see the players, they kind of want to have a look for this final 10-15. But I think it was F. Dot who spawned out. Maybe just put the scaries on them so a certain kind of way. They'll back on down though, but a nice start from Rock here. The first 3 hills, fairly comfortable for them so far. Nice little bait coming through there, but Mythics and Lucifer working well together. Just making sure they can hold it down from the backside, but they've lost the front side fights, and all of a sudden this is potential for Rock Esports to find a breakthrough. Denza on his own. There comes the break, and they have fallen apart. Like a cheap handbag there, if anything, of Project 7. Rock Esports walk through them far too easily.
And this is so one-sided. I mean, Rock Esports, this is the hard point we've been really expecting from them. Kick 16 and 6 is just almost unassailable when it comes to this. And just not a gunfight really going Project 7's way anywhere where they need it. Ugh. Over and over again, this gets more and more one-sided. Now, you can see the rotation back into P1, and realistically, this was the last time we actually saw Project 7 feel like they were in the hard point.
It is possible to bring something back, of course. I mean, both these two teams are very proficient at hard point. They know exactly what they're doing. But right now, it doesn't feel likely. Kicks is 16 and 7. Domex is on a 5 spree. They're in control of P1. They want to make this push through over towards the P2. Mythic's just hitting the fattest of flanks, and he's dead as well. So, I mean, nothing seems to be going the right way for Project 7. Absolutely stinks of a map number 5, Ricey.
Oh, yeah, I think that's the way we're going. If anything, it's actually just getting more and more ridiculous. Project 7 just can't get the points on the board, and the question might actually be, will we be seeing the 100-point club here from them? Because they're just not really having an opportunity to get anything rocking and rolling. Rock Esports already above 165, already at P2. Already to head to that map 5, because Project 7, unless they can find something absolutely mythical, this is basically over.
It's going to be back down though. Project 7 need to find a way through, and it just is not happening right now. Rock Esports are lights out. They're winning every gunfight they need to. Rotations are being clean. They want to see at map number 5. Oh my word, Rixel now finding 2, 3. Not quite gonna find his way to that third, but I mean, he doesn't need to. Kicks is there to pick up the pieces. 23 and 9. He'll be off to the races just to get a little bit of control over towards the rooftop side. Can the rest of his team hold through lobby? Not quite. F-Dot. He finds 2. Rixel there to pick up the pieces again, though. Everything seems to be working like a well-oiled machine in this map, Rock Esports so far.
Yeah, if anything, it almost feels like Project 7 have sort of lost all of that horsepower from the last map because they're really struggling to get, well, basically anything. There we go. That's probably the highlight of the last 4 minutes for them. Because this is 193 to 67, and with a little bit of scrap time and maybe a potential rotation, but they would have to win hardpoint after hardpoint to get something back here, and they're almost losing the trades. Only F-Dot really saves them here at this point.
We need some good time here somewhere. I think it's one of those games where you sort of see the scoreline and you're thinking it's choked, but for Project 7, one good hold somewhere along the line. Well, it needs to kind of be in the next 2 hills, to be honest with you, but a good 60 somewhere, and you're back into the game, but it just doesn't feel like that's possible. Lucifer 8 and 19, Denza 12 and 17, F-Dot's 20 and 20, but he's the only one who's got anything to write home about. Everybody from Rock Esports is doing what they need to do, and they are sending us inevitably to a map number 5. Rixel 24 and 13, he's lightening it up now as well. This one might be over by halfway through the second rotation.
Well, this is really getting out of hand. We sometimes talk about the Cinderella story. We talk about the comeback on maps like this. I just don't know if it's too little too late for Project 7. They would need to show me something on this hard point. They would need to lock it down completely and dominate that kill feed. Unfortunately, the only domination of the kill feed they're doing is on the wrong side of it. And the game will probably end here.
And that should be that, really. Wonderful rotation. The kill feed is just being all in their favor. We talk about, you know, what they are good at doing, and that is the gunning. They have just wiped Project 7 off the map. This is going to be a 100-point club if they're not careful. P7 can find a way through, though. But how long can they hold? Well, they're going to be able to hold a good few seconds, but the spawns over towards the back. Rock Esports are going to be close. You really do want to break the 100-point mark, and to be honest, if I'm Rock Esports, I want to try and put them in the 100-point club. I'd be calling in that Hellstorm just to make sure. Either way, Project 7 holding on, trying to push through. If you're ROC, you manage to find a way through, and if you are the Project 7, you're just not close enough. Rock need to jump onto the point to solidify this one, Brycey, but it's been done for quite some time.
If anything, Rock were maybe over-challing there a little bit. They could have ended it way before. Well, they get this 1 point. They do out of the 100-point club. Project 7 have made that mythical stat. And truthfully, can they find 150 points for 1 for the rest of the game?
I mean, that was some comeback. Especially considering the Hellstorm missile is on its way over towards P1. It'll force them back now over towards P2 side, where Rock Esports are waiting. He'll hold it up high. Lucia will be taken down, and that will be the map. It is an absolute domination from Rock Esports. Incredible work across the board. And they send us to a map number 5 with an absolute drubbing in map number 4.
Yeah, that wasn't close at any point. Maybe P1. maybe the first rotation, P1. We had a good time. If you're P7, the rest of it, really not very much happening. Other than, you know, massive amounts of stats there for Rock Esports. They had a very good time. The stats will be way higher. Easy map. Yeah. I don't know whether I should put an asterisk next to it because it's one map. But we'll see. I mean, look at the stats here. Unbelievable. 23 untraded kills for kicks. Massive amount of assists. They're just flying around with the streaks. It's domination pure and simple.
Yeah, I mean, Rixel with 18 objective kills to his name, 28-19. Turning up a really, really big game. And honestly, Project 7 just didn't have an answer there. Just blown out of the water in 10 hardpoint. Not aware you want the loser map to send to a map number 5, I want to say. Especially in this situation. It's an elimination final between these two teams, and you've just been absolutely battered across Den. For ROC, though, I mean, it's got to feel phenomenal. You've got to be going now into that final map. You're going to be heading over towards Scar. And they'll be feeling overwhelmingly confident after that one. Incredible work from them. They get the job done in a very, very convincing fashion. And Brycey, we head to a map number 5 that both these two teams have played up against each other in only their second group game in this first elite. And it went to around 11. I'd quite happily take the same kind of result, to be honest.
Well, we will see what happens with these two, because looking back on it, Rock Esports, that first hard point dominant to them. Exposure, Search and Destroy, that should have gone round 11, but we had an incredible 2v4 ace. Kicks just shut the game down without having to take a bullet in return. Scar Overload, first half was reasonable, second half was not. Domination there by P7. And then we go to the Den hardpoint. Project 7, just not having a good time. Only P1 on the first rotation was really kind of even. After that, it was just about how many kills can we get if we're Rock Esports.
Yeah, that was incredible. Fantastic map number 4, and it's been a really, really good series, to be honest with you. So back and forth. Momentum swaying each and every way. And this is just for a spot in the grand finals up against Clutch Rayn, who are being ready and waiting. Will be watching with their beady little eyes to see which way this one's going to go and to see what, you know, their teams are playing like, to be honest with you, how they are faring in certain maps, because Clutch Rayn might look at Den Hardpoint now and go, I don't know if I fancy that one. But to be honest, they're a really good Den Hardpoint team, so who knows, but still, they will be feeling confident, whoever comes through. But whoever comes through is going to be decided by a Scar, Search and Destroy here in map number 5. Which should be an absolute cracker when we get to it, Bryce. Would you have had this any other way? I thought this was either going to be one of those... I mean, we've seen these teams go up against each other twice. Rock Esports have walked away with the win both times, but via very different routes. It was a 3-0, as you can see, in winners round 2. Rock Esports here in the playoff bracket, and through the group stages, they had to do it via this map, via around 11 for a 3-2 scoreline to get it done against P7 that time around. Is that going to be the case here again, or are P7 going to get revenge, Bryce?
Well, only time will tell us. Who will know? Who will find out? I am just hoping we don't have something crazy like we've had before in that last S&D, because Kicks managed to get all 4 players without taking a bullet in return in what? Probably 35 seconds is insane. And that's something that just shouldn't have happened, but it did, and it's put us in this scenario where we get a map 5. So all's well that ends well.
We do have that map 5 incoming, but it's going to be on the other side of this break. Elimination round final, elimination final, Pricey. We have rattled through this one. I'm not even sure how we've got here, but we are here for EMEA Challengers Elite, and we are going to be going for a very quick break. Map number 5 on the other side of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We believe our stupendous Map 5 is now upon us. These two teams have battled so far throughout the series. Rock Esports and Project 7. Bit of a roller coaster for these two teams. Dominant performance on different maps. But really, this is the decider. Rock Esports have beaten Project 7 twice so far in the Elite Series. And they've now taken them to a Map 5 again. Can they do it for a third time?
Well, last time out, as mentioned, it was a 6-5 victory for Rock Esports. And this will be a nervy affair because of that. Both these two teams know each other very, very well. So he's caught a little bit, and Rixeld's read that so well. He was fantastic in map number 4. And kicks off map number 5 with a bang. A wall bang, specifically.
Well, you can see, Lucifer's just trying to get his own positioning for it. Rocky Sports looking to try and get that bomb down. That bomb will be going down here. I don't think they're in a position to stop it. Massive advantage here for Rock.
And those shots on F-Dot is going to give them a little bit of space to start to fill if you're Rock Esports. He's going to be forced away. Domex has got the cross here. Yeah, he's timed that so perfectly. The snapper onto Denza. F-Dot's going to answer back, though. 3 versus 2 in favor of Rock with the bomb down. They've got to fancy them for this one, especially with F-Dot not winning that one. And now Denza left in a 1v2.
He's going to wait to see if somebody pushes. Can he find a kill? Finds one! Oh, most slides. And if he had gone for a full slide there and got it, he may have found it. Smoke throws confusion into the mix, Ton.
It's just the opening blood from Rixel. Just gives them that opportunity. They'll move through Motel, back, F-Dot down. Round number 1, no snipers into play that time out. But that's going to be influential as well, especially the players who are playing in over towards Top Church. Other players who are going to be shuffling along the walkways in Motel. Just looking for those picks up against each other. Will be influential for this one. So keep an eye on F-Dot, keep an eye on Domex. We'll be looking for the scopes as many times as we possibly can. Ordnance on the way over through the middle of the map, and an aggressive push here from Rock Esports. Extremely aggressive and punished. Dom just sprints down mid-map all the way through shop. Gets cut down immediately, but has he opened the door here for Kicks, potentially. But Kicks now could be in trouble after not landing on the first. How is Denza being wiped out like that? He got melted. Kicks will back down, and somehow it's a 3v3.
Kicks might find something here. This is a perfect position for him. Nobody up top. Just doesn't know, but this is the position he should get a kill. This is also a guaranteed kill. Bomb will go down. Domex will grab him. Trades will come in, surely. Oh, he still hasn't managed to find a kill here. Now, here we go. Finds it. Easy onto F-Dot. Goes down for the second, and patience pays. And Mythics finds himself in a 1 versus 2.
Going to be so difficult from this position. Trying to defend it. Good gunny onto the first, and obviously you're going to offer him that 1v1. Domex will find another. 3 in a row from him. Had to find that kill and does. And Project 7 will now find themselves 2-0 down in the blink of an eye. It's all about Domex in that move, though. But that's one you have to be careful for. Nobody up top for Project 7, and they get punished for that.
I mean, we knew he was going to get 1. The fact he managed to get 2 out of it. Huge there for Rock Esports. I thought Mythics might have had it, and I was just wondering whether his centering was ever so slightly off or whether that stun just threw it off, because I believe he got hit by a tactical. But for Rock Esports, the strategy works, and now it looks like they might be trying to push A pressure again. We'll be seeing some snipers very shortly as well. There we go.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. F-Dot. Trying to get some eyes on Rixel, but just crawl his happy little self forward. And now he should be safe as houses to now advance forward. Now this is going to give them an opportunity. The stun has come through though. So they'll have a decent idea there's somebody over towards that side, but how deep is he? They really don't know. And that has absolutely opened up some doors over towards A. And I wonder if Rock are just going to be patient here. They might wait for somebody just to have a peek. Well, they're not going to in the middle of the map. They're going to be impatient there. Oh, F-Dot doesn't land the shot, and he has 3 HP in a dream. Now Rixel can start to engage through Avatar to the backhand side, and he will find a kill. And Rock Esports look like they're running away with this one, but it's now a 2 versus 2. Have bomb site control, but not a great deal of time here, Bryce.
Time runs immemorial, and they're going to rotate this to B. I mean, Den's now going to call this out, surely. Like, there's nobody here. F-Dot's watching the window. There's one. And he's like, I've got a plan. Oh, well, that's a wonderful example of sniping. The old snap-on.
Yeah, the second's a good little swipe to the right, isn't it? Right in the chest. And F-Dot will find it. And he had to. Teammate was on the way around, but they nearly got caught off guard with the wrapper over towards B, but Rock Esports don't get away with that one. Honestly, with the positioning from Rixold, when he gets that far advanced up in Motel, F-Dot gets back down, doesn't really find a great deal with a sniper on the first time of asking. You think Rock Esports are in a good position to go 3-0 up. F-Dot, you have to be careful here. Stuns have come out, so they've lost a little bit of field control. They'll kind of be wedged over towards A, if anything, because of that. But realistically speaking, we go over towards A 95% of the time anyway.
Yeah, a bit of patience, and Lucifer's like, nobody's sneaking through this time. But we know nobody's there yet, and Project 7 are now weighing up their options, and... Oh, wow, Mythics just gets a freebie.
That's one of those moments where you have to be wondering, right, how on earth has he found himself in that position, and how on earth am I dead? And nobody's even put bullets into him, and yeah, Dom's just kind of going to run like a headless chicken over towards top motel, and yeah, F-Dot's going to have another. There's another 2 kills with the sniper in the back pocket of F-Dot. Incredible work from P7 to bring this one back, and he's been the catalyst.
Well, this sniper is doing so well, and that one opened up. Mythic's got the free pick onto Rixel, and then this sniper has proved maybe not critical, but certainly a force on the map they're going for. I mean, even with the slide, he was still very, very confident to go straight back for it. It's something Rock will now have to adapt to.
I just wonder that for Dom, like, it's such a risky move to move over towards top hotel, and I wonder if Dom X just give it up for a second, said you were clear. Yeah, F-Dot Descent put this sniper away at this stage, right? I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic with it so far. Full streak for him. I'm looking to find a couple more. They may well be on their way over towards a motel where he's had a lot of luck so far. The only player who's really got away from him is when Rixold crawled his way through just over to get towards stairs, and well, nobody's quite that far advanced just yet. Rock Esports trying to figure out what's maybe happened in the last 2 rounds and how it's all of a sudden 2-2.
Here we go again. How do they get past this? I mean, very, very carefully would be the first answer. Rixel. Almost grabs him as well. F-Dot has to back down. And they are just keeping him suppressed.
Yeah, that's what you got to do with snipers. You've got to put those bullets down just preemptively and hope that he isn't aiming your way. 1-for-1 trade. Once again, F-Dot back down, but that's going to allow Rock Esports to move. Is anybody else from Project 7 going to be able to do something to stop this? Not quite. Nade over is not bad, though. Oh, just a little long. Rixel will get taken down, and there's some aggression over towards top church. F-Dot in a lot of trouble as well. The bomb is down 2v2.
And having to backpedal here, this is the disadvantage of the sniper. Finds himself another gun. Does he see a player mid? He does, but he is going to go down that time. F-Dot soaks 1,000 bullets, but not that one, and that's a gunfight he really hoped to win, but Rock, they adapt, and they have overcome. They played around that sniper and F-Dot, and it works.
They do just enough. It was Rixel who was constantly pouring M15 into F-Dot. I mean, just... It's one of those moments where you just have to gamble, right? You have to check up top. You have to spray those bullets in as quickly as you can. And just hope he doesn't hit the shot, and he didn't. Project 7 now backs against the wall again. Sniper of F-Dot not able to get them that round.
Well, let's see. Passive here from Project 7 this time around. Aggressive from Rock. Lucifer will catch the first, though. Gets away with his life. Advantage. And now they have the bodies. They can start thinking about playing this again. F-Dot investing in the sniper for the second time.
So we'll not see it again. He loses it this time. Oh, Kicks is just positioned so well. Finds one. But that's it. It's actually not bad trades at all for P7. And if anything, yep, they've given themselves the advantage, and it's a 1v3 now for Rixeld. You would have really fancy Collar to find a couple there. Kicks gets shut down. Rixeld's position well known. Are we going to challenge them one by one? No, we're not. We're going to challenge together. Project 7 will tie things up 3-3.
Well, well, well.
Well.
If this isn't the same story again, Ton. These two teams going beat for beat on an S&D.
It's a map that Rock have not lost all season long. P7 with one loss, and that was around 11 to Rock. Looking to avenge that one at the most important time here in this elimination final. It's still anyone's game here at 3-3. P7, I think F-Dot got away with that snipe. I'm not too sure if he did die during that round. I can't actually remember, but either way, if he doesn't have it out, it answers the question. Mike's now trying to make this move forward. Looks a little bit more aggressive. F-Dot over towards top church. Looks to me like he's got an AR out at least anyway, so... Didn't quite catch if he did die, but he must have done, and now Rixeld's made his move. Look at this aggression. This is a massive fight. F-Dot, oh, you were just the other side of each other. Peekaboo! F-Dot just sees the shoulder of Rixeld. The camera works in his favour. Mythics will find one back, but also take down F-Dot, so a 2v2.
All kicks off. Everybody just trying to get in position up the top here as they crawl into doom, essentially. Nobody really has positioning. 37 seconds under the clock here. Rock Esports will need to move forward. Project 7 actually going for the wrap here. They'll check V. Is this going to be a wild call? Do we see a full wrap? It is. That's exactly what they're going for. They're hoping for surprise.
I'm not sure if Dominic's seen him through the middle of the map. He was in shot, but I don't know if he had the angle. The more that time ticks down, though, the more that this suits Project 7. There's a push happening through the middle of the map as well. It's a freebie. Yeah, Mythics will find one. The second will fall. And Project 7 find themselves in the lead now, Bryce. 4-3 up.
I love that call. It's just something you don't expect. All the players back off. Even when they had... I mean, Project 7 had pretty good positioning. Like, they could have contested the site. Instead that they just completely wrap. Go all the way around. And Rock are like, I don't know where they've gone. We've got no information. They bet on themselves and won. Project 7 up now in this S&D.
What's the play? Mythics is 10-4. Rock don't necessarily have any shining lights. F-Dot mustn't have died with it in hand, so he gets to go again. A lot of aggression over towards this A side. Denzer now finding the push-up. Very, very passive once more. Rock not with an advanced position through mid. They're quite happy to just sit with their backs up against the wall and wait for this pressure to come through.
There we go. Sneaky play up top. F-Top with the sniper.
No, he's not involved yet. Tell you what, Denzer would have had him weak. Now he can make that move forward. Yep. Sniffs out the gap. And this bomb will go down. Massive moment. Rock need to find this comeback.
Backing off a little bit here. Keeping on that flank as well. Kicks is going round the houses. He's already up top. Denzer's already backpedaling. They know somebody's going to be here. There we go. Kicks gets Mythics up top. This is a really passive run back here from Project 7. They're baiting the trap. There's one. Denzer finds it. Huge. And there's a second. And they have done really well there. Project 7 kept giving ground and ground and ground until Rock Esports just couldn't find them, Ton.
Just keep backing it up. Kicks put himself in a good position, but F-Dot was so deep, everybody else just kind of started to head back that way. I think they've seen one over through towards the middle of the map. They didn't see Kicks until a later point. And then they come through. They catch them off guard. Everybody backs up. And now it's a 5-3 lead for Project 7 Esports. They need one more round to send themselves to the grand final.
All right. Let's see. How do they play this at the moment? Rock Esports. They send Kicks out. Kicks in a little bit of trouble. He's only taking a bit of a love tap. Another love tap, but does get out of there alive.
They would have said now there's 2 players over towards this B side. It might be a little bit more open than we anticipated.
Rock Esports look like they're ready to play around F dot again.
Oh, look at this stack. Go together. Oh, they might have died together, but Lucifer finds the shot. First blood, Project 7.
Dom X is devastated. That felt like a freebie. They're worried. Dom does not want to get out there. He's expecting somebody on Overwatch. There he is, F dot. Dodges another nade. Dodges another nade.
What's the plan? You run
Honestly,
out of time and nobody's making the move for Rock Esports. They need to do something.
yeah, they're going to Hail Mary it. They're going for it. They've got it, really. I'm going down. Fights kicking off as well here. Mythics finds Dom on it as well. They're losing time, and Denzel will get one more. Rixel left alone. Down he falls. Project 7. That is a 6-3 in the final S&D, and they take them out of this series. They're going to the grand final.
And they get their revenge. F dot closes it. With the recon in hand, an 8-3 scoreline, an impressive performance to say the least. And Project 7 will advance through to the grand finals. A sensational performance in the Search and Destroy. And Rock fall in 3rd place after sending themselves to that winners final. What a series between these two. But ultimately, it's Project 7 who get it over the line, showing their experience, showing their mettle, showing their pedigree. A 6-3 victory in map number 5, and that one will feel extremely sweet.
Well, well, well. Rock Esports, back-to-back losses here in the bracket of Elite. Means they go out in 3rd place. Project 7 are headed to a grand final. Hey, you never beat me 3 times in a row, is what they're saying. And they won the one where it was most important, ton.
I've seen their names popping up in the in the lobby on the right-hand side with the game chat, and I'm sure they were saying, yes, good game, guys. I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much for the win. Or something to that effect. That'll feel really nice, especially after losing to Rock twice over the season. But to do it when it really matters is what feels the sweetest here for P7. Left out again just with a sniper. They couldn't really compete with him. And you think about to that moment in that final round where Domex didn't quite have the... Well, he did have the opportunity to pull the trigger and didn't quite land the shot. If he maybe lands one of those shots, maybe all of a sudden we are talking about round number 10 that we're currently in and casting. But he doesn't land the shot.
Wait.
Oh, I think the gun kick actually might have just sent him off as the bullet comes out. I'm not 100% sure. But he wasn't far away. 6-3 would be the scoreline for P7. A 3-2 victory. That'll send them to the grand final, but in every single map they won comfortably.
They really did. They really did. The only small blemish on that will probably be that second S&D and that ace. But, hey, that's just something that's confined to history now. It doesn't matter in the long run. It's all good. You got the win. And that leads us to one inevitable conclusion. Rayn and Project 7 will face down for the EMEA Playoffs Elite Stage 1 Championship. Who wins? Who knows?
Honestly, it's a really, really hard one to call. Both these two teams, I think, you know, like, when we talked at the top of the season, we kind of had our top 3 in the sense that was this top 3. But at the start of the season, we were really talking about P7 and Rayn. They were our 2 best teams in the region. That's how we were feeling. Rock put themselves in that conversation. They're no longer in it. We have our grand final between the best 2 teams in the region.
They certainly do. Well, the grand finals is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite EMEA. It is time for our grand final. All these teams have battled their way here, but only 2 remain and only 1 can win. Ton, it's been a long, drawn-out affair for some of these, but going into this grand final, Clutch Rayn yet to take a loss.
Yeah, and they look like the favourites and should be the favourites heading into this grand final. They went the shortest route to get here, beating Hibernations, Signs, and then Rock Esports in what was a cracking winners final last night. Project 7, well, have went the long way around, haven't they? Losing out to Rock Esports after beating Dark Horse in what was a reverse sweep, by the way, then getting 3-0'd by Rock, down into the elimination round 2, beating Hibernations, beating Signs, and then getting their revenge on Rock Esports to set up a wonderful, juicy little date up against Clutch Rayn in the grand final. This should be an absolute banger, and it's a game of Call of Duty that is worth $10,000 to these teams, so it's an important one, and it's a really big one here in EMEA.
It certainly is, and they'll find out just how it goes. But as you can see, Rocky Sports joining them in 3rd there. It's maybe a little surprising considering just how well they had been playing, but still, top 3's very, very good, so it's not too bad for them. But these 2 teams, Ton, I'm wondering, now that we get to see these rock and roll and go forward, Clutch Rayn have been the favourites for some time now, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy and Melco. But do they have enough to get one more win and solidify their reign over Elite Challengers?
Well, you would think they do. They have looked like the ever-present, haven't they? Well, again, I kind of always recall back to it how terrible their hardpoint looked in their very first showing in what was our very first game casting here in EMEA Challengers this season. And then they've just went strength to strength, even with that little bit of a shaky start, undefeated in groups. They then come into the bracket play, and they have looked absolutely fantastic. Shoved all the way, of course, by Rock, but realistically, you know, Clutch Rayn have been fantastic. They've been consistent across every single mode. Looking through some of their map records as far as this grand finals going, there's a lot of high numbers and then zeros next to it. They are so good. They're so well-rounded. They have absolutely everything in their power to win this grand final, and they very much have the players behind them. Right, I mean, look, you look at some of these players realistically on this roster, Brycey. Some of them have been at the top of their game in the CDL, and Linz is one of those players. You drop him into challenges in this region and look at the statistics. MVP candidate, no doubt. KD first, Slayer rating 2nd, non-traded kill percentage 1st, respawn KD 1st, TES rating. I don't know why Matt comes with all these these sayings, but that is the percent of German gaming stat kills or assists, 65%, sitting at 1st in that one as well. The guy is a Slayer, that's what it tells you.
Well, we'll see. Has he got enough to put this series on his back? That's going to be the big question here, because Project 7, certainly no slouches either. Denza, F. Harry and Mythics, one of the teams we said coming into this we expect to see in the grand final, and now that has been realised.
Yeah, and they come via a very, very long way. It's a big losers bracket run, realistically, for P7, and the one that they've done so well in getting their revenge up against P7 will give against Rock, I should say, should give them so much belief. But heading into this one, CR are a different beast. We're going to run through the maps very shortly, where we're going to delve into what we think is going to happen. But for both these 2 teams, and for P7 especially, their backs will be up against the wall. This is going to be very, very difficult if they want to try and find this win in a best of 7 up against Clutch Rayn, who again are so well rounded. But so are Project 7. Look, I mean, every single mode they have the potential to find a win on. It's going to come down to who's playing best on the day, who has everything in their locker to get this one done. But let's have a look through it, because right now it's setting up very, very nicely. We've got a Den 3 times, Scar twice, Colossus and Exposure in the middle and at the end. It's a hard one to really deduce, to be honest with you, Bryce. I think the only thing I would say is that P7 are opening up on a map that they just got absolutely smoked on Den Hardpoint. But it's not a map that Clutch Rayn aren't without a loss on. They're sitting at 2-1 currently on Den Hardpoint. As the rest of the series goes on, we'll delve a little deeper, but I do like this set here specifically for Clutch Rayn. There is, 1, 2, 3, 4 different maps in this best out of 7 they have yet to taste a loss on over a competitive season here in Challengers Elite. So they'll be feeling entirely confident heading into this grand final.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that confidence pays out. Of course, you got to say, realistically, Project 7 maybe the hotter team coming into this, having just played and had what can only be described as the best warm-up possible. All 5 maps at full speed against the opposition of Rock Esports. But Clutch Rayn, still being undefeated, must just give them a massive confidence boost coming through here. They haven't lost a series so far in Elite Challengers, although their last series was close.
Very close. At the same time, though, like both these two teams have went very, very close up against Rock Esports. As far as opposition is when they went up against each other, they haven't actually played each other since the Cups at the beginning of the season. Through 1, 2, and 3, they played up against each other 5 times. But bearing in mind, this was all the way back in December. Yes, okay, it was only 22 days ago or so. But when they did play up against each other, they didn't have that experience up in Elite. They didn't have that experience of playing on the very highest level in the EMEA region. It was very, very early doors. But to just lay the land on that one, over the 3 Cups, they played each other 5 times, and 4-1 is the record in Clutch Rayn's favour. So they'll be feeling confident just based off that. They wouldn't have played up against each other for a little while. They would have probably scrimmed up against each other, considering that they were opposite sides of the bracket, opposite sides of the groups, weren't really destined to play each other until the winners' final. So I'd imagine maybe back end or the start of last week, they might have played up against each other in scrims, and they might have choked it up after that. So it's going to be interesting because we don't really have the evidence of them going up against each other recently to rely on here. So we just have to let the Call of Duty play out and call it how we see it. It's a really difficult one to predict. I think if you were to lay it anywhere, it will probably be Clutch Rayn, but it's a hard one to call, Pricey. Really hard one to call.
It definitely is difficult for these two teams, but we'll see. I mean, there is just a lot of talent on display from both of them, and I think the best thing to say here is, because we haven't seen them play in the Elite so far, that we're still expecting this game to be relatively close. It's just two very talented teams, and if anything, we've been so focused on Rock Esports versus Clutch Rayn that maybe we overlooked this final a little bit.
Potentially. I really did think it was going to be Rock today. Just based on how they went up against each other previously. P7 have not looked themselves up against Rock Esports. They seem to have had their number, but P7 gets it done when it really, really matters. In an elimination game, to send you to that grand finals, no more important time to do it. Maybe other than the grand finals if you went up against each other, but that wasn't possible. So they get it done. They get their revenge when they need to. And they would have had that confidence within themselves, absolutely. You look at the players on this roster, there's no way they wouldn't have. So for them coming into this one, it will be expected from them. They know what they have to do up against Clutch Rayn. As mentioned, they played up against each other 5 times in those cups. They know the players on these rosters. For all that they haven't played up against each other so much recently, they've played against each other multiple different times over multiple different titles. So they will have a read on how to play up against each other in specific ways. Who's going to be kind of making the moves? Is Cobra on a flank? Is Linz in the hard point killing everybody? Yes, okay, that happens multiple different occasions. For me, it's going to kind of come down to some of these maps. I think Hardpoint and Colossus, we are going to go there. I was about to say, if P7 can get us there, that's map number 4, so we're absolutely going there. That's an awesome map for P7. They can't be 3-0 down going into it, absolutely. But Colossus Hardpoint, I would really like to lean towards them on that one. It's not one that Clutch Rayn have played all season long as far as I'm concerned. But then I look towards some of the other maps, specifically what S&D on Den, perfect so far for both two teams. That's going to be interesting. Overload and Scar, Clutch Rayn have not lost that at all, whereas P7 are sitting at 5-3. There's so many different ways that this one does turn that it's really, really difficult to decide which way it's going to go. If I was to call it anyway, I would say, you know what it is, you haven't asked me for a score prediction, but I'm going to give you one anyway, because I know we're filling some time here.
Go on.
I would lean towards a 4-2 victory for Clutch Rayn. I think they're closing out on the Den Overload. They are 4-0 on that map currently, and it's not typically one that has played a great deal by the side of P7. In fact, they haven't actually played it at all over the entirety of the season, and Clutch Rayn are sitting there 4-0. So P7 will be feeling a little bit worried about that one. They need to have a lead going into that one to force it to the map number 5, which they really do. Like, they play it plenty. Look, there's so many permutations. There's so many stats we can delve into. Ultimately, it is grand final. It is who plays their best Call of Duty on the day. P7 have already played some fantastic Call of Duty today. Clutch Rayn are going to have to match them.
Well, let's see. This is what it comes down to. The Elite has been fought over weeks. But just this game, just this one last best of 7 to solidify yourselves as the winners of the Elite Stage 1 in EMEA. Clutch Rayn and Project 7 will be our teams. Impressive record so far, but the most impressive record will always be first and not second. And speaking of first, here's P1.
Into it we go, and I think if you're P7, you just kind of have to, well, forget about what happened when you did go up against Rock on this map specifically, because you got absolutely bodied across the map. But Train will be feeling confident in this one. But for them, I suppose map number 1 is important. If Project 7 can come out and have their way and feel confident and feel nice and warm and loosened up, then yeah, okay, they've got a really good opportunity. If Clutch Rain can batter them back immediately, sets the tone for the rest of the series and for Clutch Rain to potentially run away with it.
Well, let's see. I mean, theoretically, coming into this one, Clutch Rain are the favourites. But both teams are stacked with talent. Both teams have the teamwork and the talent to push it through. At the moment, P1, all good for Clutch Rain. P2 for Project 7, at least off the initial.
Mythics and Co. Trying to just establish some sort of control over towards P2. May well be able to do that, but look at the pressure coming in from Clutch Rain almost immediately. A couple of kills going to come through from F. Though, and that's a good moment to find a few. Can now force them away, and Denza will be here to just try and wrap things up. Spawn over towards the backside, though. That's going to catch them off guard. Can F. find anything on the transition? Yes, he can get one. Does he get the second here as well? But he at least can keep him at bay. The rest of his team, unfortunately, pinned up. Now falling inside of the point. Clutch Rain will get control. 35 seconds to go, though. The pinch is here, and it should be a retake by Project 7, and it is.
Still a flurry back and forth. Mythics still hot off that last game. Just a difficult player to deal with, and basically everybody has learnt that in Elite for the last few years.
Trying to get something going here as the transition over towards P3 is starting to come to fruition, and Clutch Rain have spawned very far away. Melko could have done with finding something, finds not. The only thing they really have here is a potential movement from Linz, but he's going to be pinched in a second as well. If he can not find anything, should be dead to rights in just a second. He's managed to find a way through, though. Can he find a great deal? Needs the rest of his team here. Not going to happen. Giant Project 7 are going to get this transition nice and easy. Oh, aren't they?
Well, this is trying to do a little bit more work, and well, already takes down one. Can they take any more? This is back and forth between the two teams once again. Everybody piling in. Mythics flying for it one more time. I know it says Lucifer in a kill feed, but it's not. It's Mythics. The madness. The 15-5. A 4 streak now for him. As they push the tempo again. 6? Not 6. Not 6. Stolen, but still good.
16-5 is a hell of a way to start the first map in a grand final up. And this is the kind of player that he can be. Hasn't necessarily set the world on fire when it's come down to Black Ops 7 just yet. But if he can start stepping it up towards the latter stages of this tournament, all will be forgotten. Not that he's played particularly bad. We just have very high standards when it comes down to Mythics. 16-6 to kick things off. Right now, though, Clutch Rain have found the rotation over towards P4. Sitting relatively comfortable, or they were. I think it was Denza who found a way through. He's now dead to rights, but still the control should be there. Rooftops is the route that you have to find if you are Clutch Rain. They're on their way. Good defense on the front side. I think that's from Cobra. 2 in a row from him. Looking like Clutch Rain should be able to hold on to this. One more flurry from Project 7. Try and find a way through it.
Cobra holding firm with the rest of the team, and well, pistol for his own 5 streak. That's what they need. Match the raw horsepower that Project 7 have been showing so far into this, and it's looking like a pretty good hold. Worrying about numbers now as Cobra is trying to fight in 2 different directions. Doesn't matter. All good. Pistol into the window. Do not reach out that, for goodness sake. He's got no health, but still trying to fire at everything that moves.
This man is Kataga's brother. You do not tell him what to do in Call of Duty. He does what he wants, okay? 7 in a row from Cobra. Oh my god, make it 8. How can he possibly be gunned at this stage? Well, because he's very weak. Eventually you get taken down by F. But that is a hell of a comeback from Clutch Rain. They were really in a precarious position. Mythics was popping off, but then Cobra took his time. Obviously sitting, he must have been like something like 4 and 11. Pops up for the nade spree, says, no problem, just forget about the first rotation, boys, I'm online.
Oh, Brasley just got wall banged. He was hoping for that kill here a little bit as they struggle to get back into P1. Project 7 locking it down for now as Cobra flies out the window with a pistol chow. It's just enough as the rest of the team can get in there to clean up as Lynn's now trying to push out from both sides. This is all about positioning and kills before you get back on that point. And at the moment, Project 7 doing a better job of it.
F. Holding things down over towards the middle of the map, and this has been a great hold from them so far, and it's one that you can really get a decent amount of time on. Honestly, it does feel as if in Black Ops 7, P1s are very attainable if you want to get some good time. Even in Colossus, you can get some great time over towards that. We'll be seeing in a map number 4 in this grand final. Denza now moving forward. Project 7 gets some great time over towards P1. I mean, you've got to read this. Surely you've got to read this. You've literally just given up double doors. Denza's walking through and finding 2. And that's left the door wide open now for Project 7.
Well, that's not what you want, and getting into here, it's now a gauntlet you have to run up the stairs, and everybody will be bouncing to the floor to try and get the kills as both teams pile into this. You can see the kill feed is crazy. Pinstripe all the way down. Denza will get another one, though, and he manages to hold them off. Back in the advantage of Project 7. Denza is just slapping magazines in and firing. That player was weak, don't worry about it. But Denza now onto a 4 streak. Continues to push the tempo. Flies back out here, and it's been a great glut of time for Project 7.
And that just has to be almost a miscommunication from Cuttrain to a certain degree, though. Denza's the one who really was the catalyst for that break that comes through. But he walks through double doors straight from P1 and just says, oh, nobody watching lobby? Yeah, cool. Straight in, finds 2. Cuttrain all at sea in that one. And they'll be kicking themselves. They have the setup for it. They give away some decent time over towards P1 to have that setup. And they get absolutely knelt for it, Pricey. Push coming through Dojo here for Project 7. Cuttrain have got a setup again. Can they do a little bit better with it?
And they're waiting. They know the push is coming. Project 7 are taking their time here. And, well, everybody's going to split the kill feed just a little bit here. It comes down to a 1 versus 2. Cobra's already pre-firing. That guy was miles away. Cobra doesn't care. Bullets in abundance. Starts throwing them down as quickly as possible. Checks the mid-map and gets caught for it. But still, both teams are squaring up here onto this hardpoint. This game is still very much in the balance, depending on who can take not only this time, but that rotation upcoming.
Some great time for Cuttrain, though. Puts them right back into contention. Was around a 60-point gap. It's now sitting at around 40. So Project 7 do well, to be honest with you, to keep them at bay, but Cuttrain get as much time as they possibly can. But where they really did have a lot of success in that first rotation was over towards P4, which is now well and truly in the hands of Project 7, but they don't have a Hellstorm missile. It's on its way in. Don't know if it's going to find a great deal other than just keep them at bay. You have to bend it around towards the other side. I believe somebody is going to have fallen to it at least. I think it was Lucifer in the end. But if that then just says, okay, well, it doesn't matter if you've got yourself a Hellstorm. It's Denza inside of the point. The kill feed's baiting me. But either way, Project 7 still in control.
We're having a good time. Mythics is doing this again. This must be his favorite point onto it. Does eventually get shut down. And Project 7, they've managed to just hold onto this lead, continuing to do damage, and well, this is just ridiculous. This hardpoint just gives them so many points over and over again. It's maybe a weakness for Cuttrain. They just cannot get the retake in. They cannot get it moving forward. Mythics, definitely worth his weight in gold.
Having a hell of a game, sitting at 30 and 20, and he's actually slowed down, if anything. Project 7, once again, getting some great time over towards P1, potentially on the cards. The shots coming in from F-top. Cuttrain, you need to find a way through. Can be won by Project 7 here over towards P1. Denza, if you'd found that, would have been massive. 2 more going to be found in the middle of the map as they're just trying to keep them at bay. 40 seconds or so remaining here. Project 7, as mentioned, can win it here.
So far, so good. They've really accelerated on this hardpoint. An F-dot. Well, there's 3 on a P1 fight, and well, that's basically as bad as it can go for everybody else. Denza also contributing. Everybody having a great time on Project 7. I said they were coming off hot. They just took down Rock Esports, and they are now on the cusp of doing this again.
Yeah, you had to chill for that if you're Cuttrain, and well, you momentarily lose a little bit of a spawn to F-dot. But now Project 7 a long way away. Cobra's going to get a bit of a read on this. He should be dead to right, but he should be spawned with his teammates at least. Lins can find one. Where are they going to spawn? No, they are going to spawn out. So that's unfortunate for Cuttrain. You'd have thought they maybe got to hold these back spawns, but now all of a sudden Project 7 are collapsing. Project 7 are breaking. They are 15 seconds and counting away from the win. Never mind.
This is a potential hold, but even if Cuttrain do this, it will still just put them at 180. And even then, the rotations are going to be difficult from this position. They're still holding. Still gaining that time.
If they can keep P7 back here, find this 20 and rotation over towards P3, you're potentially back in the game, but it's only 12 seconds needed by P7. Find the first blood and a potential break on the other side of it. Lins can find one. He's the only one who can. And Project 7 break through with time enough to get this job done. We've got 2 different directions to watch from, but 4 seconds for Clutch Rayn to find a way through. Or is it going to be first blood over towards P7? With that contested time, it may well be enough to send us over towards a P3. And it's going to be Clutch Rayn, the first ones there momentarily. Project 7 did not get that opportunity to win it, but they still only need 2 seconds.
A mistake, a slip, a bad trade. That's all they need. Denzer already finds one, though. Another one comes in. They're losing bodies. Melko has to go huge. He's already pushing out. Player into the point. But again, it's contested. They still fight. They're still alive. A 1 second difference. This is nigh on impossible. You have to basically lose every single gunfight moving forward.
Don't need a Charlotte. You just need to hold this down. So Cobra's going to fall. There's only 2 players who are now holding this down. You need 1 second if you're P7.
Here comes the Chows. Reinforcements are going to be here, but there's a flank. There's a split spawn. This is a nightmare for them. Clutch Rayn may lose this right here, right now. It is done. It will be Project 7 that get that hard point to kick this final off. And there was just a tremor, just a tiny little bit of worry maybe creeping into their minds, but it was just too little too late. Clutch Rayn had a great opportunity to bring that game back, but when you can't afford to give away a second or 2, there's nothing more you can.
No, you have to be perfect at that stage, and it's very, very difficult to do in hardpoint. I think any 4 could potentially find a break and find a second. And the fact that you've got Project 7 trying to do it up against you is another thing that makes it very, very difficult. So there you go. We already have a very, very contentious grand final. I can't see either team really running away with this one, to be honest with you. But it's a 250-203. Relatively comfortable in the end for Project 7. But to be honest, it felt for Clutch Rayn. P1 and P2 were a big problem. You kind of split P3, you kind of split P4. But when it came down to that very first hill and then the transition over towards the rooftops, I mean, it's just... It felt as if they just had gaps in their defense. Not quite at the races in those first couple of rotations. Okay, they found a couple of nice breaks. They had a couple of nice moments. But you can't allow that much time on P1 and P2, and they allowed a lot of it. Project 7 were, well, with a comfortable lead throughout the majority of that game. Only on the back of Wild Cobra, lightening it up over towards P4. That was the only real hill that you say Clutch Rayn dominated on. Other than that, pretty comfortable for Project 7 there, Bryce.
Yeah, I think so. And once they got ahead, they just continued to really put the pressure down. And hey, Clutch Rayn had some really good back-to-back rotations. If they had them, you know, maybe a rotation before, they'd be much happier moving forward into this. But this map was already way towards Clutch Rayn in terms of statistics. Now, Project 7 have taken that away from them. How do you feel about the series, Tom?
I still feel as if a 4-2 is definitely on the cards here for Clutch Rayn. I wasn't really sure about Den when it came down the hard point. Although I probably did have them winning that one, to be honest with you. I thought they'd come out swinging. So is that now sending us to a map number 7? Potentially. You best get another monster down, you pal. We could be here for a while.
We could, but I mean, you know, kind of talk about the rest of them here. Technically, what the S&D is kind of P7 weighted a little bit. They've had the more wins on it.
Yeah.
Overload, you kind of split that one. But I mean, Hardpoint Colossus is not great for Clutch Rayn. They just haven't had a chance to play it here. It's been vetoed against them. So maybe they're magic at it and we just haven't seen them play.
Potentially, I was kind of leaning towards the Den Search and Destroying Colossus hardpoint for what Project 7 we're going to find out of the first 4. I thought they'd be pretty even, but I think Scar Search and Destroy and Den Overload, I'm maybe leaning in the direction of Clutch Rayn. It's really hard to say. Look, there's not much splitting them. As mentioned, it has been mostly Clutch Rayn who have found the victories up against Project 7 over this season. But that was quite some time ago. When I talk about the season, there was Cups 1, 2, and 3, right? It wasn't necessarily the highest end of competition that we're in now here in Challengers Elite. It is these cups that, well, once you're in the final, that's kind of what you need to do. These cups are there for confidence, for building up points to help you get to these Challengers Elite. And now that they're here, you kind of forget about them to a certain degree. It's difficult. Look, I think as well, something we did kind of say in the sense that it's always the same in grand finals when that team has come from the losers final and now into this game. They are going to have a little momentum into that map number 1, and P7 certainly had that.
They certainly are. Well, map 2 coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action on Call of Duty. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EMEA Grand Finals here in Challengers Elite. Project 7 and Clutch Rayn will now throw down on the S&D. Project 7, having a great time on the hard point, have come in hot and keep on going.
Fantastic start for them here in this Grand Final. And they'll be feeling confident heading into this Search and Destroy. As mentioned, for P7, this is a map they've had a lot of success on. So they'll be wanting to continue that success as the Train looking to try and upset that. Clutch Rayn, though, haven't lost this map all season long. Neither have P7, but P7 playing it 3 times will be feeling that experience. Hopefully, get them into a 2-0 lead here in this Grand Final. A little bit of a slow start here as both 2 teams starting to posture. Big setup here for Project 7 over towards this B side. Happy to take that onus, and the bin map's going to be something that's going to be constantly battled over. It's now going to have to be B. Denza spots a little bit of activity. He's going to have to back on up. Give that ground up to Clutch Rayn, who have B well and truly in their sights. And Denza...
Clayster! He's off the map! That's not what you want. That's not what you want. 2v2.
Malco will find the trade. Yeah, Mythix is there to find 2. Malco finds another as well. Makes it a 2v1. And Clutch Rayn will find round number 1. Denza maybe in a little bit of trouble there. It happens more often than not, that, you know. There's plenty of players falling out towards that side. Poor Clay. Just can't get away with anything.
I'm never letting that close to meme die, ever. It's the best.
Yeet.
Oh, it's just always really gutting as a player as well. You're like, I have made a fundamental mistake here. What's not a mistake, though, is keeping this on F dot. That sniper proved so pivotal in their last S&D. He's broken it out here, looking for the pick, and... Oh, Malco's better!
This is far too easy. Far too easy, and Denza now left in a 1 versus 3. Incredible shots coming in from Malco, 4 in a row from him. And now Denza left in a 1 versus 3. Just impossible. Like, how does he manage to pull anything out of the hat here? Clutch Rayn just going to stick together, but falls apart there for Project 7 in round number 2.
What do they do now? I mean, Denza wants this bomb down idealistically, but no idea where they are. But they are doing the right thing here, Clutch Rayn. They are together. The trade will be near impossible for him.
I mean, he's going to have to just try and play a corner and hopefully catch 2 of them off guard, but a trigger discipline, not going to be possible now, though. And they've seen it. Malco will want to survive with this. That's why he's sitting well back. Denza can't even find the first. So Malco finds the 4 and get the defuse alongside of it. Brezzy with 2 as well. And Clutch Rayn find themselves 2-0 up in the blink of an eye.
That's all good. I mean, that round started off so well for them. Saw F dot, and I thought he had it, but Malco just magic with the sniper. And Clutch Rayn stomping their dominance already in the first 2 rounds.
Smashing work. Trying to get themselves back into this series nice and quickly. 4-0 start from Malco as well. Some way to get it done. Gonna say they're gonna give the bomb over to him to potentially get something going. Not quite. Linz will pick it up. Both 2 teams don't really want to like rush into the middle of the map. You see, that's a tactic from a lot of squads that they like to really have the dominating hold over towards mid-map and then dictate if they want to make the push through blue and then go over towards A, or they want to ramp back over the jump up over towards B. But they're both a little bit wary of each other, and what potentially could be on the cards. You've got F dot or Malco on a heady, potentially with a sniper. You want potentially, yeah, well, nothing to do with the middle of the map. Mythix now backing on. This is a hell of a firefight here. They're not going to be expecting a couple of players over towards the side. How has Lucifer found 2 there? Cobra left now in a 1 versus 4.
Oh, Cobra's going to go down. Too many against him here in those final moments. And Project 7, well, they finally get a round up onto the board. And it was quite a bold play. I mean, Mythix was playing very wide on that angle. See, backed up by Lucifer as well. And so Lucifer slid in and got 2. And I would love to have seen that from his point of view, because they must have lined up for him.
Good bounce back round for Project 7. You lose that one, 3-0 down. Feels a long way back. Long way back. F. yet to get things up and running, as mentioned, has been statistically the strongest S&T player in the entirety of this region. Let's see what it can do here. Razor in hand, getting aggressive through the rooftops, but there are a lot of people here. Resi, ready and waiting. We'll find the first. Snaps on F. That's still him without a kill. And we're 4 rounds deep. Another player will fall. Project 7 needed 2v4.
Oh, Lucifer. If he drilled it, it would have made this much more palatable. Does he check his corners? No, back he goes. Still waiting. Den's on the other side of the map. The issue is also going to be that that bomb is in no man's land.
Yeah, that is their bigger problem here. Nobody watching the flank right now, though, so it is more open for Denza then. Maybe considering it. Having a little look here. Cobra might have a sight onto him. Yeah, he has done. Snapped over towards him. There's a big gunfight going over towards that side. Lucifer has grabbed the bomb. Denza in a world of trouble in clutch Rayn. Very, very comfortable round of search and destroy. Honestly, most rounds have been pretty one-sided, right? That hasn't necessarily come down to any 1v1s or anything of the like. It's been convincing every single time. First Bloods seem to be making a massive difference with these two teams so far. Be interested to see where they are lying. I wish we could see halfway through. I could just have counted them like Brycey, but here we are. It's not like it's my job.
Well, your job you might be failing at. Malco is doing a great job here, and I see him with a sniper in his hand again, so I suspect we're going to see an early chow from him.
Peekaboo. Gets him! F. just cannot get things going here, and that's a real detriment to Project 7 Esports. And I want to say they massively rely on him, but he's usually good for a nice performance in a search and destroy, and right now, he ain't even interested. Lucifer going to push up through the middle of the map, though. Has one, doesn't find the second. Lynn's found Denza, now Mythic's left in a 1 versus 3. Another dominant round. First blood goes Cut Train's way. That's a minimum of 3 that's went their way. Mythic's going to get aggressive on the flank here, but just so difficult to find a 1v3 in this scenario.
Over timing, doesn't even shoot.
Take your time. To find the first and maybe catch the bomb carrier off guard. Not going to happen. Cut Train. Get another. And this is a walk in the park right now. 4-1.
Melko, the factor in a couple of these rounds, will end that one as well. The sniping is certainly going to have to be something suggested to, because they just haven't found a way to beat him to it. They did try, but have so far failed. Here comes the defense again. They will try to work out where Melko will be. F. has his sniper out again. Is he going to go for the chow? They're going for B. This is a massive B hit straight away. Both teams are sending bodies in.
Well, here we go. If it hasn't been working for Project 7 with the slow, methodical way, maybe we just send it over towards B. F. with the sniper out, trying to get himself off this donut. This Lucifer will find 1. Lucifer will find 2. F. may well not be needed, as Mythics will find another Brezzy. Melko now left in a 1v3.
He's looking for something, but they know he's here. That bomb is now down. He will have to walk into what may be one of the worst scenarios you could be in. There are 3 players waiting. The 2 side players split off, hoping to catch him. Melko will try his luck one more time, but they have vision. They know where he is. The player's even going to flank now.
Yeah, flank incoming. Melko, who's taking his time on a 4 spree. Want to see if he can find a pick or 2, and then, well, even if he can't win the round, he'd like to keep the streak going. Denza will deny it. On his way around in the flank, knows that Melko's just going to take his time. And the Razor, well, for the very last time, actually, in this series, so that we'll get to see it at least, doing its job there. Curious thing, that recent GA, wasn't it? Get rid of one good SMG, yeah, bring in a worse one.
Look, I think most of the guns in this game are very good, so it's a bit granular when you start running it back. But
bringing back the first version of Auto is more than I say.
Oh, Lynn's with a little bit of information. And gets out of mid-map clean. The team's definitely waiting for some aggression here. You can see them Everybody just holding it. F-Dot with a sniper, but this time it does not hit.
Trying to get something going here. Seems to be an A hit, though. They've seen the sniper over towards B, and they think, no. Nothing to do with that. That was my French impression, boy. See, Lucifer is here, though. And A is under lock and key from Rayn. He's going to be back down. And A now probably doesn't do a great deal yet. Trophy's down. Bomb going down. 4v4 retake needed from Project 7 here.
They're waiting. They're stacking. Nade's going out. Lynn's waiting for what is going to be the inevitable push.
Weird angle.
Here we go. It's like a four-man challenge. Well, it's traded. Melko tries to get one back as well. Everybody firing on all cylinders here. F-Dot left him now in a 1 versus 2 with a sniper. Nobody surely is going to give him time of day. He finds a rifle. Now goes for it as well. Finds the first 15 seconds of the dream. Does he go straight for the defuse? You know where the player is going to be. That player is shouldered. That player has won the round because they are now too far away. And while he'll get the kill, he will be disappointed he couldn't get more.
Yeah, for all F-Dot hadn't really turned up. That's 4 in a row from him. And the ace alongside of it. But for nothing. That's got to be an empty feeling after you really couldn't do much. You got the sniper out. You find yourself the ace. The round goes the other way anyway. Tough one. A 5-2 lead now for Rayn, who have been fantastic so far in this search and destroy. Looking to even this one up pretty quickly, but I see we're not far away from it.
Well, let's find out. F-Dot with the sniper again. For last round, he will need to maybe try and do the same feat again, but B control fully in Rayn's hands. In fact, the rest of Project 7 are now backpedaling. Is there an A opportunity?
Razzie holding the tight angle. Got to be ready for this potentially. Nade out, back out. Razzie won't know that though. Melko will have some work to do over towards A. Project 7 are taking over the rooftops rather quickly. Melko gonna back down. Nothing going on over towards B. Just gonna stay alive. Need the rest of his team to go for this retake, but Project 7 should have a freebie here. This bomb will go down. Got Trim pretty spread out here, and I imagine one of them is gonna hit the flank at least, and the other 3 will back on down. Razzie will make his way over towards the rooftops. Everybody else over towards the lobby. Maybe try and find a way through. Lucifer will be the first point of contact.
Just sitting as tight as he possibly can. And, well, finds one. This goes down to a 1 versus 2. Cobra. I believe there's a sniper watching as well. And, well, that's about as easy as a sniper you'll get. Calls it perfectly well. And Project 7 do get around back here. This is not over.
And that, I believe, is 6 in a row from F-Dot. Must have heard me. It's having a poor performance, but there's 6 kills in 2 rounds. Curious how close he's going to be. Observers, if you can hear me, check how close he is to a Hellstorm for me, please. Can't be far away. They clearly can't hear me, Brycey. To the next round we go. Big map hit this from Rayn. First time we've really seen a team take control, and Lindsay's got a freebie. Lucifer dead to right. First blood for Rayn.
Well, they've taken that mid-map control. What do they do with it? Project 7 believe this will be a wrap to A. And Project 7 are wrong. This is Rayn now taking B control.
They are indeed. This should be an absolute freebie and a 3v4 retake going to be needed from Project 7. I'm going to presume with everything in me that F-Dot doesn't have the Hellstorm available in the back pocket. Wasn't too sure how involved he got in the bomb plants, but as a sniper, I'd imagine not a great deal. Still 1 or 2 away. But they need to find the round for that to even be effective. F-Dot now pushing him from the dojo, looking to just try and find some picks. Nobody offering anything up though. He had his angle right, and he gets his angle right there as well. Lynn's dealt with 3v3, but Cobra will find Mythics, now 2v3.
Denzer left alone though, and this is going to end. Rayn, they get the S&D, they tie the series up. We have a game on our hand. We're going to see at least 3 more maps now. Well, well, well. We knew it'd be close. Clutch Rayn, really though, taking over and just seeing more dominant. Melko set the tone for them early on and basically continued.
Yeah, when you put yourself in that position, I suppose if you are P7, you fall behind far too early and you really couldn't get anything going. I think what was a 3-0, 3-1 at one stage, and Clutch Rayn just never let that gap close. Melko with a hell of a game. 11-4 from him, but the First Bloods really feel like they were important, and the First Bloods dictated everything. 6-3 in terms of First Bloods, 6-3 in terms of the scoreline. I think there might have been one round a piece where the First Blood didn't find you the round. Other than that, pretty much a 90% hit rate. 6-3 for Clutch Rayn, and a really good performance. Honestly, Melko through the middle of the map with that sniper just created that pressure, and F-Dot really at the start of the game wasn't getting things going. Creates the doubt, makes you change things up. We don't want to get involved in that over towards mid-map. Does that disrupt the plan? Somewhat for Project 7, probably. Makes it difficult. You really want to fight for that mid-map control. You want to get amongst it. But ultimately, they didn't fancy it after the first couple of rounds where Melko was dominating over there, but then after that, Clutch Rayn just did what they needed to do. Played their lives in rounds where they needed. I mean, even moments where F-Dot, he was 0-4, finds an ace from a round that went still over towards Clutch Rayn. Nothing was going in their favour. Project 7 deservedly lose that map, and Clutch Rayn deservedly tie up this grand final.
Well, we'll see how the rest of this one starts to break down here. Obviously, just a really hot start from Project 7 on that hard point as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, Clutch Rayn started to come back into it, so maybe if they hadn't had such a slow start on that one, we could be talking about this very, very differently. But as it stands, all tied up. Scar Overload will be next, then Colossus Hardpoint and Scar Search and Destroy. Do we get to Den Overload and Exposure Search and Destroy, Ton?
We may well. I thought we would at the beginning of this series, and we're kind of where I suppose we were probably going to be. Still has potential to go the distance, this one. We know that both these two teams, to be honest, I can go back and check, and there was a lot of the games they went up against each other that did go to map number 5. Bearing in mind, though, again, I'll kind of reiterate that was in the Cups that were at the beginning of the season. It was a long time ago in the Call of Duty world. It moves very, very quickly. And Scar Overload now will look very different to how it did, well, maybe back then for both these two teams who are now very much into the flow of how this new game mode is working. Did I tell you I was a big fan, Brycey? I don't know if I mentioned it enough.
Only a few times done the Overload, and my favourite thing is now is that when the ranked season hits, we're going to see just how much you still love it if you start having a bad time. So
well, it depends if you're
really going to have to perform on it now when we get into. So I'll be expecting magic.
I've always been an objective player. That's kind of where I'm going to stick with it. I need some Slayers, and I'm not sure if you fit the bill. Sorry.
How very dare you. I bring vibes. That's about all I'm really capable of nowadays. But obviously, that is something else to look forward to as we wait for this next map to start getting underway. Ranked season is just around the corner. Not only that, but there is an awful lot of Call of Duty winging its way to us. We have North America coming up after our grand finals. They have their top 3 to whittle down to a champion. And then, of course, Major 1 is around the corner as well for the CDL. Everybody's gearing up towards that, and the first one of the year. So, just a deluge of everything coming your way, Call of Duty related.
Yeah, loads of Warzone announcements coming out tonight as well. Exciting to see that. Things looking good for Call of Duty Esports right now. Black Ops 7 playing really well on the competitive aspect for me. I'm really, really enjoying it. Looking forward to see how the majors are going to start playing out. We're getting onto LAN very, very shortly. In, well, just over a week's time, people will be heading out to Dallas, and that is going to be an interesting time. Let's see how that's going to go down on both fronts for CDL and, of course, for Challengers. Make sure you are following the YouTube, of course, for Call of Duty Challengers. Everything should be here. Look, it's going to be interesting when we get here for these European teams to see how that major is going to go in the Challengers circuit as well. I think statistically we usually are a little bit behind towards the beginning of the game, and it's going to be an opportunity for them to get some practice because North America Challengers is seriously stacked this year. If European teams can go over and cause some problems, look, Clutch Rayn definitely could do it. P7, if they can find a win, will put themselves into that contention as well. There's going to be plenty of teams vying for the win in just over a week's time. I will say, though, Brycey, I don't miss the 11-hour flights to Texas. I don't miss them.
Yeah, but Texas is pretty great. I actually quite like them. It's actually 11 hours to LA.
Let's go for barbecue. Oh, God, grow up.
Hey, that is America's greatest contribution to the modern world is barbecue. But we'll cover that another time as we have Overload to fill us with excitement and glory. You can see these two teams trying to take the lead as it's all tied up.
Well, it's just looking for a little bit of control, and that's going to belong to Project 7 almost immediately. Brezzy should be there to spoil this party. Okay, first time the Razor didn't look as sharp as he would have liked. Lynn should be able to just about clean this one up. Good train. A little bit windy with some of these shots, but I love that from Brezzy. Finds the kill, turns around straight forward. Just be that guy that pushes them back, makes them take their time. Rest of the team behind you, a little bit more map control.
Well, here we go. The stalemate. Ready for the deluge of slaying that needs to happen. Brezzy already tucked. They're looking for these kills here. Brezzy going for it, looking for it, but finds nothing. That's going to be a switch here. Project 7 now in control. EMP moving forward.
Denzer moving forward. He's the lead blocker. You have to try and jump out of the front of Grandmas to stop this from happening, because it isn't inevitable, because you come out the top rope if you're Brezzy. Lucifer and caught on a firing spree, but Melko will slow it down. Brezzy, hero play there. In mid-air, finds the shots, and Clutch Rayn shut down what felt like an inevitable capture from Project 7.
Well, let's see if they can reverse it off of the back of that. They're trying to. Linz will have it. Trying to play around with this pistol. Cobra finds one. It's a really good kill for them. They just need to get a couple more before they can move this up. Melko dives out, but as is the story that keeps on happening, defense is just easier here on Overload. Unless you can continue the slaying in pretty dominant fashion, it's not going to work out.
Mythics now moving forward, trying to get some sort of control over Grandmas once again. Oh, and that's a ridiculous gunfight to win. Can't find the next one. Maybe over here, just ever so slightly. Lucifer will keep this pressure on here for Project 7, but they need the EMP to start moving. Lucifer can't do a lot of moving himself because he's stunned to absolute bits. Den's at 2 HP. Oh, it is going to happen for him. F-Dot just runs it through the other side. It's the old bait and switch. They think we're going A, but we're going towards B. And Project 7 steal one away. Clutch Rayn. Couldn't do much about that. They are on the less favourable side, you want to say. 0-1 scoreline. It's not the end of the world, and they'll be hoping to get something going on their second half.
We know that sometimes Overload games can be very high scoring. So, shouldn't worry about one yet. And they're going to go for an A push. This one is infamously hard because it is literally the most narrow of choke points. Lynn's also with that EMP and is going to be cut down because he only has a pistol. Lynn's doing really well. They can't get him. A little bit of a spectre there, just not allowing himself to be taken down quite so easily, allowing his teammates time to respawn up. Advantage Project 7, they will be on the push.
And this is why I just hate the field push. I mean, how Denzer's got behind them, I'm not too sure. But when he does, it just shuts it down entirely. And now all of a sudden, Clutch Rayn are just in mid-map and just, well, okay, well, what do we do? Well, you have to win a couple of gunfights, and there's the first one. Denzer now trying to find a way forward. He's the one that really has set this play up for his team by finding those couple of kills. And, well, they're going to find a few more as well. Starting to move things forward over towards the field side. Brezzy will find what Brezzy's done brilliantly to find two. And F-Dot now has to just lie down and hopefully he can find something just about. And the second as well. F-Dot lights it up. And this might be a free walk home. There's only one player that can stop him. The players coming in off the respawn as well. Are they going to be able to slow him down? They are. But it's the advancement that he can get forward. That's just so much time won for his side.
Kills keep on coming here. They have an opportunity. Can they find a few more? Linz stops one. Linz doesn't stop the second. That EMP is still live. They're trying to get onto it, but the reset comes through. And, well, he can see the point. He just can't score in it.
That's a tough one. Project 7 had it set up. The layup was there. Lucifer may well have just sent another one their way as well. Finds three. He's going to go in the top window, but it's just an ever-present spot. How has he found that first kill? Absolute ludicrous. Out of Linz to find that shot. And now him and the rest of the team can get this one out. Mythics will be taken down by his own teammates. Lucifer just trying to keep them at bay. Melko will give him a little shimmy, and they'll get this one going with 15 seconds to go. A capture here for Clutch Rayn will be massive if they can get it.
Just trying to get it forward desperately. But they just cannot punch through this defense. Gonna grab it though, and, well, player behind him. Half-time. I always feel like the half-time, like the ending of it, it's just really, like, jarring. It's just so sudden.
It's It's very abrupt, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like...
That's it, half-time.
Game's
Nothing.
game's gone. Half-time.
You know what it is? I think it's because the graphic flashes up. They're normally like you have a slightly grayed out and there's some text come on screen. This one is just like, no, it's a wall. It's half time. Do no more.
Maybe you get to see the end of the gunfight. Players falling to the floor, stopping still. It's like, no, half time. Straight in there. Oh, only the kind of observations we would come out with in a grand final of such importance. But here we are.
It's very important. It keeps happening. It's very weird. Anyway, moving on. This really is a low-scoring game. Just one score between the two of them. Project 7 currently leading. Can they push this home? Go on.
For Clutch Rayn, they're now on the more beneficial side, but you remember Project 7 up against Rock in that previous game that we seen on Scar Overload. How proficient they were when pushing through Motel. They found plenty. Problem is, though, they're now up against Clutch Rayn and not against Rock, who can do just as deadly work here. We've seen some fantastic games from Clutch Rayn. Over towards his side, Brezzy can't find the second. He would have needed to get the third. But the pressure they're just putting in, Lin's may just well walk this one home. They get so aggressive, and Lin's all on his own. Oh, Mythics! He'll find a way through, and the respawn should come through to deter this, but that's the thing with Clutch Rayn. If they smell blood in the water, they just keep pushing.
They were so sure that was going to go in. So many kills made. EMP still in the danger zone. I think it's going to go down. This is still very much live. Everybody just having a bit of a TDM around the point.
Kills.
That's frustrating.
Kills come through. Just so back and forth between these two. And again, it's just, as you say, the relentlessness of Clutch Rayn. When they get a little bit of map control, it's just head down, fly at them, gun them. It's consistent, as is F Dot. Now we can't find the third, though. That would have been big. And now all of a sudden, Project 7 have got their backs up against the wall here a bit, Brycey.
Doing well defending so far. You can already see them going to that passive mode. They're looking for some kills. Brezzy will go down to begin with. Some trades starting to happen here. Nobody really moving the EMP forward yet. Lin's desperate to find that kill, and, well, does. Wasn't even centered properly for it, and goes out for another chow. Nobody able to really gain a foot here. It's just two teams absolutely hammering each other in the middle of this map.
You would like to think that Clutch Rayn will definitely get an opportunity on this side, and this may well be it. There's a few dead momentarily. Brezzy can't get past, though. It's at every single stage where you think a player is about to get in a fantastic position. The kills have been made. The clutch kill comes on through. And now this might turn into something here for the side of Project 7, especially with that kill coming through. Plays over towards the back end of the 18-wheeler. Should be able to slow this one down. And this one may well just be ran out here. Not going to have the opportunity. Project 7 are going to start to set up stall outside of the spawn of Clutch Rayn and see what they can do with it. Remember, Brycey, they are in the lead, and they did well on this side last time out. But a teammate over the top is not going to help things out whatsoever. As it recovers, we'll back it on down. Project 7 will keep a hold of this control. But again, team needs not ideal.
The EMP has been moved quite considerably by Project 7 as well. Denzer is basically playing a little bit of keep away. They want to use it as almost a weapon to pull Clutch Rayn around. At the moment, Clutch Rayn do have the advantage. They have bodies here. They're playing from their own back half. And that's an easy kill for one. Still doesn't know where Brezzy is. Brezzy being very, very slow. Should be able to pick up something here as well. Lucifer will go down to him as he eventually makes his presence known. And they want to move this EMP up. I mean, he's gone all the way around for it. If F-Dot can find something, they could have potentially got that EMP in.
But as all this time starts to dwindle down, it just suits Project 7 so much more. They're the ones with the lead. It's very rare we'll see a 1-0 scoreline, specifically on Scott. But it's a 1-0 that is still in the favor of Project 7 right now. Melko will find Tooth in the middle of the map, so a potential opportunity once more. Brezzy finds another on F-Dot. That's Motel side cleared, but you're going to have to find another wave. Clutch Rayn now in a really good position. This is a massive opportunity for them to try and close that gap.
Oh, just trying to make sure they're okay. How on earth have we got 9 minutes with one score?
Brezzy trying to hold mid. He can't find the second. He can't find the third, though. Is he going to be able to find a way through shop? No, he isn't. It's going to be shut down. The gunfight over towards Motel, though, is going to go in their favor, and Cobra's trying to get this lead block underway once more. Honestly, I'd love to see him on top Grandmas to try and get something cooking. Now the rest of the team are going to turn around, and the rest of Clutch Rayn are going to start to fall on through, but F-Dot, Lucifer, clutch kill after clutch kill. Just these moments where you need to find something in the mid-map to stop that pressure coming through. They've found it every single time. And they only need to defend for 30 more seconds.
Well, Prezzy's going to try and put paid to that, though. Finds 2.
Prezzy.
The third is already going to fall down as well. The EMP is moving, and it's moving fast. They're going for B. But F-Dot stands in the way. Melko grabs it. He runs back furiously. He's gone the wrong way. If he'd gone for that, he might have been able to make it through. Doesn't matter.
Hold on.
Melko, still madness. A 4 streak. He's now going to dive for this and tie the game, and it is not going to be in. Everybody defending. Everybody goes up. F-Dot with another stop on the line. Oh, what an ending. A 1-score game ends that way. How on earth did they not score?
Any slander was given to F-Dot during that search and destroy. I take every single bit of it back. It was done. You were tying it up. And how is this the best play? Oh, we need to see it again. I hope we've got it from F-Dot's angle, because he was the only one left. He was the only one that could do anything. Finds 3, shuts it down. And to be honest, the final player, entirely forgot who it was, just nearly broke the angles of the entire team by heading under bottom Grandmas, going around the other side. And that's the moment where Clutch Rayn have to think to themselves, we've got a hold of the EMP, maybe take a second. And every single one of them just said, screw it. Head down, get it over the line, let's get it on the board. And they couldn't do it. F-Dot finds another 2. That is a monumental game of Overload. A 1-0. Many people will look back saying, oh, man, don't reckon that was an entertaining game. Yeah, false. My word.
I've just gone back and watched my own replay for it. It is insane. Obviously, Melko didn't know exactly where they would be, and you are right, broke the ankles. They went the entire wrong way. No way to quantify it. That could have been a score. It was a last 20-second of just insanity. And there's no way Clutch Rayn's heads didn't hit the desk there.
Oh, that's gotta sting. Project 7 were 1-0 for about 7 minutes, and Clutch Rayn just couldn't get it over the line. This was an opportunity as well. Yeah, Lynn's over the top. Mythic's field side. And Cobra, just not enough time with the respawns that came through to do anything about this, but here we go. I think this is going to be the final moments where Cobra kind of broke it open. It was Bressy who finds 2 here. And then look, over the top. Can we find anything? 1, 2, 3 from F-Dot. They must have lined up so well. And now Melko, yeah, look, breaks everybody's ankles. Here I go. I'm going for it. Oh, it's so close. But when you jump, obviously, when you initiate the jump is where the EMP lands. And that's just one of those moments that just take a second. It's going to go overtime if you've got a hold of the EMP, right? You don't need to get it over the line before the time runs out. P7 in the lead again in this grand final.
I mean, so here's the thing. With hindsight, and obviously I've seen the minimap, I think we knew that Melko could have probably got it into B. But Melko didn't know that. He just knew that some players had died. He was expecting a player to be closer than they actually were on that B side. So he went back in, tried to wrap it back around, made a kill. Must have felt like this is the opportunity to be stopped in a tiny, tiny fashion. It's heart-wrenching, really. Did so well for it. You do have to give credit to F-Dot, though. He was the goalkeeper. Stood on the line. Did not allow them through.
Oh, my. It's been a hell of a grand final so far. P7 came out swinging. A relatively comfortable map, number 1. And the same can be said for Clutch Rayn Search and Destroy. That went their way, but that was anything but comfortable. I'm a little sweaty after that one. That was an interesting game of Overload. And again, it just, outside of those final moments and outside a P7 score that they managed to get over the line, it was very much about those kills in the mid-map. Teams just not able to get that finite breakthrough. There was definitely like small windows of opportunity for both these two teams on both sides to be able to find more points, but it was always just those last kills coming through that stopped that final third, if you like, being the position where they can then set up, find that extra wave of kills, get it over the line. There was always just one more kill made before we got to that stage to shut it down. So many different times that, you know, these teams will look back on and think one gunfight could have led to a different point scored. And yeah, that's going to be a painful one for Clutch Rayn, considering how close they were. Interesting comms at the end of that one, I would have imagined. Brycey, what a game that was for map number 3, and we've still potentially got another 4 to go.
Well, let's find out. Back into it one more time. Our next map is here. Colossus Hardpoint is where we will see whether or not Clutch Rayn can regain very, very quickly. Project 7, though, confidence does overflow.
Yeah, as mentioned, this is a good map for Project 7. If they can find themselves in a 3-1 lead, Pricey, is their game to lose. But Clutch Rayn going to be coming into this one on Colossus. Not really playing it a great deal, to be honest with you. As far as I'm concerned, just nothing really on the cards here for the Elite season. Specifically on Colossus, but you know, no doubt they are going to be sold out. You got Brezzy, Linz, Malco, Cobra. On a map like this, that's fast and furious. They'll be feeling confident heading into this one. That 2-1 lead to P7. Now, that'll not worry them too much just yet.
Well, let's see. At the moment, all good onto this one. We did see Project 7 just play around this P1 beautifully just a short while ago. Will they take that lesson? Will they run back into this? To be honest with you, I was really impressed with Denzer actually in that P1 last time around. He was just going back and forth very, very quickly to just cause all kinds of issues. But that was Rock Esports, and this is Clutch Rayn, so a little bit different.
That's a gunfight Linz shouldn't have won. But the rotation has been won by Project 7 over towards P2, but they're coming under a lot of pressure almost imminently. Mythics, he's doing fantastically to survive as long as he has, and then to find the gunfight as well. That's incredible play from Mythics, but sadly for him, the rest of his teammates all fall. That's a break coming through for Clutch Rayn. 40 seconds to play for here over towards P2. I like the setup as well. One up top middle, one covering over the left-hand side towards Statue, and one covering the outside. Everybody else holding down the spawns in case they get a little bit dodgy towards the backside. Cobra can find a couple, Linz will get another, and that's a clean hold so far for Clutch Rayn.
And they are holding very, very well. People in the hill actually quite unstressed at the moment. It's not able to get anywhere clear. I mean, Linz is just holding this lane pretty much single-handedly. Teammates now coming to back him up as well, but yep. Project 7 not even really close. Linz says, all right, well, I've got 4 there. I'll go over to the next one and hit the rotation as well. Does drop very, very quickly. Project 7 have come here in force.
That's the beauty of trying to get that mid-map push via the Statue side of the map. You can just transition through X-Ray straight over towards P3. It doesn't work out in the end for Clutch Rayn to get that rotation over towards the new hill, but I don't think they're too disturbed by that whatsoever. They have themselves a decent lead here. Have the spawns that they want over towards P4, but they've got to worry about the 40 seconds that are on offer over towards P3. And yeah, just kind of touch on Colossus again here for Clutch Rayn as they have another slight lead. It's typically their ban when it has come down to hard point. She's going to let this one through, and it's a very strong one from P7, and we've still got a close game.
Getting into it very, very well. Just doing a good job of putting the pressure on here, but Cobra fighting too. And now a little bit worried about coming all the players through, as it will be Cobra who gets all 4 in the end. He says, I've had enough of them holding us out here. Just find everything. And he takes that gunfight. That's an insane gunfight to take, by the way. He was late to it and still took it.
Now the transition's going to be important as Project 7 do get a little bit of a toehold over towards P4. Important that Cobra won that one because, of course, he does. 5 streak for him. It's Project 7 in control of the point, but Clutch Rayn in a good position to try and break that. That snapper is absolutely ludicrous. And there's all 4 kills coming through for Clutch Rayn. That's a wonderful break. Cobra on a 6 spree. Melko found 2. And this is a gluttony of points that is potentially on offer. Melko trying to hold it down from a very deep angle here. He would have found the transition over towards the mid-map. He isn't going to be there now. So the first line of defense is being conquered. Project 7 going to do a little bit better with the nade as well. Clutch Rayn still with the close spawns. P7 on the way.
I'm going to try and hold here, Linz, but can he find more than 1? No, he cannot. Rest of the reinforcements now flooding in. Cobra's still going to be here, and I was going to say just a little while ago, he was certainly feeling himself. Some of those gunfights he was taking, you don't take unless you are 100% in flow state. And he was, but he's been kind of broken out of it for just a few seconds. P7 fighting back as we head back towards P1. This is just an 11-point game.
Cobra holding this one down, backs away a long time. Rossi and Kodo doing really well so far. That's a hell of a snapper. And now they've got the right side of the map here as well. Lynn's just trying to hold her, trying to stop this push coming through. This has been good so far from Clutch Rayn. One teams that we see a lot of success over towards P1 here in Europe. We're going to see even more if you find a 4-man wipe like that, and now they can set their stall out. Difficult break here for Project 7 to try and find a way through. Brezzy just playing with them, buttering them up before they're even over towards the point. The rest of the team potentially going to do something with it. Streaks are plenty available here for Clutch Rayn. 125 and rising for them now, and they're on the right side of the spawn for P2.
6 seconds to go. A little bit of pressure here for Project 7. Brezzy just going to be a pain because now they're going to have to deal with him. Know exactly where he's going to be, but nobody really squaring up at this point. Brezzy trying to fly in, still somehow alive. He's been away for quite some time, and he's almost just kind of following the flow of combat, not really getting involved.
Just so simple for Clutch Rayn right now. Project 7 are just maybe a little bit staggered, if anything. It feels a little one by one. Tenza's found a way through, and I'll tell you what, if that's one by one, he's done very well for himself. One's still going to be here towards the backside, but potential opening here for Project 7, or there was. The razor in the hand of Clutch Rayn. Every single player beaming right now. They're looking good. 20 seconds remaining here for P2, and it's looking like it's going to go Clutch Rayn's way. Transition over towards P3 wasn't great for them last time. It may well be a little bit more difficult now as they lose some mid-map control.
This game has really started to get away. Now, last time around, Project 7 were good here. They need to do that again to give us the game. This is already waiting. Cobra. Yeah, this is all information as well. This is wonderful for them. And he finds Denza. Curls it in. Not going to get a second. And his teammates actually folded onto part of this pinch. It's now coming from both sides. Mythics is going to have to pull off a wonder here and hold them off for the teammates to get there.
Isn't able to find anything, but just slows them down enough. Project 7 do have the right side of the spawn for P4. They don't have control of the point. Denza tries to find a way through. 1-for-1 trade. Suits the team inside of the point. Can F. continue this pressure on? At least the contest could potentially come through. Nobody going to be coming through from the mid-map, though, for Clutch Rayn. Melko, he can find 2 from the other side. Make it 3. Is he challenged for the 4th? Yes, he is! Melko with all 4 for Clutch Rayn. The break comes through. They don't have the right side of the spawn that they want, but they can start to put the pressure on now. Incredible from Melko. Incredible from Clutch Rayn. They've still got themselves a very solid lead here in map number 4.
Cobra chows out and just hits nothing but a headshot on a Denza. They were like, hey, we have bodies here. Maybe we can do something. Other side of the map, though, of course, the rotation battle is happening. This time, Project 7. And they need a money hill. It's not easy for this one. A little bit of a grenade trap. Brezzy's also calling in the magic from the sky. This will give us some information. Nobody really going to be able to take this one away very, very quickly as they do start to stack it. But they do get one. Lucifer's going to go down as well. Big fight down to the hill. Mythics will have to deflect the pressure. He's done well against one. Melko's getting ready for a second one, but he's traded out as well. The split spawn will come through as Brezzy round the back, and he finds 2. The last kill there with a tactical to F. And Clutch Rayn are back in control.
Yeah, they've been in control the majority of this game, Brycey. 25 seconds to go here over towards P4. And again, this was a map I kind of earmarked really for P7. It's been such a go-to for them, whereas Clutch Rayn, they've typically banned it. I wonder why, to be honest, because they've looked absolutely flawless on it throughout this entirety as we head into a 3rd rotation in 5 seconds' time. Clutch Rayn trying to set themselves up over towards P1. F.'s going to shut that down momentarily. Denza and Coat, yeah, clean house. You can push through, get P2 spawn, some good time at P1, you're back into the game. Easier said than done, though, Brycey, up against this Clutch Rayn side, but this is better from Project 7. They need to make sure they make the most of this opportunity.
I've had it before here, but I mean, even Denza there hasn't looked as smooth on P1 as he did in the game against Rock. Those are already backpedaling. Nade's going to go in for his team, trying to hold it down for as long as possible. Reinforcements slowly but surely making their way here. So just trying to play his life for as long as he can. This has been in and out for him for a few seconds. Eventually they get back onto the point. And this is where this game will now hang in the balance. Scrap time on P1 to the P2 rotation. Project 7 need to be better than good.
It's a good time for them, though. They pick up a solid transition here as well. Mythics needs to win this gunfight, does. And that's a massive one. Gets to spawn in for his team over towards P2. Okay. 60 seconds on offer here as we head over towards the second hill. A perfect hold here puts you well and truly back into this game, but this is something they've had to deal with time and time again. It'll bend the Hellstorm round, it'll force them away. It doesn't find anything with the rockets that come off the top, though. And all of a sudden, yes, okay, the pressure is going to start coming through. Clutch Rayn have just went for the spawns, though, over towards this backside, Brycey. They want to do it the hard way, and they've got the time to.
Nades going out. Lucifer's just trying to hold the back here from the pressure he knows is mounting, but it ends up there being a little bit of a weakness on the other side. He's now going to have to come back towards the point here. He's playing his life, waiting for the reinforcements of the teammate. Eventually does manage to get through as they clean house. Project 7 still alive and kicking in this hard point.
Not too far away, that's all you want. They've done extremely well, and as soon as they got that transition from P4 to P1, where they get a little bit of control, they get a hold of the spawns towards P2, puts them in a good spot. That 8 seconds is going to sting a little bit, though. Spawns over towards the backside, you lose the gunfight over towards New as well. Oh, this was a bad time to start losing gunfights because you need to be perfect. Clutch Rayn are only 20 seconds away. Project 7 have surrounded P3. But they've got to play desperate. They've got to play for every single point.
Here we go. Clutch Rayn catch a breath. They get ready to stack. They have players from all angles. Already, Brezzy will find 2 straight through the middle here, and that's why you wait. That's why you're patient for the stack. A perfect example of a break there from Clutch Rayn. Not the rush, not the panic or frustration, but just clinical procedures. And there we go, another one. It's been a back-to-back break. Project 7 said, hey, we can do that too. Every bit of ordnance just thrown straight into this point. Nobody leaving anything in the bank.
It's been a hell of a third rotation out of Project 7. A map that they've been battered around for the first 8 to 9 minutes, and now all of a sudden they cannot lose a gunfight. Transition over towards P4 is going to be theirs, but the mid-map control has been lost. Next wave of gunfights are absolutely massive. And who comes out as winner in this game? It is a 10-point game as we head over towards P4.
Clutch Rayn smell the blood though. They're already winning the gunfights. They're already going to be here. Everything collapsing. Denza furiously fighting. It's going to be a little bit of a trade, but they go down. 10 seconds for it as well. Mythics is the only person really in a position to contest. And now everybody's piling on the point. Clutch Rayn's have the bodies. They have the opportunity. Nobody's going to get there in time, and that is game.
Oh, they made it stressful. P7 made it extremely stressful. I honestly, again, for the first 2 rotations, they were nowhere to be seen. It was Clutch Rayn consistently in control. Every transition you could want looked good. Every single hold that they needed to find was pretty convincing. And P7 turned up just too late. A fantastic third rotation of hills out of them from 1 to 2. Did well over towards P3 as well. Got transition over towards P4. You just needed to win one more wave of gunfights through the middle to set your stall out, to give yourself that opportunity. And they didn't win the gunfights. It was the push through mid-map that really did hurt them. And Clutch Rayn will call game and tie us up after 4 maps. Not much separating these two whatsoever, Bracey. I told you we could go all the way on this one. We have 3 more maps to decide which way this grand final is going to go.
Well, what a back and forth battlegrounds that really ended up being. You can see Clutch Rayn in the dying moments of that game. I was going to call them the Teal Tide, but I think it's more of a cyan, and that one didn't work for me. So you saw them really overcoming that lock-in on a P4, and Project 7, it must have just been a sinking feeling in the gut, knowing that the teammates weren't there, knowing they were outnumbered, and slowly but surely their space was shrinking, and they couldn't afford to give it up.
They did so well to battle back, but when you put yourself that far behind against a team like Clutch Rayn, your life is going to be made very, very difficult. They did fantastic work, did Project 7, to bring this one back. But this is how things are looking now at the 4 maps. 2 very close hard points, or relatively close hard points. I suppose map number 1, comfortable to say the least, but a 250 to 233, not comfy at all for Clutch Rayn, but they'll get the win, and that's the important thing. And we load directly into Scar Search and Destroy. Both teams not really played a great deal of it. Project 7 played it, well, very, very recently and found the win. They've only played up against Rock. They went 1-1 against them. Clutch Rayn, a 1-0 record. So both 2 teams will be feeling confident on it. Recent wins, plenty of confidence. And somebody who had plenty of confidence in that first Search and Destroy was Melko. He's got the scope back in hand. He was devastating with it in map number 2. Can he do the same thing again here in map number 5?
I always think it's dangerous to bring this out in map number 1, just purely because there are no trophies to kind of protect you from a double nade hit. But we see this.
Aggressive lines, though, right? Like, Lucifer's not going to be expecting a sniper here. I tell you what, he puts a couple of bullets in that, doing just enough to back Melko down. Train still in a 4v3 in their scenario, but Project 7 are getting this bomb down over towards A. Some good work there.
Now they back up. Melko gonna miss the snipe, doesn't matter. Gonna be the trade in regardless. 2 versus 4. Cobra gonna go for the chow as well, and look at this too! Melko managed to get it back with a pistol, but it's F dot! Oh, 1 versus 1 is how it goes down. Brezzy got tagged, but it was not enough to take them out. That could have been disastrous, but clutch Rayn on that round in the end.
Oh, that is a very close round in the end. Oh, one that didn't feel like it should have been. You find the first blood, Melko set up with the sniper, you find the second. It was a 4v2 for a second. In favor of clutch Rayn. Yeah, okay, the bomb was down, but Lucifer does an amazing job to find 2. Not enough though. Numbers just not on your side in that situation. First blood and the round goes over towards clutch Rayn.
Here we go. Every round feels so impactful. We know that these two teams already have battled their way to 2-2 in this best of 7. Melko just having a little look with the sniper here. He's playing on an island. If it goes down, there will not be a trade. Project 7 are splitting the map. They are playing a little bit passive, looking for information. Cobra wall bangs F dot.
As soon as he scopes out, are you kidding? Lucifer living a charmed life, Bryce.
The worst god timings I've ever seen.
It's just an everyday occurrence. Players like this, though, isn't it, Brezzy? Hilarious pick there on the Mythics through the wall, and they'll get the job done. Clutch Rayn just look like the more well-oiled machine, if you like, in Search and Destroy. Efficient. That's probably the best way to put it. When they pick their shots, I mean, it's usually resulting in a kill. And Linz and Co just working so well together throughout the middle of the map, and that is another round their way. Feeling like we could be heading into map number 6 pretty quickly if it continues like this, Bryce.
There's got to be some adjustments made. Maybe it'll be F dot. The sniper, not as impactful as we would have liked in the last S&D. Will it be better in this one? Looking for an early push. We know Brezzy is near. But at the moment, nobody giving him an opportunity.
Both teams just waiting for a moment. Both teams have a recon out. Oh! I mean, Melko does brilliantly to find that, but Lucifer with the nade is accurate as ever. Cobra will find another. Mythic's going to be there for the trade. Absolutely not. Linz is there to the rescue. F dot. Feeling like he is not long for this world. And that's another round over towards clutch Rayn.
They're just finding it.
It feels like the presence of Melko is something that that Project 7 are extremely worried about and don't want to challenge. And considering F dot has been so proficient with the sniper, I feel like they need to be a bit more confident about that. 3-0 up here, clutch Rayn. Not quite done yet, but I mean, yeah, this was really, really close. Nade must have came over the top, and then he goes for the shots. That was so wonderfully placed by Lucifer, but Melko made sure he found the one back before he fell. And into another round we go. But again, yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more from F dot. I don't think he's going to be bringing out almost immediately. Melko now has it put away as well. I believe that might be his 2 that's away. It's at least one of them. Oh, not Nade over the top. It's exactly the same. These two are just matching up. Pretty much in a saloon. And drawing up against each other. Right now, though, it's clutch Rayn on top.
F dot's turn. Melko cosplaying as a snake, or a worm, or a slug. Either way, it's effective enough a lot of the time.
Sneaky from Melko. There's a sniper on the other side of it. F dot. He'll be making some noise as this bomb is going down. Number advantage is there as soon as the nade He hears it. Goes around the corner. F dot very dead and very much caught with the spans down. Denza trying to get something going here. Can only find one. Brezzy will answer back, and Mythic's now left in a 1 versus 3. Clutch Rayn are pulling Project 7 around this map and punching them whilst they do it. 4-0 up now. Clutch Rayn dominating right now.
This is the most dominant we've seen a map in this series so far. Even Mythics, who has been a force for P7, has really struggled to get anything going. Four 4-0 is the score. Not what we were expecting at all.
No, absolutely not. You would have thought, especially Project 7, with having some luck on this map specifically today against the team they've lost to on it. You would have thought they would have had something, but Clutch Rayn throwing some different looks as F-Dot. It'll take a sweet time to move along the balconies, but that's what you got to do. Zooming somebody top church, you would have been pretty free just to walk this one out if you wanted to, but either way, a little bit of control over towards this A side. And F-Dot just trying to throw something different towards Clutch Rayn. They need a round, quick.
Oh, well, he finds it. F-Dot does get taken down, though. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Brezzy's going to be on a 5 here. Mythic's going to go to the middle of the map. There we go. Finds his first. Finds his second. Mythic's is awake. But he falls down. This goes down to a 1 versus 1 now. Lucifer against Brezzy. And they are within spitting distance.
Oh my god.
Everyone dancing. Everybody misses. 26 seconds. Bomb a million miles away here. For Lucifer, it's a little bit nerve-wracking because he basically has to pick a bomb site now and go for it. And he sees him as well. Brezzy cannot get away. And Project 7 can around the board ton.
And it's a must-win round. Clutch Rayn and Brezzy specifically have a Hellstorm in their back pocket. So if you're Lucifer, you cannot miss these shots. Brezzy gets taken down. Just a little bit of bad timing. He did actually check over towards Grandma's, but ultimately, Lucifer is there when he turns away. And the shots are crispy, as they so often are. A lifeline for Project 7 now. Clutch Rayn still in a dominant position, as mentioned. Had themselves a Hellstorm in the back pocket of Brezzy. Ends over the top, over towards A. This is feeling aggressive. It's looking aggressive. Brezzy might actually just get this down immediately. I've considered it. Trophy's down. Yep, there you go. Get there nice and quickly. Project 7 nowhere to be seen. Brezzy will get this down. Brezzy will back up. Has to be a 4v4 retake.
Trophy system working overtime there as everything flies in. But Brezzy finds one. Not going to be the second though. Already Trace going down. It's back down to a 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. Cobra finds himself alone. The bomb is down. They will check the mid-map. They haven't seen him so far, but doesn't matter. Cobra finds the first. Already squares up for the second. Could have potentially played the cock a little bit more there, but did not in the end. And Project 7 get their second round.
It's back-to-back rounds, and now it's in the realms of possibility. I was about to say, they didn't have a read on Cobra throughout the entirety of that round. So when he finds the first, it's up to Denza to be there for the trade. That would have got scary for a second, because I think he took at least 2 to the face. One more bullet probably would have done it. In Cobra's favour. But that's it, as mentioned. Back-to-back rounds for Project 7. And much-needed ones as well. Still 4-2 down. But with a little bit of light starting to show at the end of the tunnel. A little bit of a different hits here. They've spread out. The problem is that Clutch Rayn are going to take up a decent amount of map control here. I want to say I believe that the snipers are exhausted from both these two teams, but don't quote me.
See what we are seeing, though. A lot of map presence being taken by Clutch Rayn. They've really shut down the angles here. Mythics will check this corner. And actually gets caught by Brezzy, who challenges himself here. Denza might be caught in the middle of the map. Doesn't matter. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. Trades in abundance. Still no pressure from Project 7 really over towards A yet.
Making his way through the middle of the map, and it's just an angle that you wouldn't have been expecting. Gets chased down, doesn't find the kill. And I think if you're Brezzy, you're going to run into trouble, but you run into F dot with your pistol out and find the kill. Dead's there for the trade. Melko will find one. Dead's needs to find that towards the backside. It's a stupid round.
That's a wild chow.
Yeah, just looking towards the middle of the map and just go for it. And I think as soon as one kill kind of transpired, then it's that pinstripe kill thing we see so often. Just trade, 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 trade. And as soon as that kind of breaks, the round's got to go in that team's favor. And that's match point now. 5-2 scoreline here for Clutch Rayn to send themselves into the lead for what would be the first time in this series, Bryce. They're one round away from doing so.
Here we go. What do they pick out of the bag for this one? It might be a B hit. They're a lot rarer nowadays.
Extremely rare. For a good reason.
Careful on the flank here. F-Dot strikes. Finds one. That's bombed down as well. F-Dot's actually confident. Finds the second as well. Doesn't even matter. His teammate's gone down. 11 health in a dream. That's now regen player actually going to get behind him as well. 2 versus 2. All square as both teams still in their spawns.
Well, the problem is here for Clutch Rayn that they are winning these gunfights so far back. They have so much of a map to cover. Oh, Lucifer's going to get caught off guard, though. Looks to get aggressive. Presumes they're pushing through here because, I mean, Den's so far back. So he has to get a flank on, see if he can get something going. And ultimately, Denza now left in a 1 versus 2. Quite literally cornered. Trying to find a way out, slipping away. Still has an opportunity here in a 1v2. Time is not on Clutch Rayn's side. Forcing up a plan. He's doing the right thing.
Oh, this is a full wrap. He's going to full wrap it. Will they have clued up on this timing? Do they know he went right round for it? They do. Already Melko's looking out. They're going to try and cover both angles, but they are pretty confident they know where he's coming from. Does he see the gun of Lindsay? Does not. He knows where one's going to be. He finds the first. Tries to get away. The reach out is not just enough. And that'll be Clutch Rayn getting it away. 6-2 in the S&D. They take the lead now in this series. 3-2.
And deservedly so. Just a fantastic start to the search and destroy. Project 7 start to bring themselves back into it, but it is too little, too late. A really, really good job there from Clutch Rayn to close that one out. And for, as I say, the very first time they will take the lead in this grand final as we head into a map at number 6. It's very rare that these are boring occasions when it does come down to EMEA challenges. Quite often we see these grand finals go the distance, go to 6 maps. We've got that 6th map incoming. And Clutch Rayn are the team with the opportunity to close things out when it does come down. The Den Overlord, which is going to be coming up next. But it was a really good search and destroy from them, to be honest. They just really, again, playing around the sniper of Melko nice and early. Resi actually got himself a Hellstorm. I don't believe he used it. So that was in the back pocket of Clutch Rayn. In the end, it was a very comfortable search and destroy. They take those all day long. As mentioned, Overlord Den, S&D exposure potentially to come up as well. And we go over towards Overlord Den. P7 typically not playing this one. It's typically their go-to to get rid of. Clutch Rayn sit at 4-0 on Den Overlord over the season. It's a hell of a way. Or hell of a time, I should say, to put yourself in the lead in the series with only 1 map to go. You're going on to what is probably, statistically, your most dominant map up against P7.
Well, this is the way it could all crumble. Project 7 have been feeling pretty confident, and they have put on one incredible fight ton all the way through. But will they take us to a map 7, or will this be the last chapter of their story? But we'll find out all that and more after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
And here we go into what potentially could be the very final map of this Grand Finals. The first stage of Call of Duty Challengers here in EMEA has been hellishly entertaining and could potentially end here on a den overload between Clutch Rayn and Project 7 Esports. Clutch Rayn need one more map to be crowned champions. Project 7, well, they need to find 2 in a row if they want to try and bring this one back, Pressy.
We'll find out, and hey, if it ends on your favorite game mode, it'll still be a very, very good time, but let's find out how this cookie crumbles. Cobra just trying to make a little bit of space for his team here, but that is going to be trades against them as Project 7 will now look to move the EMP.
Starting to get themselves some aggression coming through. And could hit a couple of different angles here, and Lucifer finding that first blood, well, at least with a bit of help from his friend, can now start to make this one a little bit more of a potential move for the side of Project 7. And it's just so difficult to deal with all these little different angles. I don't think Cobra is going to be expecting this. Malco was, though. And they'll get this one out of dodge. Project 7, I mean, it was a good start. You get yourself up past the halfway line, especially through the middle of the map, and it's just about trying to pick which way you want to go with it. It's a little bit tougher on this map specifically to set it up in such an easy way.
Well, right now, there's a bit of a push going on. It is developing. They're trying to get through, and, well, they've managed to get it in the end. Clutch Rayn take the lead here, Ton.
Nicely done. Managed to just force their way through. And honestly, I think it just came down to a slight opening, and they walked straight through. Project 7. A little bit lackluster there on the defensive side of things, and Clutch Rayn draw first blood. They may well be able to find another one here. They're going to start running it. Do you have the lead blocker? You don't have him there in time. Mythics and Lucifer do a really good job there, Malco. Cobra. Nicely done.
Well, here comes the push, Mythics. Trying to push his way forward. Being very, very careful with it. F dot already to pounce. Looking for it. Cannot get one down from Cobra. Looking for some more now. Lucifer tries to stay alive with this EMP. He has done with 17 health, but they'll chase him down. But Mythics is going to help him out. More bodies in the center. Mythics is just trying to fight everybody under the sun. He's on a 5 streak, but he is going to be weak here for this next engagement if he doesn't let it come back. And no, he does not. At EMP, it is a mountain to move in this situation.
And this is just a war of attrition through the middle of the map. Both teams trying to get a little bit of control and make their move from there. The route can be so much shorter if you can find this middle of the map control, and that's exactly what's happening now for Clutch Rayn. Starting to make their way over towards B, but a flank actually came through from Lucifer. He can shut that down. He's eventually killed, but Brezzy, he's the one setting up here. I think it's going to kind of be a bait by Cobra from behind him, and then Brezzy would they want to go, but Denza, he'll finally kill on the Lins, and now this becomes a little bit more difficult the more time they've taken. Look at this aggression coming through from Project 7. And a couple of those players very, very weak. But trying to back this one down, and they've actually wrapped it all the way freely towards rooftop, so they can get this one moving. Not in any threat or under any threat of losing out on control of the map here. You can see Project 7 are just going to keep running backwards and forwards. They don't want to step up because they don't want to step past the point of where they can just go sideways. So trying to hold it down through the middle of the map. Can't find the gunfight. Cobra will fall. 2v2 trade. Melko will also fall. And that should be P7 just about in control of the EMP.
Saw this on the last overload as well between these two teams. That was only a 1-score game.
Oh, this is big. There should be a scope. Yeah, no, they're in. Look at the flank that came through from Brezzy. He's going to open up the door. The rest of the team will just walk on through. Clutch Rayn, 2 to the good.
Perfect relay spot, but can they get it out here? Lin's just waiting. Oh, that's massive. Lin's over the top. He's not going to get it. There's one player slowing them down now from the relay.
Just needs to stay alive.
Has to keep playing his life.
Needs to just be a pain. Needs to just be a nuisance. Denza's done so well here. He needs the rest of his team to start winning some gunfights. He's done incredible. Absolutely massive from Denza to find those kills. He's found 4 in a row, and they may well be the most 4 important kills that he's found all series long. If that goes 3-0, Clutch Rayn are walking this one home.
He's now fighting. Oh, that player's just blown his gun. Couldn't quite see him in the end, but Lucifer goes to work as well. It's not going to be enough. Clutch Rayn and Project 7. In the last 35 seconds of this game, they've started to up the tempo. Clutch Rayn know they're in a good position, but with this EMP still down, they're just looking for the wave of kills. Clutch Rayn moving forward. Project 7 moving to defend. Everybody piling in.
Cobra and Co just going to take their time here. Either want to prevent anything in the overtime happening or give themselves an opportunity after. He's just fallen off the map. Has that given them an opening? Oh my word, the gunny from Cobra. To get this one moving, they need to pick it back up again. Brezzy's in a good position to be the lead blocker. One player on the flank, though. That could be Denza. He just needs to get rid of the EMP player and does it.
Half time. There's no time to digest it. That's it. Perfect flank, though. Had to hit it.
And Denza is really the reason why this isn't potentially 3 or 4-0 towards Rayn. Because it could well have been. And now, if you're on the other side, if you're on Project 7, you are thinking to yourself, okay, there is potential for us to run this through B a couple of different ways. Or maybe even over towards A. I prefer attacking from this side. Let's see how they're going to see it. Another half, potentially. That could be the end of Project 7's Challenger season here in the very first stage of Elite. Could well be sending us to another map, to the final map of this grand final.
Project 7 will need to dig deep. It would need to find the form that we have seen over and over again on Overload. And, well, Lucifer guns them out of their seats, but not enough to take down Cobra as well. Trade does come in, and there's a player behind here. Brezzy will be looking to stop any momentum they currently have.
Just trying to set up. That's what Overload is all about. And disrupting that setup. And the opposition have, well, got one up on you. Right now, Rayn are doing a really good job of just disrupting. I think Sinko is just trying to find a way through. Look at this. What I really like about Rayn, Brezzy and Co are always on the flank. And Brezzy's the one that has maybe set up this play for his team. Lucifer finds a crucial kill throughout the middle of the map, and that is going to allow the rest of his team to get themselves back up and running. Lynn's going to try and keep that pressure on. And again, it's just finding the flank. It's making the play. It's really a playmaker's game, this one. And Lynn's may well be the best playmaker in this lobby right now. 3 in a row, 4 in a row from Lynn's. Looking for number 5, not going to be able to get it. But he's kept Project 7 in their spawn, and that's important.
Gonna have to go through him. This is getting worse and worse for P7. They've actually been pushed back with the EMP. I mean, Brezzy's 22 and 10. How do you deal with it? He's 23 and 10. Still moving. Fluid around the map.
Okay, aggressive, trying to find a route through. And it is, I think why... Oh, I'll tell you what, they may well have a route here. They may well have an opportunity. Problem is here for Lucifer is that he's got a couple of different players to deal with. Deals with one, cannot deal with the other. Lynn's could be running into trouble here, but could just choose to dodge it. And I think why some teams struggle, potentially on Den, there's just routes that if you pick wrong and you don't cover it, you're in a lot of trouble. They're going to find this kill towards the lobby. Lynn's gets aggressive. He's on his own, though. Needs to be patient. Is the trade going to be there? Yes, it is. Spawn's going to come in very, very quickly, though. Lynn's needs to... Does he need to slow down? Oh, my word. Nearly walks it in. I'm telling him to slow down. He doesn't need to, and neither do the rest of Rayn. There's 3-0.
This has gone from bad to worse. Rayn are firing on all cylinders in this Overload. Project 7 will slowly be losing heart, but they must ask themselves, have we got enough left? Can we overcome Rayn in this moment to keep this alive?
Another opportunity here, though, for Rayn. That had to be shut down. Project 7 needs to turn this around very, very quickly. Well, these fights in the middle of the map, they just haven't been able to deal with the elusiveness of Rayn. There's so many different routes to not just run the EMP, but to find flanks, and they've found them time and time again. And this might well just be the victory parade now. 1.5 minutes to go, 3-0 up. It would take some collapse for Project 7 to come back now.
And they just really can't get the slaying going. It is a concerted effort that you need to make to move this EMP. You have to make wave after wave of kills. You have to rip people off headies, and you have to body them in their spawn. At the moment, Rayn are not even allowing them the first step.
Oh, wow.
They are winning the trades. Mythic's trying to do a magical piece of work here, but it is not enough. As Rayn grab that EMP again and start to move it towards its conclusion. If they get a 4th one in, this is done. It might already be so. but Project 7 have not gone quietly yet.
Project 7 can't wait for them to come to them. And Linz is just taking his time. He does not need to move. He is eventually going to fall. Project 7 just need to do something. Do you need a hero play? But look at Prezi. He's just setting himself up. He doesn't need to move. He can just take his time and pick them apart. Left, right, and center. 35 seconds to go. It may well be impossible. It's very improbable. When Prezi is shooting like this, the victory parade, the victory walk for Clutch Rayn is in. 25 seconds to go.
And this is it. I mean, they're just playing TDM here. Linz doesn't even care. It's like, we're not moving the EMP. We're not going for a score. We're just gunning you every single step of the way. Dominance from Clutch Rayn here in this overload. And this will give them the series. You can see it's done. Project 7 aren't moving anymore. They know it's over. Clutch Rayn Esports will be your Stage 1 Challenger Elite EMEA champions in this match.
Incredible work from Clutch Rayn. And a convincing win in map number 6 to get the job done. They were sensational in that overload. They lost out on the first one, but absolutely fantastic here in the den. I think if you are P7, you've got to give them a lot of credit. They got here. Honestly, I don't think either one of us expected them to beat Rock today. Last 2 times they went up against them, couldn't get it done. They get themselves to the grand final, but there is no doubt who is going to be the #1 contender coming out of the EMEA, and that is Clutch Rayn. The 4 Frenchmen on that roster have been fantastic this season. Had a little bit of an awkward start on stream. We've seen them start to falter, but they still got the win. And they just got better and better and better. 25 non-traded kills from Clutch Rayn. And frankly, if it wasn't for Denza, it well could have been 5. Fantastic performance from Clutch Rayn across the board. They get it done in a few different game modes, to be honest with you, and it's just one of those moments that Project 7 will look back on, and why will they say that things could have potentially been different? I think I'd probably look at the Hardpoint and Colossus, to be honest with you. I think that was maybe the opportunity. That was maybe the opportunity. Lose the S&D on Scar. Lose Overload on Den. And that will be that. Clutch Rayn champions here in the EMEA.
And it's been pretty good for them all stage long. Now, there have been some maps lost. There have been some wobbles. And maybe a couple of mistakes. But truthfully, they haven't lost a series. And that's what's going to count. Wonderful performances. The ability to bounce back from game mode to map. And I look forward to seeing how high they can fly. Because this is only stage 1. And they are the champions, but can they continue this level of performance for the next 6 months?
And how do teams compete with them? Where do they turn around? How do you beat this Clutch Rayn roster? Well, that's what everybody else in this region has got to figure out. And, well, we got to figure out how they're going to do over in Dallas. But that's something to worry about next weekend. We've still got NA to come on the back end of this one. But this is how things worked out in EMEA. Clutch Rayn all the way through in the winners bracket. Get it done in 6. And what was a really entertaining grand final. We had some absolutely cracking maps. That Scar Overload was insane. A crazy 1-0 victory for the side of Project 7.
It's weird to call a 1-0 victory and say that ending was magical. But here's the prize results so far for this stage, for this region. Clutch Rayn walk away with $20,000. In second place, Project 7. In third, Rock Esports. In fourth, Signs. In fifth and sixth, Dark Horse and Hybrid. In seventh and eighth, Treaty 1 and Night Vibes. And then in ninth to 12th, Luteez Lions, Light Unlimited, Razan Esports, and Las Lehentas. I think I've said that wrong for the very last time, Ton.
I think you had 5 or 6 different versions of it.
Yeah.
Las Lenteas. In 9th to 12th, and this is how the pro points standings go for all these teams as well. Important as the season goes on. Very important to get these early as well, because then that puts you in better positions to be able to earn more, help you along the way as far as seeding goes, etc, etc, etc. But it was really the money that these guys were playing for, and a $20,000 prize pool to get a hold of for Clutch Rayn for that first place. Fantastic work from them. And again, as you said, just didn't lose a series all Challenger season. And that really does make the difference here in the very first stage. They are the team to beat. They are the team for everybody else to aim for. I'm curious how it's going to work out in stage 2, Brycey. But we've got a couple more things to get through before we get there.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I will say this, the games today have been superb.
So good.
Obviously, some of them have been a little bit of blowout on occasion, but really has been fantastic all the way through. I mean, you are right. It's still kind of crazy that one of our biggest highlights was a 1-0 overload game, but everything from the snipes and the hard points and the comebacks, and even in that series, there were definite moments that we could be talking about a very different scoreline here. Yeah, the Colossus hard point. I think even the first hard point, realistically, it was such a slow start from Clutch Rayn, and they managed to kind of come back into it, but both teams very much deserving of being 1 and 2.
Yeah, look, I think, for Rock, if we're going to speak on them today, it will be a massive disappointment for them. But I think third, it's kind of probably an acceptable result for them to a certain degree. I think they're going to be a team who gets a lot better. I think P7 are going to have their work cut out again by ROC once again. For Rayn, they're going to have everybody gunning for them. They're the ones to aim for. Other teams, I'm looking at people like Dark Horse to potentially come back and show me something. There's some very, very good players on that roster. Signs, don't know. There's a couple of players on that roster who can maybe get things going. I'm not 100% sure. There is definitely talent here in EMEA to show off, to see what they can do, to see if they can combat up against a team like Clutch Rayn, but they do seem above and beyond everybody else. But we're going to get a real tester of that when, of course, we do see what happens in a couple of weeks' time at the Major. That's a massive, massive moment for a lot of these teams. First time on LAN, coming into Black Ops 7 for the Challengers squad, and, of course, for the CDL, which will be wildly entertaining as well. But yeah, look, there's a lot between. I should say there's a big gap, I would say, between Clutch Rayn, Project 7, and ROC and the rest, and they really do need to catch up.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, if we're going to talk about maybe ROC for a second, it's an interesting case for me, and this is just to be perfectly honest with you. ROC are a very good team and very, very talented. I would say I'm looking forward to seeing where their season can go, because I think the issue that put them in third is probably the mistakes that we kind of called out on broadcast. But if they can fix them, they truly become a force to be reckoned with, because they have a lot of the other pieces ready to go. But it's when they fold, when they make those little mistakes and overchal and overheat, that is costing them against the elite teams in the elite. So realistically, a little bit of work in the next couple of weeks, couple of months, get some more games under their belt, teamwork improves, the mistakes go down just a little bit. We could be talking very much about Rock dominating the next stage of elite, because that is their only real issue. We saw them go toe-to-toe. Their slaying is superb. They very much excel when it comes to those massive moments. But there have been, and I only say this because I think it was probably like the most obvious consistent issue with them was the overheating. But that is because it's so obvious. It's the most obvious thing to try and work on. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe even closer games next time around.
Yeah, and I think it is a little bit difficult, though, because, again, we will say about Rock, and that is their issue. I just need them to slow down a little bit, but then that sometimes is their biggest weapon, right? Is the fact that they have the ability to be able to go for those challenges, to be able to go for those moments, but they will 100% grow. Their ceiling is really, really high, I feel. I think they could go on and do some really cool things this season. Let's see how they go. Of course, I'm really interested to see how they do on LAN for them. That'll be for a couple of them, their very first opportunity to get in and amongst the pit, and that is a different kettle of fish entirely, Bricey. So for those guys over on that roster, let's see how that's going to go for them. But realistically speaking, I think it is difficult for them to go into their very first LAN and try and prove anything. But as mentioned, I think their ceiling's high, and there's a lot more to come from them on the ROC side when it comes down to challenges here in EMEA.
It certainly is, but let's talk about the team at the moment. Clutch Rayn, I believe we have an interview with their coach, who's Mr. Mustache, should be joining us here in the chat. Well, that is Tan. Why does your mustache not look like that? First of all,
it's nowhere near as good.
Congratulations on the win. We'll get to the mustache tips for Tan in a little while. How are you and the squad feeling?
Honestly, feeling pretty good. The team has played pretty amazing S&D this grand final so far, and the whole tourney we've been stepping up when it mattered. I think that's what the team needed to show this tournament before going into the LAN, that we can show up when the series is close and when we just need to get big wins and win big gunfights. So that's pretty much what I'm talking about.
All right, well,
go on, bro. No, you go ahead.
Okay, so here's what we're going to ask. Biggest adjustments, because obviously there are some issues. It's not been a clean elite run. We've kind of spoken about this as we've gone through here. While you have gone flawless and won every single game, it certainly has not been the easiest run for you. There have been maps dropped more consistently than you probably hoped for. So what are the biggest things you're looking to work on?
I mean, honestly, right now, I guess what we need to work on the most is our respawns. We're a little bit inconsistent when it comes to respawns. It's been showing a little bit during the Elite, but with the way the team's been playing SNDs, it's just one thing we need to work on. We have one more week to work on it, and pretty sure we'll be ready for the event.
Cool, and how are the guys feeling about the event? You're going over there now as the champions over on this side of the Atlantic. Do they think they can compete with the top NA teams?
Yeah, I think they're pretty confident going into this major. We're going to go for winning it all. So that's pretty much every event for us. We go there to win, and that's what we're going to do.
And last one for me before we kind of let you go celebrate with the team here. I want to talk about the Overload, the 1-0 game you lost against P7. Just what were you feeling in those final crazy 45 seconds?
I mean, honestly, for me, it's a little bit more intense probably than for the players in a way, because I'm only hearing the comms and I'm seeing everything with a lot of delay. So everything felt like a bloodbath. Against these guys, it's going to be an all year long affair. So every map's going to feel like a grueler in some way. So it was a good watch, and it was really good to see the boys just pull through and win this one. Not the Overload, but I mean the rest of the ones.
Awesome. Well, I'll give you a chance here to shout out anybody you need to, the fans at home, sponsors, anything from the TO onwards.
I'll shout out all the fans. They've been giving us amazing support. Shout out to Rayn as well for helping us to the event next week. Shout out to the boys, more importantly. They're the ones playing and showing up. Could be more proud of them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again on winning stage 1 of Challengers Elite. I'll let you go and celebrate now. And thank you very much for joining us here in the studio. Well, what a road it has been. Certainly one for the books and hopefully indicative of everything this season, Ton.
Yeah, and I think what's real indicative of this season is where French Call of Duty is at. And to see Rayn coming through and doing so well, think about the Paris Major coming up in a few months' time. That's going to be one they'll want to win. And we've got plenty, obviously, going on over here in Europe, too. I think there's a huge opportunity for Rayn to really pull up some trees this year. So let's see how they do. They were really impressive in that grand final. Let's see how they do when they go over towards the Major.
Well, they certainly do. Well, we hope you've had a good time with us. Thank you, everybody watching and the production staff. If you've not had enough Call of Duty, don't worry. North America will be gracing your screens in just a short while. They have their top 3 as well. I hope it's just entertaining. But from EU, we are done. Rayn are our champions for stage 1. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking why I'm at.
What's up, friendly fans? We've got COD Challengers cleaning up the rest of Season 1 of Challengers. Leading my whole shift with me, I've got Jay, Stud Man, the Stub Fan Captain, Unk, all the peeps, all the boys love this man. Brother, we got a couple teams left, and wow, I don't know how to even begin describing this bracket. It's been electric from start to finish, and now we've got the chance to really just discern who is the best team in Challengers, because it's been up for grabs, it feels like, all year so far.
Yeah, it definitely has been up for grabs because every week we always have an upset. Like 4Fun Esports were taking down all the top dogs last week. Coming to their series yesterday a little bit flat, but the same thing could be said for Falcons Academy White, who were like 1-3 in the stage, win one match, make it into the playoffs, and then have just made up for their differences in the stage matches in the playoff bracket because they have been on fire. But when you take a look at this, Al, I just see one team that continuously is standing out. Project Notorious, who the hell is going to beat that roster?
Yeah, at the moment, nobody. They're looking really tight. I mean, that BAP 5 affair in Winners Round 2, we saw a lot of pieces of that one. Really, really fun matchup between those two squads. But like you kind of see on the lower side of the bracket, has really been the Falcons White team that has made a huge resurgence. So it's always tough to stop momentum. The only, I think, bit of news about this is the fact that, hey, Project Notorious has had a day to kind of chill, go back and rewatch some of their own stuff, let alone possibly go over what they saw for Fun Esports, who now have a chance to showcase themselves again, playing at that Falcons Academy White team. So, I don't know. I feel like there's a major advantage for Project Notorious. I think that you had said it kind of in the green room before we came live. It feels like this is kind of a clear-cut pathway for Project Notorious to win today, but all the results we had were yesterday or way before that. So, who knows? COD could very well be a day-to-day game, but there is a very big advantage for Project Notorious starting in the grand final from the winner's bracket, being able to determine what happens in the overload. So let's get a look at our schedule to kind of figure out how we're going. I guess as you figured it, this is what we have. Back over in towards the NA ELIM finals. We'll be starting with the Falcons Academy White taking on for Fun Esports. Then, of course, the winner of that in a best of 7 versus Project Notorious. Any reactions to the EU finish? I know that the boys out there were surprised that Rock Esports weren't able to take down Project 7. What do you think of Clutch Rayn and their win?
Oh, Clutch Rayn, they iced up, man. Because Project 7, they came out the gate swinging. Took the opening map. Clutch Rayn were able to respond into search and destroy. But then the overload, a 1-score difference. That's all it came down to. The final 45 seconds was insane. Clutch Rayn just had a little more ice in them. You're talking about a couple players who were formerly in the league, in Brezzy, in Linz. Brezzy was unbelievable in that grand final.
Yeah,
so
facts.
congratulations to them that they were able to close it out. Now, hopefully, they're able to keep those results on land because that's where you really want to shine. That's where you get your opportunities to go back up to the pros.
Yep, I hear that. Well, they're looking good in terms of how things may have at least brewed out in Europe. We'll see if we can find some sort of a redemption arc here as for Fun Esports are looking to get themselves into the grand final for a chance at redemption. And they're going to be doing so with the roster of Phantoms, Peel, Proto, and Vikram. I will say, this team really surprised us. You kind of gave us a small little nugget about that when we saw them earlier in the group stage. Didn't really know what to expect. And we were very quickly shown what Vic and Peel could do together, especially on the smaller maps. We were really impressed by them on Blackheart.
Oh, yeah. Vic's POV is one of my favorites to watch so far in the League Stage 1 because that guy is completely twisted. He has to have like 7 monsters sitting on his desk because he just reacts to so many different gunfights so damn fast. And then you put him alongside Peel, alongside Prada, with Timmy Phantoms leading the way. That's why you find yourself in towards the top 3. It's just the way that they played yesterday. You can't have that today. You got to be on a whole different level today.
Got to be clean, got to be polished, no mistakes. That's the key as we take a look over on the other side of the team who has been making the long run through the lower bracket. Falcons Academy White, King of Body, Arcides, Paul, and Priesta. Arcides, Paul, Priesta, of course, you know those names from their long-standing tenure, whether it be in Challengers or specifically the things that they've done in the league. But King of Body, I will say, has really improved. I think especially over the last couple of days. That's always been kind of the question mark about these Falcons rosters is what were the teammates that were initially part of that Falcons team at the beginning of last year going to show us in this calendar year. And so far, King of Body, I will say, has really looked improved.
Oh, yeah. I feel like every single player over there from Saudi that was on the pro squad last season, but putting in the work this season in Challengers, and everyone has shown improvements. And in that series yesterday versus the Bush, King of Body was unbelievable in the Overload and the Map 4. So if he's going to play like that with a couple of world champions around him, oh yeah, Falcons Academy White are going to be pretty hard to beat.
I like the call, but let's take a look at where our team finds its favor, and a lot of it does come from what the CDL or former CDL players have been able to show, because for Priesta, he has been really, really solid in terms of getting into his playoff form. I mean, again, we talked about like Falcons White were on the cusp of not being able to make it even into playoffs based on their group stage record, and P-Dog has really stepped things up, especially when you look at what he's done in the Search and Destroy. The ability to go from a 0.8, or pardon me, the respawn, the 0.8 to the 1.12. Pretty unbelievable in terms of improvement overall. So that's a player definitely to keep our eye on if Falcons Academy White want to make their way into the grand final and get a chance at stealing away the Stage 1 Elite Championship. But we're going to do so by starting things off with the best of 5, and it will kick off on Colossus Hardpoint. And that's one of the other maps that I was going to say, like for fun esports, those SMGs really do run rampant.
Yeah, they do run rampant, but sometimes a little too crazy chaotic doesn't lead to a lot of success. It needs to be controlled chaos. Because yesterday you spawned it versus Project Notorious on the black card, and you basically got a 100-point club. Like, it wasn't even close. And the same thing could happen on a map like Colossus versus a somewhat experienced team just like Project Notorious. So, for Fun Esports, head on a swivel. Make sure everyone is in sync today, and no one's going for ego challenge, because we need to have this opening map.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Opening kills looking good for Fun Esports. And there will be an opportunity here for them to get some time on P1. Split spawn situation going to come through, though. So now it's all about how many kills can you find from the front. And Proto will clean up one side. Keep the focus over now to P2's rotation. But Paul X was unnoticed, and Falcons White can find a way back into the time.
Instantly right back into the time. For now, for Fun Esports are spawning over towards that blue side. So you have one player working through tunnel. He's going to get picked off. Now you're trying to take some stats control. You find the opening kill. You get trades in towards the P1, so perfectly effective there on the break. Map control still in their favor, but the spawns getting a little funky, and Proto is aware of it.
Yep, nice clean shots for one. Doesn't maybe expect that Paul's still holding the block spawns to his right. But now he gets a chance at it, and Paul has the perfect slide out. So yeah, you can see it anchoring for Paul in the back. Trying to make sure the spawns continue to go in favor of Falcons White. Hardpoint will be fought over and won by Falcons White on top of that. So really good stuff there to lock spawns, find a win in the hill, and now have a chance to grow a lead.
Just take your time on the backside when you get those clutch spawns, win those gunfights, secure the map, and now you can force your way in towards the HP. Still 40 seconds here. For Fun Esports trying to flood their way through the front door. No trophies early on because we're only at P2, so all the studs and nades are going to be able to connect. King of Bodies able to find one. Trades are going down. But at least for now, 4 funds are in.
Okay, good finish on the backside. Phantoms gets 2 with the pistol. And I think they know that they're missing one, and there he is. King of Body will fall. So yeah, really good break attempt. Right after the initial surge looked solid for Fun Esports, they get pushed away, but they recover nicely for the back 20 seconds or so. And we will return back over to the middle of the map to P3. Phantom still getting it done. Really solid moment for him on 5 in a row. King of Body shuts it down and turns it into a second. Falcons White with the numbers around 3 early.
Man, King of Body already sitting at a double positive. 8-4. Cut off man in towards bottom tunnel. Give me kill number 3. Still is reading the pressure. Teammates going to keep you alive, and now you have all of the map secured. All of your focus towards blue side, but now Paul X knocked down to 2 HP in the dream. Just needs to stay down. Priesta needs to watch his cross. He's putting down shots. Rips him off of the head glitch. Last guy on the town. Let me just bank a nade. That's going to be all 4 dead.
Yep. Really good stuff. Back and forth we continue to go. As Priesta, Arcides locking things up. King of Body keeping the pitch safe. Really smart route there. And now an opportunity with 20 seconds to start moving away from 3 and focusing on what's coming up on 4. Phantoms has taken a couple of shots, so his position's now aware. Paul on the hunt, and the rest of Fun Esports are trying to help support him. There's the trade from King of Body. Can't get more than that, though. So for the moment, spawns are good for fun, but working on it are Falcons White.
Yeah, New Hill hasn't popped, though. So that one player for 4 funds is going to spawn all the way across the map, and now you're simply going to be outnumbered. Falcons applying pressure through the back end. Priesta is going to fall. Paul X there for the trade. Not able to find kill number 2, but now you got the pressure here. You just got to keep him away for the hill time, and it turns into a one-on-one.
Wow.
And Peel is able to line up a double, but he's the last man standing. Falcons get the break.
That's pretty clean, not going to lie. Priesta holding, getting some damage in. Paul right there on his left hip. Nice shots coming through. Priesta, Paul still getting it done. Really clean stuff. The ARs just continue to keep Priesta alive, even as the pressure is starting to really amount. But as he tried to take away space, that's where For Fun Esports actually respond, and now have a chance of some significant scrap time here, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow right there of your Falcons, because the player who's on the time, if you die while your teammates are pushing out towards P1, then you're no longer going to have those spawns. And unfortunately for that, Seekers, that's what causes For Fun to get the break for a little bit, but you work your way right back on in. A 25-point lead at the end of our first set of HPs. Map control in your favor. You have statue. And now you're still just trying to contest around this P1 area before Funds with the stuns and nades break their way right on through.
Well, RCD's nice double. Keep some space alive here for Falcons White to try to quickly get back over to the top of P1, but Phantom's still shooting and spraying it down. 20 and 11, 4 in a row. Nearly would have gotten 5 at the pistol, but Peel beats him to it. So again, this tug-of-war game continues to go back and forth, but for Fun Esports, it's really all about what Phantoms is doing, because when he's slaying, For Fun Esports are scoring. So that needs to continue, and now they can Peel start to get themselves involved. Long-range attempt for Phantoms, try to see the little heat check. He's going to free up Proto to move forward and try to finish this one off. And you can see just the supply of support that we're getting here, even as the rotation's under focus. Really good stuff for Fun Esports.
Yeah, this is really good stuff. You maintain statue control all of P1. That's usually how you dominate that mid-map area. With Phantoms going on 6 in a row, Hellstorm in the back pocket. Give yourself a little bit of a lead going in towards the P2, but now Proto, only man off the rotation, does get cut down, and Falcons Academy White have an opportunity to take the lead plus some with a perfect setup here at P2 so far.
Yeah. Nate over the top, just trying to get a feel for where exactly For Fun is. Priesta, nice timing on this little round, but can't make good on it. So now they hit from the front, start to develop, forcing RCDs to have to go between both weapons. Try to get involved as a body, but can't really do too much. Spawns are still okay, though, for Falcons White. So another wave has to be fought off here for Fun. Paul X over the top. No, nothing there. Good support from afar. Proto continues to contest and throw these little wiggly shoulders, and he's still in and out of there. Unbelievable life as Priesta will finally swip things over to the White, but it was a tough battle for Fun Esports, and they contest a lot of time.
Yeah, not as clean as you wanted it to be if you are Falcons Academy, but at least you're able to manage soaking up a majority of that hell time and not allowing For Fun to get any besides 4 seconds. So now it's the rotation over towards P3. You got some time to work on some long routes, so you're working your way through backside yellow. You were setting up this pinch because you still have pressure from green crate. You find the opening kill. Now the pinch is here. Everyone from For Fun has to duck their way in towards bottom tunnel, but they're all getting cut down except for Proto. He's still standing. He's still fighting, but King of Body, last man standing. He's got the hell time.
Yeah. Good moment here over the top. Yeah, but okay. Phantoms once again. Nice double for him. Keeps things in the realm of neutrality. Shots over the top for Paul. Can't quite fully track on little pogo stick bounce over to the sub. So an opportunity here for our team in pink to get to a tie game. Paul in and trying to contest. Aggressive move from him, but he's going to get slid on. Yeah, really good follow-up here as Proto has really stepped in. And honestly, it's been the Phantoms and Proto show so far. Vic and Peel are trying to find routes, but it's the follow-up that's been good for Fun Esports.
Now you got to locate these players towards the back of the spawn. It's a 2-for-1 trade. RCD's only able to find one, and now Peel just needs to value his life and not get King of Body an opportunity for a double. Now the spawns can be secured if you take care of Vic towards the backside. He was just surrounded with teammates, but now he's surrounded by Falcons players. Can only take down one, and now this is forcing the Hellstorm out of Timmy Phantom.
How much space can be collected here for Fun Esports as this gets pulled in? Kill from the front is good. Now it's just down to, can you find the eliminations from inside? A good look around the side of the glass as Paul tries to get back in, but no, cannot do so. Vic caught on the reload, cannot wiggle away, and Proto will eventually have the last word. So there's the flip of the hill and the spawns. Big opportunity here for Fun Esports to reclaim the lead, but Falcons White finding kills from the front.
And that's already going to be 3 dead in the feed. Make it all 4 now. Everyone from Fun Esports spawning across the map. So you take the lead for a couple seconds. Falcons take it right on back. But now we're going into our 3rd set. King of Body gets bad timing at statue. You're not having the numbers to fight your way through P1. So For Fun dominate the kills off the rotation. Set up here at P1 on looking for a good chunk of time again.
Shot. Ooh, clean initially, but the AR just too potent at that range. Proto just keep on wiggling over the top of the walls. Almost puts together a Skyborn 3-piece, but it's Phantoms who finishes it off again. It's just been those two all game long. Vic and Peel are starting to turn up just a touch, and that leads to an opportunity for the late sides of this game to really start to turn in favor for Fun.
Yeah, just need to look for an opening kill now if you are Falcons. If they find it through P4. So now you got to take care of Phantoms effectively without multiple people dropping. He's able to find one. It's on Pro, the last man standing. He falls. And now Peo just dancing with death. Gonna fall to the hands of Varsity. So Falcons work their way back in, potentially for the final 15 seconds. This has been a game of tug and war, but finally, for Fun Esports, they have P2 in their side.
Well, tight moment as we look over to P2. Things are starting to look pretty calm for the time being for Fun Esports, but can they hold off this wave? Paul's worked around the back, couple of shots into him, pushes him away, but help is starting to move in towards the front. Paul's just already in there to help. What a route that is. Pistol over the top almost worked, but no. Instead, it's just Varsity. Last one standing. He has all 4 members of For Fun in front of him. Deals with the first, up and over, cannot find any more. Priesta tagged up and dealt with, and it looks like For Fun Esports should be able to supply the reinforcements quicker, but Paul's double gets in Falcons White and a chance to contest from the front.
Just keep on fighting. Keep on making this a bloodbath. Absolute chaos here at the P2. For Fun just don't want to give up this time, so they have the Swans. We're going to consistently contest you at that old HP. And now we're going to walk away with this final 15. Going to be almost a 30-point lead as we go back over to P3 with now Vic. Early off the rotation, a big one-on-one versus P-Dog. A nade is going to make him weak. And P-Dog trying to be the aggressor here. Does find a double, so one rotation, won by Falcons.
Someone needs to pop up here if you're For Fun Esports, because Falcons have essentially the setup that they would like. 2 players in the hill. Especially Arcity's just watching the tunnel push. Now a pitch develops on the flip side, but it's a nice little turn and almost an opportunity to burn. Vic trying to figure out the last couple of members inside the hill. Pistol out, and Vic's able to find the win. 225, 210. Need to keep your life as Falcons White are starting to fall from the front.
Funneling the way through Boo's side. Now you're just waiting for Priesta to work on this late pitch. Are you going to pick it up? You do if you are Pill. And you win the gunfight. So now it's all about finding the rest on the HP. You can still win it here as long as the contest doesn't happen. And I don't know if Arceus was able to touch for the much needed to be able to force it to that next HP. Still going to contest this though. And now we're guaranteed to go over towards P4. Falcons Academy have the rotation and that old time.
Yeah, that double from Priesta is massive. It forces everybody for Fun's attack to hit from the front. They're trying to watch to see if Priesta's going to hit her out early. I think Phantoms may have seen him, so now the rest of the attack from the front can really execute. Varsity's in some trouble, or is he? First 2 kills are good. He finds the third as well. The only one still alive was Phantoms, and he will drop behind the play. Here we go for Fun Esports spawning out, needing to find a break.
This is their last opportunity at a break. You're going to have one player going all the way around the deep route. He's going to get a touchdown. Everyone else trying to break through the front door. You got to go.
Last couple of moments, Arceus gets the late trophy down. Here comes the contest from the front, but Arceus able to find one, Paul another. Last couple of seconds, last member to find is the one for the front, and Falcons White will clean things up. It's the ARs who tell the story late, and map 1 goes to Falcons Academy White.
Wow, that was a bloodbath, pal. Like, it doesn't get any tighter than that. That's why we love Blackheart. That's why we love Colossus. But you do not love that if you are For Fun Esports, because you came out the gate swinging. You were winning a majority of your gunfights. Falcons Academy looked a little bit lackluster in their performance there in map number 1. It just, like you said, came down to the ARs in the final moments of that game. P-Dog was a guy who we highlighted before that map number 1. He was struggling, but then towards the end half of that P3 of the P4, P-Dog started to pop a 2-piece here, a 3-piece here, and those differences were the difference makers at the end of that game. But for Fun Esports, you fall short in that map number 1 by 9 points, and on the back of what Paul Lex and Archdies were able to do, 4K damage a pop out of the vets, and Falcons Academy White still map number 1.
Oof. Wow. That was about as good as it gets, I'll be honest with you. Through and through, looked really, really clean. I mean, it's just like, the thing I really enjoy about both of these two teams, and we've seen it a couple of times now, is like their ability to work out of really difficult situations is so highly credited. Like, so many moments that you talk about, like, oh, for Fun Esports, their setup, they look good. The setup is great. Maybe they find a kill or two, and it's like, oh, Falcons Academy, we're going to have to restructure. And then all of a sudden, there's a play that someone hits a long route. It changes the dynamic of all of the prior circumstances immediately. It's just been such a good back and forth game, and it really, this entirety, and I don't know if we're going to get the game flow state or not, but it's going to be 2 lines very tight to one another, because every single moment felt like it was a hill that went 30-30 until the very end there, where finally Falcons Academy White use that long route, shut down for Fun Esports, force them from the front. So, fun opening map. Definitely a setter towards what we very well may get for the rest of the series as we look at Scar, Search, and Destroy. Where's your thoughts there?
This is a scary one for me, man, because For Fun Esports, all throughout this elite, they have been dominant in Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy has pushed them to be in this position for top 3, but it's been on a lot of different maps other than Scar. They've only played Scar one time compared to every other S&D. And keep in mind, I said that they do have 9 wins in this mode. Just this map right here hasn't been really comfortable for them. And then on the opposite side for Falcons Academy, they found themselves on like 3 in a row on Scar, Search, and Destroy. This is their best Search and Destroy coming up in map number 2. So it was a massive opening map win for Falcons Academy, knowing that they had their best Search and Destroy for map number 2. And it wasn't For Fun's most specifically or best prepared map for them. So For Funds, you got to show me something that you haven't shown me all season, and that's if you can capitalize off of your first bloods. We know that Timmy Phantom does it with the AR, with the SMG, the AR, or even the sniper. But with Pill and Proto, those are the guys that take a lot of calculated risks. You have to make sure you're doing it in sync, because on a map like Scar, you give it that first blood, you're probably going to lose the round.
Yeah, I like that call. I mean, first blood advantages has been kind of the name of the game, not just for this map, but I think in particular for challengers, we've seen a lot of teams just kind of, all right, we got numbers, let's hit something hard and take our advantages, you know, to the bank. But kind of looking more into this Search and Destroy overall, there's not just this map that's on the line. This is the status of what has happened so far on the entirety of this season. Of course, High Treason, Cabal, Next Threat, and Stallions Black not able to get out of groups. But then as we started to get into the playoff bracket, we had a lot of hopes for teams like Bush, teams like Omit Brooklyn, 2 squads that had kind of split the results in all of the cups so far. They both drop out of the top 3 positions. Telluride Bush, of course, most recently yesterday. But Omit Brooklyn, a tough opening game. They drop down. They find themselves in a tough lower bracket game. Cannot survive it. So that was definitely a surprise, I think, to a lot of people who had, let's be candid, a lot of expectations for players like Aluka on that match, on that series. And it just didn't really necessarily build up to the hype that was kind of growing from the cup performances. But there's still not just money being won over. There's also the elusive and illustrious challengers points that you need to give yourself better seeding down, not just the road for regular elite seasons, but more importantly for what's upcoming, Major 1 and that global seeding, as we're going to have, I think, a pretty well-attended event across the challengers teams here, Jay.
Oh, yeah. It should be an absolute mix fest at Major 1. Not with only the pro scene, but even the challenger scene. There's just so much hype right now around Call of Duty. And I can't wait to be there. Hopefully everything goes smooth, because there's a crazy storm that's coming in this weekend coming up. I just need to make sure I get to Texas on that ground safe and sound so I can cast some COD.
Here for that, brother. Hopefully, same boat. Hope I get through there as well. Dude, it was crazy. We were literally, I was texted with my girl today. She was just like, "Hey, do you have time to go to the grocery store?" Because my mom is saying that all the shelves are empty, and I was like, "It's just supposed to be a cold rain." And I went, and there's plenty of stuff. It's totally fine. It's gonna be fine. We hope it's fine. So yeah, that's what we've got going now. In terms of the weather outside, let's get into the heat that's happening inside. Easy segue. For Fun Esports need to bounce back here. Search and Destroy, and you mentioned it, kind of the Search and Destroy prowess that we've seen out of these guys has been, you know, pretty solid for especially newer players in the mix. That's what you often look at.
Yeah, they come from the S&D scene, so now you need to show me why S&D wins you championship, because you need this bounce back here. Going to be the team early on the defensive side. No trophy systems to work with. Sniper in the hand of Paul Lex. Instantly going to swap on out. Spotting anyone on that mid-map cross. It's a 3-to-1 stack for 4 Fun over towards A site. And Falcons Academy just playing the fill out. Everyone spread the map.
No, opening first bloods off the nade. Paul's able to get a read onto Vic on the cross and is a little bit in trouble. Peel giving him a workout, but there is just enough help from the bomb carrier of Arcades to keep him alive. Secondary nades also tagging, but not eliminating Paul. We stay 4v4.
Yeah, but 4 Fun's put a lot of focus on Paul right now, and now that opens up for Falcons Academy to work their way over towards this A site. First flight going in favor of Proto. And now Arcades trapped on the bottom side of Motel. Only 35 seconds to go. Yeah, this is a difficult round to win.
Yeah, sure is, but Arcades is going to just kind of stretch plant. Peel should be in a position to watch exit. And not! Oh, the help from Priesta is so good, but the health pulls are low. And the rest of For Fun are there for the easy cleanup.
Yeah, just all off the back of that first blood. Time is ticking away. You know, eventually the play has to develop, and most likely it's not going to be at that B site. So just being in position to spot them off the exit. Even though Protoss have been not able to find a kill from top Motel, all of his teammates are there to instantly pounce. Big secures the one up top. Last guy down low, one shot. Easy round there for 4 Fun Esports to start off the S&D.
Initially, you kind of think, like, wait a second. Falcons have survived this over-isolation onto Paul. Maybe that leads to an opportunity, but really solid setup for Fun Esports. And maybe just a little bit of confusion there at the end where you kind of see Falcons trying to clear out shops again, that mid-deli position. They just don't see the defender who gets out of there. As Phantoms, I think he takes a tag there from Paul across the map. Sure feels that way. So lucky to be alive, and we'll keep the 4v4 open.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. Hit markers definitely suck, but now you make up for it. That one's not a hit marker, and neither will that be, but the shot does not connect. Still the first blood, though, in favor of Falcons. Man advantage in favor of Falcons, and now 4 Fun Esports working their way through mid-deli to try to even up the numbers.
Maybe a couple of tags to the windows there at Deli. The body, long-range shots, only a couple of tags there. No elimination still for Fun Esports. Now make their move over to A. Paul in some trouble, but all of that focus towards him allows Priesta to find the first blood. And now Peel has to make a call in this 2v4. Can he commit for the plan? He's going to try for it. Helping from afar is Vic. And they will get the plant and get away. Keep in mind, you still have Paul sniping. So this is, for the time being, just the ARs. But the spam eventually lands. Peel now by himself. Clean for the first. Able to reset just a moment. Does he get all of his health back is the question. SMG out, but no, Arcides is right there to meet him. And Falcons respond with a defense of their own.
Defense for defense, first blood for first blood. So when you give that early pick there to Paul, forces your teammates to try to make up for it in the numbers. You try to do something through mid-deli. You get nothing done. Priesta finds one 4v2. You get the bomb planted. You just stand no chance. I'm telling you, it's something about this map at Scar. I don't really know how long it's going to be in the rest of our season, but this is just one of those maps. Like, if you get that first blood, man, it's really difficult to work this map on any different angle. Especially because B bomb site, you can't even approach it. Like, you're isolated in a man disadvantage over towards A. I don't really know. Yeah, Scar's got to get some works.
3v4s from the offensive side, specifically. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. You find yourself down early on the attack, and you're pretty much swimming up river with no paddle type deal. Caution starting to come through here for White again. You can hear a trophy system, I believe, down below the setup at Motel. Paul's going to try to move his way that direction, just making sure there's no one down low. And the long route from Priest is going to come back into middle, and keep an eye on the timing here. But yeah, you see it. The damage is out, and Peel's making his move, and no one ever saw him. But he gets caught in the mantle. And then Proto from the front is able to pinch things together. So we're back to a 2v2, bomb down around A, but Priest's route is insane, and he's able to finish off the kill midair while his teammate finishes the other around the A site.
Yeah, and even though Pale was able to weasel his way through Deli for that pinch, he was only able to find one. Numbers being made up, though, with Paul X in this position. I'm pretty sure we get to locate 3 on the round. So the first attacking secured there for Falcons. Off of the back of the first blood, instant response, but you instantly find a second one. And then Priesta on the pinch. So advantage now in favor of Falcons. Paul X on 4 in a row, Priesta on 3. And if you're for Fun Esports, probably a pacing change up here, because if Paul X is just going to sit top green and snipe, we can't allow him to be impactful.
Well, here we go. Quick flank on the backside of this play, and I don't know if Vic is expecting this. Yeah, no one's really watching it for Fun Esports. I was surprised because there's a lot of shots coming over that from that direction, but none of the offensive members really looked that way, and now Phantoms is in trouble. Is just barely able to stay alive through stuns and hellfire out of King of Body, but that first blood, again, a dangerous one, and it has for Fun Esports down on numbers and down on map control.
Yeah, now time is starting to tick. Bombs all the way across the map. Peel trying to gain some information, working his way up through Deli. And all you're doing now is just scouting for information. Watch the shoulders that you throw, because Timmy Phantoms has got the snipe, but King of Body from down low is able to catch Proto. Now 4v2.
And Phantom's able to find Paul. The exit, almost a quick scope up to King of Body, who wants the chail. And oh, goodness, you can kind of see it from the death screen, but maybe some team shots come through. I don't know if King of Body gets the credit for both, but The push out is insane. Yeah, it looks like Arcides is able to come over to help make sure there's no trade on to King of Body. Yeah, you can see it from right here. There's a little turn from King of Body, but Arcides gets every single bullet in.
Yeah, and that's just a pace change up right there, Al. Falcons come out slow and steady on their previous defense, so Paul X running a sniper. This time, we take plane away and just catch you off guard with the aggression on the pinch. Strike for the first blood, disengage from their base, hold back from our spawn, and then in a man advantage, just play your numbers. Easy plays there for the Falcons. Priest is still on 3 in a row. 4 fronts need this response here on defense.
A little feel out here as the offense has hit on both extremities of the map for just a little bit. Priest is just kind of making sure nothing's playing over through white wall. The rest of the offense, some free space at a stun check from the defenders will alert Vic that he needs to keep his eyes open. And he's able to slip around as that was King of Body, I think, trying to boost the ball bounce, trying to find the shots. Vic able to respond as the attack is pretty darn successful initially, so it gives Phantoms a chance here for the 1v2, but it's a tough one.
Bomb is going to be recovered by Paul. You know you're going up against Phantoms, who tends to be their slowest player. And also the island guy, so going to force him to think a little bit. Going to clear out this B side. No one going to be here, but time is still ticking, and Falcons Academy have yet to work this bomb plan. You better get it down before Phantoms puts himself in a great position on this bench.
Can he find the exit from the planter? Instead, he finds Priest up top. Paul's kind of sitting out, and ooh, gave Phantoms another look at it. But now both of the post-plant defenders will move back, but little pre-fire ends up being headshots onto Paul. But Phantoms unsure about where Priest is repositioned to. And this route's going to take so long. Maybe he catches timing on the scout out, and yeah, he doesn't like to look at that gunfight, so has to try to reframe it. Now he's running out of time. And he's going to miss the window on this one, likely. Yeah, Priest in the corner, able to put him down. No worries.
Yeah, Priest just plays it confident on the top side of Motel. Who am I going up against? Phantoms. Oh, this guy likes to hit routes, so just spouts him off the rotation of front blue. And just plays the clock to perfection, catches him at mid-trains. Falcons now starting to run away with this search and destroy. And this is what was scary to me, is that you gave them the opportunity to have their best search and destroy here in map number 2. They're overall in the elite 4-6 in S&D. But they are 3-1 specifically on Scar. And when they take that opening map, now they get their best search and destroy map 2. A map that you don't play as much if you are For Fun Esports. Yeah, we need something, man, because you can't go down 0-2.
No, you really can't. So a lot of focus on what this offensive round will provide. And it's another defensive first blood for Falcons White. Peel trying to force the issue. And yeah, it's just they have not been able to even get a look at an offensive play at Jay. I mean, it's just every time they start to get going somewhere, someone falls behind the initial action and they have to hit the pause button, and there's just never an opportunity to attack a bomb site cleanly.
Yeah, and instead of hitting the pause button there, because that hasn't worked out for them in the previous couple of offenses, they continue to hit that go button, and they all drop like flies in the blink of an eye. So now Falcons at game point. Priesta on 6 in a row. Does he have himself a Hellstone to basically call game here? As Falcons Academy White can currently do no wrong. They have dominated that first bloods. They have dominated the clutching at the ending of these rounds. Someone right now for Fun Esports needs to provide a spark, and Proto, there is the first blood on their side. He might be the guy.
Someone needs to be. Priesta. A little bit of spam up top. A couple of tags come in, but in the meantime, Peel has found a second kill. That one on the Paul at mid. RCDs will drop, and there's nowhere for Priesta to go. He's trying to stay alive on 6, but it's not going to happen. So that will start something, but the defense doesn't concern me as much as the offense does. We need to get a playbook going that doesn't revolve around us playing 3v4.
Yeah, it might just be, you know, everybody put your controller down for the first 10 seconds. It's not getting hated or gunned down to shreds. So we don't have an early man disadvantage, but it's just right now Falcons have thrown so much different stuff at them on the defensive side. Pressure from plane, Paul X whipping out the snipe, retaking A with the quickness. Just keeping For Fun right now on their toes. And now Phantom's trying to stabilize on this round. Slow it down, potentially looking for a pick with the boomstick from top blue.
here we go again. Yep, there's another first blood. This time it's quickly traded. So it gives you an opportunity at this, but a very fresh health pool. And Arcides is feeling the hot hand and takes the easy chow. And that, again, just goes to another first blood engagement that has a huge advantage for Falcons White, but a perfectly cooked nade from Vic takes us to a 2v2. I don't believe Priest has been seen on that little crossback, so for fun esports, we'll just take the bomb and plant.
Yeah, they're just going to get this one down. Play your post plant. A 2v2. Able to spot him on the exit. It is going to be Paul X. 35 seconds to go. Priest spots out Vic, and Vic knocked down to 3 HP. Can he get out? He does not. 1v2 for Timmy.
Oh, able to get the first and the second. Okay, clean shots up top. Looked like for a moment he may just fall because of the low health pool, but a little re-slide has the hit markers of initial damage. Essentially, doesn't matter. Oh, that little pre-fire, just knowing that Paul's going to peek. Beautiful awareness from Phantoms, and we're going to keep going.
Yep, great clutch right there from Phantoms. Puts down shots onto Paul, first of all, to have him weak. Prepared for the second gunfight onto Priesta, and then just finishing your food to close out the round. So for fun off the back of Phantoms. Starting to show some fight here in the Search and Destroy. He went crazy in map number 1. Now he's trying to be the answer here in map number 2. But is it a little too late? With Paul X not spotting anything with that sniper. Going to switch back over to the M15. And now Peel, how aggressive does he want to be over towards Plainside? There's really no one watching over A, but King of Body just runs out. Gives him a first blood.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure about that. Maybe he thinks there's someone playing on the backside of that convoy truck, but not there.
Watch the nade.
Nade deep. It lands really well. Plus the shots. Clean onto Phantoms. So now you've got the numbers back in the favor of Falcons White. Protoss to try to take away Space Top Motel. He's actually getting a lot of opportunity here, but Arcides has now seen him. He's going to back away and see if he can bait the gunfight, but Protoss is smarter than that. We'll back up to A, and both of our defenders will split as they try to reach the map, and Peel just can't get to the corner in time.
Now Proto left in a 1v3, already spotted. Paul X putting down shots, and that is going to be the game. Falcons Academy White just have a lot more strategies on a map that they find themselves finding a lot of success on early on into this game. Complete switch-ups on defense. I show sniper. I'm going to be aggressive over towards plane. We're consistently always finding the first blood. For Fun Esports just didn't have an answer for Falcons Academy on their best search and destroy map. And now you find yourself down 2-0. Not what For Fun's are looking forward to.
No, not at all. But it's been a really good display from Falcons White. I got to give them a lot of credit. I mean, again, just those first bloods, yes, it does kind of tell the story here 6-3, but a lot of them came from the defensive side, and they just never gave away an opportunity for Fun Esports to do anything. Yeah, they get 2 bomb plants, but most of them were in 2v4s or 2v3s. Like, it's just, it was, they were desperate plants. It just never really felt like For Fun could get an offensive round put together from the get-go.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. It's just tough when early on your strategies are getting punched right down your throat. You're getting early bomb plants, like you said, in 2v2, 2v4s, but it's just not finding success in that first blood category on a map like Scar. It just puts you at a heavy disadvantage every single round that happens in. Phantoms gave you some life. If he could potentially have clutched up multiple 2v1s, you could have still been in this game, but every single time For Fun found a kill, Falcons are there for the instant response, plus some. And that allows them to take the search and destroy in a commanding fashion. Now go up 2-0 in the series, and now it doesn't get any easier out because they're going into an exposure overload where they're 3-0 on the season. So
yeah, dude.
Yeah, For Fun figured out.
Yeah, it's definitely it sets up this series very, very, very poorly in terms of reverse sweep ability, to be sure. But I think the only thing that you can really kind of hold your head on right now, if you're For Fun, is that I think their overload has improved overall. I think they're really starting to find a bit of a flow between what they want to do with the subs versus what they actually can afford to do. Like, it just feels like before they were trying to get maybe a little bit too aggressive, try a little bit too quickly to set tempo when they weren't really able to. But it is not a favorable map set moving through this. I'll say that much. So a lot of work to be done, and it starts off by, I think we always say this, you know, a reverse sweep has to start from the get-go on map number 3. You just have to go right into it and look like you're polished and you're prepared and that your playbook is actually working. And that's, you know, the big thing is shrugging off the frustration from not really being able to get to play your offenses on Scar the way that you wanted to. You can't untrust or distrust your playbook here. You got to go with some confidence.
Oh, yeah, you definitely have to go with confidence because confidence was showed fight, and map number 1 unfortunately falls short there. You put a search and destroy map, it didn't matter what it was because SD has won you chips, and SD has got you to this point that you were feeling confident as ever, just weren't prepared as much as Falcons Academy on that map number 2. Now going into this overload on exposure, they have 3 overload wins on the entire season so far in Elite Stage 1. 2 of them happen to come on exposure, so this is a square up, technically. Your best map versus their best map. Who wants it more?
I agree fully, my friend. We'll see. It's just, wow. It sets up the rest of the day really interestingly, though, because you're looking at Project Notorious, who's awaiting for the grand finals, and
chilling.
I don't know if they'd be happy to see one team or the other, like more than one another, but it does feel like watching the results and seeing how they were able to survive through the first couple of rounds of the playoff bracket and close things out with confidence and bounce back after tough losses and then come out in 3-0 yesterday in the winners finals against this for fun team. It does feel like they're set up for what should be a championship run. But again, COD is a day-to-day activity, and let's be honest, Falcons White is putting together a miraculous lower bracket 1. We really haven't seen anything quite like this in Challengers in a while. Usually the teams that get bounced out of their upper bracket round 1 game down to lower round 1, maybe they win 1, maybe 2 more series, but there's usually a pretty clear-cut skill gap between like our top 2 and like our bottom 2, and especially when it comes to a playoff bracket. But not this year, not this stage at least. It's been very competitive, and we're seeing that in instance right now.
What do we say all the time, Al? Sometimes time is your best friend. And for Falcons Academy White, they were able to fight their way through the stage matches, get themselves in a position to get a playoff seed. And then once they get to the playoffs, with that time underneath their belt, with all that practice, you're showing improvements every single mode to get you in this position. So that's going to be a square up if we happen to have that matchup, Falcons Academy White versus Project Notorious. Because Project Notorious, without question, are the top dog. They are 8-3 in hardpoint, 8-2 in S&D, and 8-low in the overload. They have yet to lose a series. Like, that's the top dog, and you got to be on your best stuff to try to take those guys down.
Yeah, man, they look really, really good. Really, really, really good. So that's what we kind of have to in front of us in terms of trying to set things up for as we move into, again, map number 3 here, and of course beyond that into the grand finals. So I think we're hearing the map was loading up in a moment. I couldn't really fully catch the call there.
It's coming. It's coming.
There we go.
It's coming. There it is.
That's what I thought I heard. I was like, oh, let's get it going.
All right, but for fun esports, backs against the wall, man. Don't want to end out your elite season potentially getting 3-0-3-0'd by some vets, some experience on the opposite side. You are the young guns. You are trying to make a name for yourself. And potentially the start of reverse sweep versus some world champions can put yourself on the map. But you need to come to life here. I'm without question looking at Peel. Like, this is a guy who I'm telling you, his POV is so fun to watch, Al. It's so fun to watch, but sometimes he's just like, heads cut off, I'm just going. We can't have that. Not versus experience. Like, experience is always going to play a big part in Call of Duty. And if you continue to just run at these guys' preams because they're beating you to positionings, you're not going to have a good time. But you got to continue to play with that confidence. Just controlled chaos. Please, controlled chaos.
Speaking of controlled chaos, my mic arm just fell off my desk.
Oh, no, Al.
Came out of nowhere. Hey, we're gonna go to a quick break. I'm gonna try to fix this. We'll see what happens when we come back after this. All right, in and back at it. Map number 3 for the overload on exposure for Fun Esports, looking to set up a reverse sweep where Falcons White are trying to quickly make their way into the grand finals. And, well, as we often see, this map is just all about, can you find convincing space off this opening break-off to even possibly consider an early score?
And already 4 Fun's at least found it. Need to get the spot kill on the Paul X. He's making their job easy to recover that EMP. He's able to find a double. And it slows down the rest of 4 Fun Esports. Just continue to slay around mid-map. But now the last man was Vic. He gets shut down. EMP off the reset. You do have Priesta clearing out a lane towards B, but his teammate's not in a position right now to retrieve the EMP through mid-map.
No, not quite. So we reset. We try again. Peel's got some good pressure, though, up at the top window. Same can be told, though, for Falcons Academy White working their way through the P2 side of the map. Proto. Whoa, not initially seen, but Paul's able to find him up and over. Follow-up from Peel was good, but back and forth we go. Vic in some trouble trying to meander his way back through, but that's where the shutdown will happen. And actually, for Falcons White, they've got a lot of space here for Fun Esports trying to regain some control at mid.
They have the EMP in their possession. Now King of Body trying to clear out a little bit of mid-map. Locates kill number 1. You have one player working on pitch in Proto. They're not going to be able to read him at all. So Proto should open up with a massive double. And now this is where he should just take space. Turn around and go forward. Clear out this lane at A. And unfortunately, get too late, and Priest is in a position to slow you down.
And you also have Paul trying to sneak his way into window. He'll find 2 before dropping. Phantoms couldn't quite get there in time, and it's almost like shoes on the other foot now, as Phantoms is trying to play behind the play. Falcons Academy trying to go for a sneaky pull, but again, it's just very, very back and forth game of tug of war. We're 2 minutes in, and really no one's had even a look at his own yet.
Yeah, but Priest is still in their base. He cleared out all of A, forcing all of 4 Funds to spawn over towards that B point. He's trying to set up on this pinch. He just needs his team to stay alive. See Vic just getting lost behind enemy lines. Now has top window. Priest also dies on the pinch. EMP trying to run over towards B. But every time it's just one player keeping the play alive. RCD pops a double, slows down the rest of 4 Fun.
Yeah, Vic is just going to be a little bit rogue here and see if he can keep Falcons Academy White in pieces while the rest, he hopes the rest of his team can kind of clean them up from the front. Then we can start to work on a score. Freebie there. As you get the second, would be huge. RCD's the one working him out. Vic up and around, trying to sneak away, not going to be able to. Peel for his trade, though. Keeps the pressure up on top window. But there's still, just every time we see a moment starting to brew, there's a response on the other side.
Yeah, it's just, sorry, we're looking for the perfect opportunity to retrieve that EMP. 2 go in favor of 4 Funds, 3 go in favor of 4 Funds. Now we should retrieve the EMP to at least control it for now. But we just keep on trying to take space. Keep on trying to find our kills. Now kills not going our way. As King of Body finds the first, and RCD's already clears out to the second, so you gotta buy your life in mid-map.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a game of TDM so far, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Minute 45 on. And once more for Fun Esports, trying to regain control at that top window position. This time Arcides is able to find a kill from mid and a follow-up from Paul. So this should lead to a pull. Just comes down to where we want to try to take it. Nade over the top immediately shuts down Priest. Unbelievable nade. And Vic turns that into a second. Still an opportunity to pull this, though, as Paul's trying to lead the charge forward. The timing here finds the one. Slips away from the trade. Not quite able to find the second. Pistol out now for King of Body, who's stuck. And the defense will likely overwhelm him unless he can get help from Priesta around the corner. He does! Priesta finds 2, and the score comes through with a minute on the clock.
And now you got to stabilize it if you are 4 Funds, because they have control of the second spawn of the EMP. Are we going to wrap back or push through the middle of the map? You're able to take down King of Body after he finds 1, though. So now you got to take care of Arcides, who's already cleared out the point. Second score is instantly added to the tally. And then lighten up the kill feed as well. Another 3 dead in the feed. 4 Fun on the side that they want, but you got to get past King of Body.
Yeah, you sure do. Arcides. Wow. Able to find the shutdown midair onto Phantom. And this is just as the EMP spawns down towards Crane, so King of Body could pull it. You've got Arcides watching, make sure no one comes out of spawn comfortably. Nades over the top, not there in time, and just like that, it was 3.5 minutes of no scores. TDM game. And then the last minute, it's been nothing but Falcons White, already 3-0 up.
Yeah, you're blinking. That's how fast it happens, my friend. Final 15 seconds. 4 Fun just need to get something on the board. EMP now retrieved, working their way through Solar Side, but they lose the initial fight. They lose the next 2 as well, and now the last person alive is the EMP carrier. Vic just died during overtime. Don't give him an opportunity to score again. But like you said, 3 minutes and 30 seconds of absolutely nothing. Followed up by 30 seconds of 3 instant scores. Falcons Academy White in firm control of this map.
That is some sick stuff. And it really is, like, I get it. Like, everyone's fighting for that control to be able to get the pull and then set themselves up to even approach one of the 2 zones. But being able to survive and play their life deep, Priestess was able to do that a couple of different times. Then most importantly, he's able to come off the respawn and help King of Body run he needs it most with the long-range AR. It's just, it's small moments. Then once you get that manipulation where you're controlling the bottom side of the map and forcing everyone to spawn up top, makes the map a little bit easier to play off of. So good credit to Falcons White. And now a chance to essentially play a little bit slower if they want to and just force for fun to have to make aggressive moves.
I played with Alec earlier and stuff at Mates, and he told me, J-Stud, be prepared for us parking the bus. And by that, he means if we go up pretty early in overload, we're not going to touch it. We're just basically going to defend it the entire time. So everybody whip out an extra AR and just keep the EMP in the dead center of the map. I don't know what Vic was doing, if you disconnected or something there, but 3 go dead. And now the Falcons are in your base.
Yeah, Vic's not moving, so we shall see. For the time being, though, we'll keep on moving. And this could be bad. Yep, there's got to be something going on with Vic right here. So it was a 3-0 half. I have to imagine that that result will likely stay, and we'll just play the
Vic's
second
playing
half
again.
outright again. But he's playing. He's in there, so maybe not. Play until the whistle blows. That's what they say.
Yep. No, he's actually going.
Oh, no,
He'll
they
turn
disconnected.
to
He disconnected. I was like, wait a second. Number 1's moving now.
So I don't really know, you know, Priesta just going to retrieve the EMP, potentially add another one to the board here. But quickly 5-0, Falcons Academy White. Like we said, chat, don't know if this score is going to stand, because Vic does lag out when it is 3-0 after the first half, but they're still playing, so we're still casting. Pressure over here now towards A.
1 to find. Peel low. RCD's off the reset. Trying to sneak by. Can't quite get over to through Peel. Phantom's at the last word. Will play the goal line defense. The body not quite able to find the kill, which would have allowed a quick pickup and likely score. So, Fun Esports able to battle back. And we are hearing from the back end that the teams have been told to continue to play it out. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's tough. We already know what's going to happen at this point. If you lose this 3v4, everybody on Falcons Academy White just retire. But it looks like they're just going to add another one to the tally. Slaying in their base doesn't allow them to breathe in the spawn. Great shots there from Paul X. EMP again in their possession. And they might be able to just close this one out 8-0.
Yeah. Most likely the case. Looks like for Fun Esports have kind of defaulted towards probably more conversation than strategic comms, but
yeah. All right, well,
be a tough way
I
to
guess
go
how
out,
we
so
start
that
talking
much.
about that next series, right? Like,
Yeah.
because this was already done and dusted. Falcons Academy White, they came out, took care of business. It was a close map number 1, prepared in the map number 2. And the overload, you blinked and you found 3 scores with the quickness. But in that series next up versus Project Notorious, it's a completely different beast. These guys have only lost 5 maps throughout the entire elite. They have yet to lose an overload. And it's experience versus experience. And you gotta be in your best stuff, because Awakening yesterday was just, oh, yeah, Giga is trying to get himself back into the CDL right after Elite Stage 1, man, with the way that he was playing yesterday.
Yeah, it's facts. All right, well, pending this result holds, and there's not a reset into the second half, it would be one of the most incredible lower bracket runs in Challengers Elites that I've at least seen. I don't know if we've ever had a team that's gone from losers round 1 all the way to the grand finals to win, let alone just getting to grand finals in the first place. So that will be the 8th score. We'll, of course, figure out if that is indeed a result that sticks or not. I'm sure there's going to be some conversations, especially for fun guys. I think I saw RCD's also, like, not moving for a while, so I'm sure he's trying to argue, like, sorry about you. Like, good luck next year, you know, one of those things. But
Hey, you did
I
your
don't know, man.
best,
They look
so-
good. They look good. They do look good.
Yeah, no. Falcons Academy right now, like I said, time is their best friend. Wasn't the best during the stage matches, but when you get to the playoffs, they dominated. And we're getting confirmed that Falcons White are actually going to walk away with that 3-0. So without question, that's done and dusted for Force Fun Esports. Big shout out to them though, man, because for a couple of young guns who come from the S&D scene, led by a veteran in Timmy Phantoms who's just trying to work his way into the pros. You came out here and you're making a lot of noise during Elite Stage 1. You guarantee your spot for Elite Stage 2. But this is something that you can build off upon. You went up against some of these powerhouse lineups, guys who have been around the block once or twice. And it was just a difference sometimes in the experience and the way that you broke down the game. Losing is learning and winning is teaching, out of the good quote of my friend Rambo Ray. And with the way that you lost in your last 2 series, you can definitely do some VOD review. Get yourself prepared for the land event, because even though these guys got throttled these last 2 series, they definitely gave us a good watch all throughout this elite. So congratulations on top 3, and hopefully you continue to find success through the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I know that replay probably looked a little chaotic to you guys, but what we wanted to point out is the fact that it was 3.5 minutes of nothing, just back and forth affair, and then all of a sudden it was onslaught after onslaught after onslaught. And to be fair, like, I think we have seen that quite often on Exposure, like teams that are able to finally manipulate spawns away from that back middle position and move them deeper over towards one goal or the other. That's when we start to see the relays come together. So as we said, the result will stay. It was 3-0 in the first half, so it would have been a pretty tough comeback regardless of the disconnect, but that is how it will end for Fun Esports. Winners finals, losers finals. Can't quite steal a map away, and that sets up our grands for a best of 7 between Project Notorious and Falcons White. And again, I think it's just the advantage there is that you get to essentially pick and choose what you want in terms of the overload map pool as the team coming out of the winner bracket final. So is that enough for you? I mean, I would say like Falcons White have played polished COD, and again, they've been putting together the super long lower bracket run with a lot of momentum behind them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fun one to watch. It's just the way that Project Notorious have been throughout this league, it's hard to pick against them, man. You have yet to lose an overload. It doesn't matter what overload you throw in the building. You're not worried about it. Also, basically, the same thing can be said for Search and Destroy. So if you got 2, 3, 5 locked up, you need to steal 1 hard point, Falcons Academy White, you better be in your best stuff here.
I hear that. Well, we're going to go to a break, let the teams get through the veto process, and we'll be back with the best of 7 grand finals. North American Challengers Elite #1 coming to a conclusion at the back end of it. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go with our grand final for stage 1 of the Challengers League here in North America. I hold shift with me. I've got Study. This is looking like it could be a great one. We've got a heck of a story developing as the Falcons Academy White team is making a long lower bracket run from lower bracket round 1. They've cleaned things up. They've gone 3-1 at worst at every single one of their series, and they just looked really good in the elimination final. But on the other side, coming out of the upper bracket, Jay, is Project Notorious. The only real headache they had was versus Falcons Academy Green in the winter semi 2 kind of matchup that we had right there, and then they handled business last night. So it looks like both teams are firing on all cylinders right now.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. Project Notorious, they go throughout the elite stage matches, undefeated. You get yourself to the playoff bracket, currently undefeated, and grace yourself in towards the grand finals. But you're going up against a very hot Falcons Academy White, who, like you said, weren't the best during the stage matches. But ever since they entered the playoff, they've been taking down big dog after big dog. Even their brethren at Falcons Academy Green, they took care of business versus them. And right now, they are just firing on all cylinders. You're going to need that versus this Project Notorious team, because imagine playing one match for a $10,000 difference. Man,
I hear that.
That's a good time.
Yeah. That's big news right there. It's big news, man. 4 stages of Elite this year. Lots of opportunities to earn cash, lots of opportunities to earn points. But starting your year off with that kind of a boost, not just financially gives you some freedom to attend all the majors without any kind of question, but it also, of course, gets you set up in terms of your seeding throughout the rest of the year to make sure that you're still back in the mix with the other elites and, of course, big seeding for the other majors. But let's dig into our squads here, because for both these two teams, well, like we said, firing on all cylinders. But the big story for the team we have not seen yet today is Project Notorious. They are looking polished at the right time. Clean things up in their group stage nicely. Only a couple map losses overall for these guys throughout the entirety of the run of the season so far. And they're doing it across every single map, which I think is most impressive.
Yeah, that's just what happens usually when you get some pros who were just pros last season. You send them down to challenges, hoping that they can fight their way on back. They make it look pretty damn easy. Awakening and Geo have just been an unbelievable AR duo. Tura and Yuli is S&G finessing playmakers. They have been on a whole different level. So nothing is going to tell me that Project Notorious aren't going to walk away today victorious, because this team from top to bottom is stacked and everyone is looking for their opportunity back in the big leagues.
Like the call. Well, it's been highlight reel after highlight reel moment for those guys, and the biggest thing about it is it's happening lately. But with that in mind, you got to keep a look at who's on the other side here, because for both of these two teams, well, really for Geo and Awakening, this is all about trying to get themselves back into the league, because so far they have been, like you mentioned, dominant. They have looked clean, they looked comfortable, and really for both these two players, I'm sure there's like a huge chip on your shoulder coming off of being dropped from teams that, let's be honest, are also struggling this year so far. So there's a little bit of a point to prove there, let alone the fact that, hey, you could sit there and essentially definitively say it wasn't our problem, right? Like, it's not us. We're out here frying. I don't know what those boys are doing up there.
Yeah, now Awakening, obviously, you're going to be feeling a little bit tight inside, because you get a top 3 at champs to end out your season with Boston, then not really the results you wanted at EWC, and unfortunately now you find yourself here in challenges. But G2 Minnesota on the opposite side, when they used to be Rocker, Geo, he was always the guy in the beginning of this season who was very fun to watch, but then it was always the story of Minnesota getting to game 5. You have no ice, and now you find yourself down here because you didn't even qualify for champs at the end of the season. So both of these guys have been unbelievable down here. And with these kind of numbers, you can definitely work your way up to the big leagues, but you got to get through this roster on the opposite side, who we continuously are talking about, just finding their rhythm at the right time. They have been unbelievable here in the elite stage. King of Body, Arcedies, Paul X, and Priesta, some world champions, some guys you are familiar with, and then King of Body, who's just taking his gameplay to a whole different level this season.
Yeah, he really has, and we saw it obviously in that most recent series. It's just the help and the amount of team support that these guys bring to each other, especially in the respawn, is really high credit. And definitely I think one of the reasons that they have found success. Again, just barely getting into the playoffs in the first place. You drop out of your winners round 1 matchup into the lower bracket, and since that point, they have been cleaning teams up pretty darn nicely, pretty darn convincingly. But this is a different ballgame, especially considering the nature of a best of 7. It really does test the flexibility in your map pool. And Jay, I know that as soon as we saw the vetoes pop up in our group chat, you were like, uh-oh, this is not an ideal start here for Falcons White, having to go to a black card and a raid to kick things off.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. Like, the first 3 maps are not really ideal on the side of Falcons Academy White because Black Heart Hardpoint has been a staple for Project Notorious. They're 6-0 in this elite just on that map alone. Then you get to the map 2 Rage or Destroy, 3-0 compared to Falcons only 1 rep on it. Then the Den Overload. It doesn't matter what overload they are in. They're most likely going to be undefeated. 4-0 there for Project Notorious. So if you are Falcons Academy, you got to answer somewhat in this series very early on. Win maps that you haven't really won in quite some time or maps that you're not comfortable with, because if you allow Project Notorious to come out here, take map number 1, go into a search and destroy where they're undefeated on, and then rely on an overload for you to give them their first map loss, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, dude, 2 of their map losses are on a Colossus hardpoint. That's it. Like, out of the 5.
That's it.
The other ones are just kind of split differences in search and destroys and things of the nature. They have been really good, and especially here. So we'll see how things go as we will swap the colors around a little bit here, try to see if we can get the overlay fixed up, but it will be Project Notorious in the white. It'll be Falcons Academy white in the gold. So keep that in mind here as it looks like there we go. Change that overlay around and get things kicked off. And for now, Falcons white doing a nice job to get some early time, forcing Project Notorious to have to hit some routes.
Geo and Yuli already fly their way back on in. Trying to fight their way through P1. Archides comes out on top with 2 of his own. So Auburn map in control of the Falcons. And this is where Archides knowing, we have control. I can start to hit some dirty pinches, just stall out some time. Let me make the play on the back end. And he's able to find one, but that's already job well done. Falcons still in control.
Yeah, nice job here for Falcons. Archides time 4 in a row is going to work on the jump wall route. Everyone else flooding forward from the middle. A couple of players for Project Notorious trying to hold their lives in the back. That's being tested, but Geo does find 2. Shut down eventually by King of Body. Is there any trade onto him? Yeah, Geo's able to find the kill, and that will set things up for Project Notorious here on the second hill.
Yeah, fully set up here at the P2. You had 2 Real trying to create extra space through the middle map, but he gets caught. And now Awakening, the only person watching the backside. So you're going to be overwhelmed with pressure, but thankfully you line them up with ease. And now it's Yuli turning into a 1v1. Does lose a gunfight. That's actually a great gunfight to win there if you are King of Body, because back spawn secure for Falcons. They're here.
Yeah, really good break on their second attempt. King of Body in the corner. Stuns nade trying to hit the front door. King of Body trying to spam down the front. Not really going to work out. Archides, next one up, has both weapons to play with and wants to try to go quickly. Again, just dancing with door frames right now. The contest is still in, but Falcons white will clear. One more player around the back. It's Yuli in the corner. He's shut down, and that's an opportunity for a lot of this hill to actually go to Falcons white, even though they didn't have the initial setup.
Yeah, yesterday I was watching Awakening on Black Heart. He started off 10-0. Currently sitting at 0-6. Yeah, you need the big guns to be shooting. You're down by 30 with the rotation over towards P3. Awakening watching the front lines. You have teammates in Yuli making sure he keeps that protected. But so far, so good for Project Notorious. All their focus on the front.
Yuli shut down up top from the control room. Geo to follow. 2 Real's going to try to fill in the gaps at mid. That will work out. Really clean set up here for Project Notorious. No one's even come close to seeing this hard point yet for Falcons white. And that's going to continue. One more over the top is Archides able to at least get one cleanly. No, not able to get the second, though. So 30 seconds to fight for. Maybe a moment here, but Geo up and over shuts down the next attempt. He's now on 4 in a row off the regen. Has number 5 in front of him, but nades over the top, plus the gunny will at least clear a couple of kills before 2 Real shuts the door. 3 in a row for him. Contest still alive, and Project Notorious will be the victors of this hard point.
Oh, yeah, this is a dominant P3 HP here for Project Notorious. You continuously were forcing Falcons to break on through the front, and they don't get anything from that. So now up by almost 15. You can start taking your time working on these deep routes. Pollock's in a position watching the ball run and mid-door, but it's all about the timing, and the timings at least leads to the first kill. And gives the information now to Archides to play for this second, while all of Project Notorious now rally their way through the front side of P4.
Yep. This big route through ring being watched by Priesta. Yuli does get up and over, finds one. Now he's looking for the trade onto Priesta, and he will find him. Nice look at that little route from Yuli. Now back over to the staircase. Yeah, able to give him just a 1 pump from the stairs. Looking for more. Good connection onto Archides, and Yuli's now on 4 in a row. Shut down by King of Body, but that trade is instantaneous, and things are looking pretty clean right now for Project Notorious in the rotation in with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still a battle on the back, though. If you're Falcons Academy, you got to fight this one quick, because you have the rotation now. If you are Project Notorious over towards P5, just the reinforcements aren't going to be there to assist you. King of Body lines up a double. Now it's all on 2 Real. You read the pressure if you are Yuli. It's all coming through the front door. The stun is able to connect, slow them down, set up the pinch, and now Turi, your job, hold the back.
Yeah, this is really starting to trend in favor of Project Notorious in the last 3 hills. chipping away at a pretty decent lead for Falcons White, set early by a lot of time on 1 and 2. But now you start to look to see if the Falcons can clean up this back setup for Project Notorious. Priest is able to get one, but as Paul is shrugged away, so also will be the Falcons White approach. Perfect setup for Project Notorious again. 35 in the clock, still to fight for, and Gio's on 5 in a row.
Yeah, now Awakening, your turn to not let this guy slip by you on the backside. Yuli is going to fall to the hands, but instantly going to be traded. So the pressure going to be here through the middle of the doors. Now Spawn's flip. So if you are Falcons Academy, you got to take all this 20 seconds because Project Notorious have set themselves up to hit the reset off of the rotation. Properly set up around that P1. You just got to read the long route from RC. He's taking his sweet time and has a big gunfight in front of him and does not win it.
Yeah. Big from Yuli. Priest does get 2 to try to give an opportunity for the rest of Falcons White to flood forward, but unfortunately the King of Body steps right in front of him. Now it is just on to Priesta, trying to work it with Arcades, but just too many members to deal with, and Project Notorious keep on just edging this lead out a little bit further. Little by little, they're chipping away and starting to grow a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, now look at the spawns, though. For Falcons, you have 2 players spawning out towards P2 side. You got to make the most of this setup on the pinch. But the first person already gets cut down. Second guy is instantly traded. Now you turn back around if you're Yuli to cut down the rest of the reinforcements through the middle of the map. Awakening starting to come alive. But Paul X and RCDs combined for 3, potentially 4 break here. And Project Notorious realistically now have to play it back. You don't want to flip these spawns.
Yeah, and 2 real able to provide a couple. Now you've got the pinch from those off spawners. That works out well. Forces Falcons White to spawn to the top right-hand side, meaning Arcades has to go massive in this back position, and 2 real is on the hunt. Finds him, deals with him. That's so massive. But next wave for Falcons White coming quickly around the side. 2 real gets a look at 1 and 2, but doesn't have much help here. Stuns and nades come through. Falcons White setting themselves up to try to block spawns as the hard point opens.
Yeah, and it's got to be a tight setup now for Project Notorious through the front. You're not going to read this player, and Paul X going for the repinch. You're just hoping that everyone else can stabilize around the HP,
good.
But Paul X eventually strikes while Priest through the back door finds 3. So the break is good for Falcons Academy White. And now they can potentially hold down this final 40 seconds to take themselves a nice little comfortable lead. The OE is being watched. You're finding all the kills in favor of your positions. And Priest is now on 5 in a row.
Yeah, really nice moment from Falcons White again on P2. The long route is paying off without question. 18 seconds, and Project Notorious need to make a decision here about how much they want to commit to trying to work these exits, because you don't want to lose the setup to new. Otherwise, this game will be, well and truly, a little bit out of hand. So, yeah, Project Notorious will kind of concede the rest of this time and set up a line of scrimmage in the middle of the map.
This is the hill that gave Project Notorious a nice little lead in our first set. It was a full 60 last go around. You force all the Falcons to continuously just fud their way through the front doors, and that didn't lead to any amount of success. Now you're trying to do it again, and this time you got kills going your way. King of Body pops a double. Paul X plays it patient through mid-box. You're overwhelming them with pressure, and the break is here for Falcons.
Yeah, Paul can't quite pick up the route, though, from the spawns that were out for Notorious. They've missed one, but filling the gap is Priesta. What a map he's having, 24 and 17. And a big moment in the overall status of the scoreboard here for Falcons White. From the front, though, Awakening able to provide for 2, make it 3. Headshot starting to ring out as Priest is the last one left. Finds the first, dancing with the second, can't quite find him. And there will be a rebreak for the scrap time in favor of Project Notorious. Much needed time at that.
Oh, yeah, and that's a big gunfight secured there from Paul X onto Gio. So now you know you are stable off the rotation over towards P4. Just got to read where the pressure's coming in early on. Priest is just going to give up his life for free. You know where the pressure's going to be through the front door, but now you're simply going to be outnumbered. You're overwhelmed. 2 real flying high, finds another double. Falcon spawn all the way across the map, and that was a rotation. That was a blender. You cannot allow that to happen there.
Yeah, perfect setup now. Priest is at least able to provide for 1. The trade on Gio would be massive, but he's not able to provide it. Huge from Gio to now step forward. Put a little bit of pressure on this Falcons White squad from rotating through the middle of the map, but Arcades finds one in the back of the hill. Yuli drops that ring, and all of a sudden, it's individual gunfight wins that lead to Falcons White getting a chance to get some time here. And this is a bit stretchy here for Project Notorious. Players spawning a little all over the map, and this is the back 20 that Falcons White would be thrilled to have, but finally the SMGs for Project Notorious re-break, and they'll get the scrap time over 200 points.
Going to be able to breach that 200-point mark and already showing pressure here at the old time. You're winning a majority of the gunfights. 2 players from Falcons are going to spawn all the way across the map. You just got to locate the final 2. Last man standing, Arseny's job well done. The break is good. The rotation is perfect. And Project Notorious can close out the game here if they wanted to at P5.
A lot of this break attempt was thinking about moving from the front doors. Now instead, they moved over towards the jump wall, but someone falls off the map and Priestley gets shut down. Tight moment now for Falcons White. This next break attempt needs to find success, and Yuli's shutting it down before it can even get off the ground. Awakening filling in mid. Nothing at all to find here for Project Notorious's bolt, and that's going to lead to likely the game here. You have to find a way to touch and contest, but these are all individual gunfights that keep on being won by Project Notorious.
You gotta just flood your way through the front door. Hopefully no one jumps off the map, but Paul X trying to keep this game on going. He's only able to find one. Now the rest of Falcons Academy through the front side. Awakening coming to life. He started off 0-7 and ending the game 20-20. Gigawake turned up on the second half of that game. And Project Notorious stay undefeated on Black Card.
Wow. I mean, it's really a solid start to this map for Falcons White. I mean, the opening P1, great. They did really well on P2 both times that we were through there, but it really felt like as we got through that first rotation, 3 to 4 to 5, that's where it felt like things started to trend in favor of like, okay, like you're going from one end of the map to the other, back and forth, and Project Notorious were never really out of control of any of it, either time that we went through that sequence. So again, their maturity and understanding surrounding that map seems to be at the highest, and well, that's what you get. You get a win that is largely put together off of those small moments. I mean, it's a fast map, it's a bang out map. You have to find a way to control that. And yeah, even after the slow start from Awakening, he finishes 20-20, but I gotta say, a lot of it was too real, flying and frying. Same thing for Geo, just those SMGs in hand for the other 3 were potent, and they all share a lot of hard point time on top of that.
Yeah, Awakening's looking at his team. It's like, thank God you guys got me through that first half, because I got you through that second. An 0-7 start, still kept yourself into the game. Project Notorious was basically flawless at the P3, Falcons Academy at the P2s. But when you got to the second half of that one, the second set of HPs, where Falcons Academy did everything they needed to. They found a successful break from the front side of P3. They were pushing them back on those swans away from P4. Just dying off this P4 rotation truly is the difference of this game. 2 just flies on in right there in the highlight, pops a double. You spawn all the way across the map, and now you're down 20. And then you lose the rotation again over towards P5. It just came down to some clean gunfights at the very end of the game that Project Notorious were able to edge themselves out in and take that map number 1 in a convincing 250 to 177 scoreline. Started off slow, but ended great. And now you're 1-0 in the series, going into a Raid Search Destroy. You are undefeated. You got to feel good if you're Project Notorious.
100%. I mean, the way that this series sets up outside of the Colossus hardpoint, you're looking at this like we can take care of business very quickly here, just based on the results. But okay, I will say, like, I think if you're Falcons White, sure, it gets out of hand on a couple of rotations between hills, but you're in there and you're fighting. It definitely doesn't feel as one-sided as maybe the records would intend, but you got to come together with a response early. That's the biggest thing about best of sevens, knowing that the overloads are essentially controlled against you.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have to steal away something early so that way you don't have to worry about winning both overloads necessarily. It gives you a little bit more flexibility and freedom in the series, but you come out 0-2 down with the den overload, you're not feeling great about your chances there. I don't know. It just feels like this is... Oh, it's tough to look at map 2 to best of 7 and say it's a must win, but it kind of feels like it.
Yeah, it does, man, because Project Notorious is undefeated in overload. Right now, you basically have to tally one up towards their side in that game mode because they have yet to lose it. Doesn't matter what map they are playing. Raid Search and Destroy, we watched them multiple times on this one. They are very successful in their retakes, great at taking mid-map control away from you, and just forcing you to be uncomfortable. And for Falcons Academy, it's completely different than a map on Scar, where you have 4 out of your 5 wins in Search, Destroy, and this Elite. Raid is El Clasico. We know what this is going to throw at you. Like, snipers are going to be impactful, mid-map early pressure, but retakes are the biggest thing. And that's what, right now, Project Notorious, I feel like they're on a different level because even in a man disadvantage, they're still able to get the job done.
Yeah, man, it's been clean in a lot of ways, but you're absolutely right. Like, Raid Search has definitely been dictated a lot by what you can get off of scopes. If you can take away that presence early, it definitely opens up more of the map to play around with. But with, again, a lot of information seeking coming by jump peeking and using the wall bounce, having a sniper on the field takes away a little bit of that, at least not comfortably, because who knows? Like, we've seen some pop-off snipes just over walls and things of that nature. So there's a lot of stuff that we kind of need to get our hands on quickly. I think if you're Falcons white, how can we avoid the presence of that sniper? How good is our set nade presence to make sure we can clear off those hard scope angles before we peek them? Because we know what's going to come if this is an opportunity for the scope to get hot for the side of Project Notorious. They've been up in man advantage, it feels like, a lot of the times you've watched their searches, and that's not great news. It's all
yeah, and I feel like we just saw Falcons Academy on Scar S&D, and they were able to find a majority of their first bloods. Paul X uses a sniper some rounds, switches up the pacing, switches to an SMG or an AR to match what Priest is doing on the map as well. They just have a lot of different strategies. Just those strategies only work based off of your first bloods. On a map like Raid, even if the first blood, you get it on your side, you can still make up for it in a numbers differential there. So just got to be aware of these little things. Consistently playing your numbers correctly, realizing what information they're giving you and what you can take away from them. Because if you're ever pushing over towards ring and you're wasting time when you have launcher control to get the bomb down, you're just allowing them to take long routes over through pinches and basically trap you on that side of the map. So we can't waste time, especially versus some vets who've played the map for like 12 years. So got to be on point.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah, there is always that. The set nade spots don't change. That much we know for sure. They don't change. So yeah, just kind of waiting to get the game started. We'll get into it there. Again, big news surrounding what's going to happen with Major 1 and the open portion of the bracket with challengers, because if we know anything about what happens in Dallas, it often sets the tone for challengers on the year, especially when they open up the year like this. Especially now, we've got a new venue going at Southern Methodist. It's going to put us into a unique space, one that I think is actually supposed to be bigger than the Credit Union Center up in Texas, or in Allen, Texas. So I'm excited to see what that has to offer, and it sounds like there's like a lot of great global representation that's planning on showing up. So we've got a good statement to make here tonight with who wins this series, but I also think that we're going to get an immediate follow-up as we start to look towards Dallas and who can perform the best on LAN early, because wow, we've had some unbelievable performances across all of our group stages in North America, but the same can be said for Europe. I'm pumped for challengers this year, man. It's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, and I'm pumped for challengers right into the Major 1, because there's a lot of CDL teams right now currently struggling, man. And I feel like this is going to be the season where there's a lot of talent coming up from challengers and providing differences in the pro scene. So for all these players who are playing in challengers, I might not win your best result in the elite, but you can go to LAN and completely change that narrative. But for all the NA sides, for this matchup right here, you guys know you've been in and out the league. People are going to be watching, so you always want to put your best foot forward. So if you're Project Notorious, go out here and get a 4-0, man. Don't waste no time. Show why you deserve all 4 of you to be back up to the big dogs.
Yeah, I'm here for that, man. I mean, it's interesting because this is our first year where we've had challengers players that are locked into like conditional contracts with a couple of teams.
It's the Mercules effect, man. The Mercules effect.
Me, dog. But I mean, that's the thing, is like that's like an insurance policy for some of our expected top teams. But the squads that are at the bottom, they're going to be looking to potentially make some major moves. So setting yourself up with a great elite performance, like we've seen from players like Geo and Awakening, but then being able to turn that into a LAN performance could be critical towards kind of shaking off the boogaboo skeletons from the end of last year into this year. See how we go as we've got Falcons white on the opening offense. You like that, little boogaboos?
Opening offense for the white. Slow and steady approach, and already min-map secured here for Project Notorious. Not going to allow them to take ring for free. You throw that smoke grenade to basically ISO this guy for the first blood. So man advantage for Project Notorious, but they gain all this information. Play's not here. Let's start the wrap back.
Okay. This spot for Arcides is a great one to be in. And, well, I think Jura was planning on checking it, but, oh, Geo slides and kind of sneaks underneath the aim of Arcides. Otherwise, that would have been an easy two-piece. Awakening fills back up over towards Money Window, and that now leaves Priest by himself into the 1v3. Has to try to watch over the top of this bomb. He's challenged out by 2 players, and he can't beat the first of Geo. Nice start for Project Notorious in the retake.
And usually it's the fill-out rounds early into the search and destroys, but Project Notorious said, nope, no one contesting middle. All right, we'll send 2 SMGs through there. And now when they read early pressure over towards ring with a couple of nades and stuns getting invested on that side of the map, you use a smoke grenade to disregard everybody on the backside of red, isolate for the first gunfight, and then with the numbers, retake your way back over towards B. Perfectly played there from Project Notorious in the opening round.
Agreed. I really like the awareness from Awakening to be able to step back in through Money Window and clear out mid, too. You just don't want to allow that post plant to stay too steady over the top of water stairs and into bedroom. So good heads-up retake clearance, and now it's Project Notorious' turn to get onto the offensive side. Opening nade will land on a 2-reel. Priesta still holding over towards kitchen side as Yuli is not sweating it. Wants to go quickly and immediately counteracts that first blood.
3v3. You know that Project Notorious took mid-map away from you, so not going to hesitate on their retakes. They instantly take away Rayn. Paul Lex is going to catch one for free. Maybe his second, but the team shot's good enough for kill number 2. And now 1v3 for Mr. Awakening.
Yeah, and he's stuck with no bomb and not a lot of room. Paul just throwing shoulders over towards pillar side. You've got Arcides watching from cutoff window just to make sure there's no push around the back. And Awakening will get to work playing through driveway side. Might be the best avenue of approach if you can find one and rip them and then get away, which I think Paul may have just shown himself a little nade to try to make the gunfight a little bit easier. Nope, doesn't land. And now Awakening is surely out of time on this play. He's got to look at 2 of the 3, though. It's not going to happen.
That's well played there from Falcons Academy White. Like you said, nades have been the same for the last 12, 13 years. So Priest just chucks one up through kitchen, finds the first blood, even though he's instantly traded. You gain so much information that Project Notorious is taking mid-map away, and I love the quick decision-making there from Falcons Academy to not stay stagnant in their spawn. You take away the opposite side of the map where they don't have, and they walk right into your preaims. As they tie the game on defense at 1 apiece. And now your adjustments need to start coming in. It was Project Notorious aggressively taking the map away, didn't allow you to do anything on your offense, but this time they're doing it towards Rayn.
Quick action with the nades, but 2-reel will stay alive and keep his presence at Art. That is a very far forward position for the defense to utilize. Meanwhile, Geo is watching just for shoulders at basketball for contact. Same can be said for Awakening, allowing Kitchen to be open for business. Oh, and how about that? Well, the wallbang spot's going to come through. Tags Paul off from committing to the plant. Trophy system now down into all. The attempt from Yuli and 2-reel gets completely read and handled. But Awakening on the other side is able to pitch things up with Geo. Gets us to a 2v2, and we're not done. Project Notorious is still moving forward. They get into Tiki, and the defensive line still holding to make sure there's no plant until Geo falls.
Yeah, Priest keeps his team alive, man. They knew that they had Paul Lex basically down and out there, but now off the rotation, Awakening in the position, 1v1. Just doesn't have enough HP in the back pocket to be prepared for that second gunfight. So Falcons Academy, 2 rounds in a row. Take their time over towards B, find their trace through mid-steps. Then the reroute over through B side into 2v1. Army of 2 leads to the trade. And now they have the advantage by 1.
Changes the dynamic just a touch. But still a lot to play here as now Project Notorious will see if they can get their next offense going. 4-man hit off the get-go towards B. Defense will not be prepared for this, and the set nades land perfectly on Arcides. So now Priesta is in some trouble. He's getting stunned and pushed back by nades. So it's a free plant here for Project Notorious coming off that first blood.
Yeah, Priesta can't do anything from under window.
No.
Now on the man disadvantage, you got to try to take it from mid-steps. Every single player on the Falcons Academy send it. They do find 1 kill, but you lose the next 2 fights. And that's going to be an easy round secured there from Project Notorious off of the back of the nades like it's 12 years of the map, Al. We can't be running to these day 1 nade spots. But when you find that first blood, back down a guy for money, instantly get the bomb planted and then your man advantage. Play your post plan setup over towards the bedroom. Just locked in there from Project Notorious to quickly tie the game.
Yeah, for a second, I thought that 3-man hit quickly through pool stairs might catch Project Notorious by surprise, and it nearly did. I'm not sure if that was an offensive smoke or a defensive smoke, but regardless, 2-reel holds down the trigger and still finds that second kill. So big response there. And now we go to the round 5 difference maker. Sniper out for Paul. Looking for something on the corner. And has it. Okay, Awakening with the first one to drop. And huge advantage now for Falcons over the top of the A site.
Yeah, this is the first time Project Notorious are going to take one side of the map away instantly with their aggression. And now King of Body is making it work 2 times harder. Finds his second kill. 1v4 for Geo. Might Falcons have to go for a ninja.
Yeah, well, takes the first, was looking for some trigger discipline for hopefully a second, but none are provided. So now the recut back in through kitchen. Arcides is guarding the steeple for extension. Priest is watching the cut. Everything was being covered, and Falcons Academy White keep us in this back and forth affair.
Yeah, just too easy there. You find that first one with the boomstick. Take Ring away. King of Body already finds kill number 2. Then in a 1v4 for Gio, he just did no chance. You take early ring control. You take laundry control. You get your post plan set up in. Easy round there for Falcons. 3-2 now.
Okay. We've had this back and forth affair going on now pretty much every single round except for the 2 that Falcons put together from defense to offense. So Project Notorious will have to try to respond to that. Nades over the top once again. This time there's no one home over towards basketball. Instead, Arcides will late rotate over to that position while Paul is watching the initial cross. Arcides will see a little bit. Not a lot of help defensively here through mid. They're going to go for the plant, but Priest has gotten through Zig, so it could lead to an opportunity to try to dissuade this bedroom setup, and Paul is going to find one. Yuli responds. We go 3v3.
Now, Yuli just needs to buy his life in towards Tiki, but now Paul is being the aggressive through mid steps. Does find one before falling. And now Gio, is it going to be his head on a swivel on the pinch? Gains the information, forced to back on down, or are you going to go for the ego chow? That was a 1v2 for Arcides.
Yeah, Arcides trying to sneak up. Gio throwing shoulders. There's the quick peek from Tiki. No worries there. And yeah, I get it. Like, Paul goes 1 for 1 through water steps, but like, you got to be thinking, hey, I'm close to hitting this full wrap through waterfall to top bedroom.
Yeah.
Wait a little bit longer, and then I got a freebie onto Gio. Like, all he needs to do is just keep Gio's attention away from finding that flank. But as soon as the kill onto Paul comes out, Gio, of course, just has to worry about his back, and leads to that second elimination from behind. So tough scenes there.
Yeah, that's truly what it comes down to, because you found the first blood, couldn't trade the guy in towards Tiki, but Paul acts a little bit too aggressive at mid-water steps. You know, like you said, he does find a kill, just to draw the attention for Gio long enough to open up that lane there for Priest. So Ty came again. Split setup here for Falcons Academy. Boomstick in the hands of Paul Lex, and he's going to switch it out. He doesn't spot anyone, but Project Notorious going right back to we're taking away ring, forcing you to sit in your spawn.
So now 2Real is scaled deep, and he's going to be the only one trusted to watch the A side of the map. Yuli's making sure there's no push through kitchen. But there's a lot of belief that 2Real can pop up and essentially blow up this offensive attack. And depending on when he checks the window, he very well may. Yep, Yuli and 2Real combined for the kill on the bomb planner. Now the alarm bells are ringing for Falcons White, who don't really have any control towards laundry, and they really don't have an exit anywhere either, unless this route from Paul finds perfect timing to re-clear laundry. He just gets here a little bit too late. They don't know where he is yet, but they're about to. There's the kill for Paul, and now it's just down to the rest of the 1v3.
Yep, 25 seconds, bomb down on A. They have you trapped between a rock and a hard place. No pun intended, because he's on top of statue. But time is still ticking, and no one's giving him a one-on-one gunfight. Didn't have enough ammo for that engagement. Gonna go for a different child, but Project Notorious now with back-to-back rounds. Just taking the map away from them. Like you saw, once 2Real finds himself in that position, Yuli finds that kill. But 2Real does put down shots, and as soon as he puts down shots, Falcons Academy, no, we can't plant this bomb for laundry. We can't plant it for middle. We can't even plant it for our side of the map at art, because there's pressure from every angle, so they were just trapped over towards ring, caught off guard by the setup. Just can't allow people to weasel their way through the map on you. But advantage now, Project Notorious.
Well, Nades is coming over towards Zig. This time, quick action for Project Notorious to A, including smoke to cover the cross. And they're not stopping. Bomb has actually made its way into laundry. And Falcons are going to reclaim the middle of the map as their defensive setup. But this may go around the world here. I mean, the bomb is still looking to move.
Oh!
Nice shot from Paul. Not sure how he lands onto Awakening for it, but that's first blood nonetheless. And Project Notorious are not trying to cut off this rotation back. But Paul's already seen the threat. Rewrap from 2Real on the window is read perfectly, and Falcons White have the numbers.
Oh, and Pollux isn't missing shots. Quickscope's Yuli right in the face. Now it's a 1v4 for Gio. Bomb gonna be down on this spawn. Yeah, we stand no chance. Falcons Academy, instant response on their defensive round. It all starts with the early information they're able to gain. Paul X off of the wall bounce on the backside of Laundry. Spots out 2, puts down a sniper bullet right past a couple players' heads, but doesn't waste any time off their rotation. We got to take a look at it again because that quickscope was disgusting. Gunfight, red screen and everything. Didn't matter. He still hits it. And Falcons Academy tie the game.
Okay, back to the attack they go now. Priesta watching over through our window, looking for some pressure on towards Laundry. Notorious has gotten into mid-map, but this route is aggressive from Paul, and he's going to find a freebie. Yuli's going to be really frustrated about that because Gio was just about to hit the window, but he at least makes up for it, keeps it 3v3. Bomb's not on for the plant yet. Notorious seems to think that there might be something here. And now he's a little bit stuck at water stairs, but somehow exits, and we're going to continue on.
Now your entire team is ready. Just in case this bomb continues to approach over towards B, but you spot out King of Body and Torch Ticket if you are Gio. So 45 seconds to go. Look at Awakening starting to take space on the pinch. You're basically trapping them over towards this B site unless they hit water steps, but eventually the commitment has to come in.
And that's not going to feel comfortable to do, though, in their offensive position. So they're going to instead stick for the plant. The exit will come through, and it's going to go straight towards bedroom. Priesta cannot get away. Nice shots from Gio on Arcides. Can't finish it before King Body keeps the life alive. Notorious trying to force the trade, not going to happen. So now it's down to Awakening in the 1v1. And King of Body is going to play over towards the rock side. Slides over, just throwing a shoulder to see if Awakening's committing, and he has. Now he's just going to kind of kill the noise around, and wow, what a cheeky little play from Awakening. King of Body thinks, I can't see him, he must be already on my Tiki Hut. Not the case. And Awakening gets Project Notorious to game point.
Yeah, he just didn't have an angle right there on the bomb. So it made it so much more difficult for King of Body there. Try to watch over that. And just like you said, killing the noise, laying down at the jacuzzi. Gives Awakening the timing he was looking for. Spots out a body in towards Tiki. And doesn't allow him to clutch up on a 1v3. Would have been a massive round there for the Falcons. But now Project Notorious at game point.
Sneaky little play from Wake. How do you set up your defense here for Falcons White? To be fair, they have been pretty good at stopping the bomb from being planted, but Paul's going to snipe. Awakening's seen the glint and says, nope, not going to bother with that. Just tosses a stun to make sure no one had been freed up by that lane from Paul. And meanwhile, everyone else is going to say, all right, if the sniper's down on B, we'll just go ahead and get a little bit more aggressive on A.
And I wonder if Paul was able to switch out the boomstick to an actual AR there, because he doesn't take a shot at Awakening. But now you have no laundry control. You're relying on a retake through the middle of the map. And this time, Project Notorious saying, we're not going to push through. We're just going to work this bomb plan 4v4.
Yeah, and they're going to watch the long flank with Gio in spawn. So it has to be either the tough fight through laundry or the hope and pray you pick the right corner as you come out of pillars. King of Body's already been seen. Paul will fall. And Priesta not going to find anything on the flank. Last moments here. You got to find a way to crack through laundry. It's another teammate that comes over to help out, and RCD can only do so much from here. Really clean. Yeah, just kind of learning your lesson right there is Project Notorious. If they're going to give away all that space at A, we'll go ahead and plant you. And then take away laundry and not try to go over aggressive like they had in the last offense, full wrapping around. It's a quick lesson learned, and that leads to the map win. Now 2-0 up.
Yeah, and that's just the experience coming into play. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What is the #1 post plan set up on raid? If it's not over towards bedroom, it's getting the bomb at A, planted for laundry shard with laundry in your control. Project Notorious didn't waste any time that go around on reading the play to perfection. 4v4 post plant, you find the first blood, you take control of back laundry, you find the second, and just simply overwhelm Falcons Academy White with your pressure on that side of the map. It was a back and forth search and destroy. We saw early nades that have been hitting for the last 12 years. But in the clutch, it was Project Notorious, a little bit more ice in their veins. Able to take away this search and destroy, and now this best of 7 only gets more difficult for Falcons Academy White, because you're down 2-0 versus the best Overlord team that we have right now in Challenge.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're going to get a first lifeline until we get to Colossus Hardpoint.
And that's potentially.
I know. stage. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. So tough scenes overall, because there were moments here for Falcons White. It's just hard to find, the difference between where they lose this map, because it does feel like there's just a lot of moments that come down to like a 1v1 right here, or like not being able to set up your retake because you chose a different route of the map beforehand. Like, it's just a couple of decisions that don't pay out. This may be the biggest way of kind of framing up how that map breaks down to a 6-4. But in a similar way that we talked about the Blackheart, it was back and forth until the last moments. Same thing here for the raid. And the Dead Overload is also going to be, again, like we mentioned, one of those playgrounds for Project Notorious, having been perfect in Overload so far this stage.
Yeah, and it's just because they have a good understanding of how they need to play it. Like, other teams need to sit back and watch these guys, how they're developing their play calls on their pushes. Because sometimes it comes down to individual play, but also it also involves a little bit of finesse. And I feel like with the players that you have, the play styles that they have, Yuli is always thinking about that objective first, and the same thing can be said for 2Real. And then you have your Slayers, NGO, and Awakening. They just have a good understanding of when and when not they can execute their plays to add scores on the board. But at least ever since the playoffs have started, Falcons have turned it around here in Overload. It's just been on a different map. It hasn't really been on Den, so gotta figure out here. We might have to see a little bit of that park the bus setup, hold the EMP for like 2 minutes, because their pro team did it. Their academy team might also do.
No, it's true. It's definitely a different way of thinking about the mode overall. I know there's a lot of conversation like surrounding what should you do with the EMP when we get to overtime in particular over the community of the last couple of days, but talking about doing that throughout the entirety of the map is a different game. Now, I will say, like, there's always that mantra of like the moment you take your foot off the gas, that's when things can go wrong. Like, you give a little bit too much space, you get a little bit too passive, you're playing too reactionary, and you miss things, and then you start to get punished for that. I don't know, it's tough to say, because we've also seen teams who are just so strong defensively that it doesn't really make a difference. I'm not even talking about like just on Overload. You could also see the same thing about like Control, for instance, back in the day, where it's like, oh, we'll sacrifice a couple of ticks at this zone in order to make sure we have a good defensive set around the other one, and it works. So I don't know, it's interesting, and there's still, I think, a lot for us to learn about what this mode is going to look like competitively throughout the entirety of the year. Like, we're not even at the first major yet. We've already seen a lot of variation just by overall rule set, let alone play style.
Yeah, no, the game mode is definitely different compared to Control. Some people compare it to Uplink. Some people say it's a little bit like CTF. Overload, realistically, is a little bit of its own thing, man. It's just because I think the true difference is where the EMP resets come in, because it's not designated to one area. So that forces you to consistently be moving as soon as you score. All right, we get the one off the middle. Now we have to go towards left. But we don't have power positions at left. They can easily get a free score. So this is just things that we're going to have to learn as we continue to learn the game mode. It's a new one, and I'm so happy that it's a new one, because Overload has been lit to watch ever since the beginning of Black Ops 7. But the more times we keep on seeing it, the more different reps we keep seeing, the more different play calls we keep seeing. And I just love to see the development of a new game mode, because it definitely shows that people are putting in the time.
Well, we're going to find out soon what these two teams have to offer on it. Again, we just came off of watching Falcons White on Exposure. 3.5 minutes of TDM, and then it turned into one score, which turned into a spawn trap, which turned into 2 more scores immediately afterwards. I don't think Den necessarily gives you the same opportunity to do that. I mean, maybe a little bit if you're attacking from the right side of the minimap, that you can kind of move spawns around a touch to make life a little bit easier, but it doesn't feel nearly as spawn manipulative because of how the zones are set up than like what Exposure looks like. So will Falcons Academy find a way to score and then set up the bus like he's talked about, or is this going to be one of those maps that you have to just kind of keep yourself on your toes? You just don't want to be caught lacking, especially with how much we see the EMP switching between sides as we kind of get that control around mid-map.
Yeah, we can't be losing track of players too, Al. Like, that's the biggest thing. When you think someone's on one side of the map and then all of a sudden you blink and they're spawn-killing you. Just allowing SMGs to get lost can cause you big problems here in this game mode. But here we go. Falcons Academy White looking for a response. Currently down 0-2 in this series. You don't want to go away empty-handed. You're already taking all of mid-map away, so you can retrieve the EMP while they're working on this late pitch and potentially get a free score right at B. I love this from Falcons.
Yeah, but Awakening's able to find one, stops Paul X in his tracks, but good patience, sliding through. Yeah, Paul could score. Quick counter, though. Project Notorious finding 3 straight kills, and Yuli, as our city's low off the respawn, can now move the spawns a little bit further down towards B. He's got help at the middle of the map, and Awakening gets shut down, and now it's just down to, can Yuli do all the work himself?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still finding kills, but everybody else is getting cut down through P2. Now Paul X finds a double. You're going to reinforce your way right through rooftop, so the EMP is just going to get out of dodge. You're going to completely disregard Yuli in the back of your spawn, and now it's a 2v2 potentially for another score. You lose it, but at least you get the EMP out of your base.
Problem is, though, Awakening and Yuli are still creating all of this space forward. Yuli now racing over towards the B point, has 2 members in front of him, lots of damage, finds the first kill. 2 real sliding forward, able to counter, and then there's a nade behind that cleans up the rest. So Awakening will stay here, see if you can do more damage on the spawn, which, look at this trap. Geo on one side through Garage, you've got Awakening on the other, and that's going to be into a quick recovery of the EMP, and Awakening's not done on 4 in a row. Should be a follow-up score here.
Yeah, this is where it just gets scary because they set you up for that trap, and currently you can't get out of it. But a back-to-back score there for Project Notorious. Off of the back of just Yuli just staying alive in their spawn. Great plays from him, and now you have the numbers. You still continue to spawn kill. You're clearing out space at this B point, and Falcons are nowhere near the objective. That's another one added to the tally. You're blinking. Project Notorious is just running away with this game.
Now 2 real just takes his time, steps on in, trying to wait for his team to reset. I mean, I don't know if I've seen an offensive player sit on back B stairs as much as Project Notorious has been there. Just so much space given for free. But now here a second. This
is another one
through Terrace. There's going to be another quick score behind this. I mean, the team's just not getting in a position to respond after there's been an attack right now. Seems to be the theme of this first half.
Yeah, and you already have 2 real in their base. So now he's just banking on his teammates. Clear out those, retrieve the EMP while I'm trying to hold it down, but you clear out the corners there of your Priesta. You find all of the map control. Now King of Body to being the lead defender leads to all 4 dead. EMP running through Dojo. You can tie the game.
Sure can. Just down to Priesta. Can be the bodyguarder for it. Yeah, sure is. And 4 down behind that. Wow. What an electric overload this has been. King of Body can't quite escape through Dragon. Long-range shots from Priesta. Ambitious in nature, but decent in damage. But he's caught with no weapon. And with 1:50 on the clock, there will be an opportunity here for us to have a moment to breathe.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, is a moment to breathe, because 6 scores went in a blink of an eye. So now 1:45. You want to go into that halftime with your roster being up 4-3, but right now Project Notorious are finding all the kills in sync, make it all 4 dead. 2 real, starting to clear out towards the B point, but the 2 players from Falcons going to contest them.
Try to get the trophy system down, but as he loses his life, the trophy system is also deleted. Geo now through mid, couches. Doesn't expect a second player to be there. Yuli keeping his eyes up, looking for some pre-fire as the EMP is flipping its way over to A. Can't find success there. Meanwhile, Priesta is able to actually catch 2 by surprise playing through the open window. Yuli will also drop behind this. Geo's trying to keep the defense forward, but not going to be able to. And we got 1:05 on the clock, and Falcons possessing the EMP.
Now they're trying to take space through the map. But EMP carry doesn't know which direction he wants to go in, because now you're going to walk right into 2 real, but you win the gunfight, so you could potentially add 1 on the card here. You can just run forward, but you know you're going to be overwhelmed with pressure, so let's just slow it down, wait for the teammates to assist. King of Body's able to find 2, push now coming over towards rooftops.
Awakening shut down is big. RC's now freed up to make a play through small, but it's 3 down as Project Notorious win in the kill feed and are now on the hunt for Paul. A quick reset potentially underway, but King of Body takes down the far offender of Yuli, leaving Awakening to try to play his life. And the EMP is going to flip around, trying to go back over towards mid, but RC's there waiting. And honestly, this looks like it may not even be a solid overtime attempt. Project Notorious is so split up, but I guess the same foot, so is the defense.
You're in a position, though, to stop this if you are Falcons. But the first blood does go in favor of Project Notorious, no. So now they're just waiting on this pinch. Geo working his way through that A point. Not going to be spotted on the cross. Waiting for Geo to be first contact. He is going to be known now. Knocked down to 28 HP and Awakening trying to help through the middle of the map. EMP off the rotation. Might be able to close out the halftime. And Geo just valuing his life. Finding 1 kill. Gives Project Notorious the slight edge going into half. Up by 1.
That was an insane final couple of moments right there, because literally it is a situation where the EMP is still showing itself over towards the other goal when everything's getting set up on that long push through on Garage and as well at Couches. You get R-City's low, you have a little bit of help through Couch, but it's not about trying to find that kill at R-City's as much as it's about creating enough of a lane for the EMP to dive behind. Really clean stuff, and just getting kind of a little bit lost in the gunfights there. Falcons White could not keep track of the EMP nor get to him in time. So 4-3 goes the half. An electric start, most scoring I've seen in an overload half in maybe ever.
Yeah. Now you just don't want to allow Falcons to get an easy free score like they did early into the round. Just a couple kills go down middle map, you're running dead through the center and catch them off guard, and they already find 2 kills in their favor. It's just very difficult to retrieve the EMP unless you get 3, and Priest finds kill number 3. Now EMP retrieved, working over towards B.
Waking able to step up, find the good shots, taking that into a 2. Yeah, really nicely from Awakening. 3 in a row for him, 17 and 11. King of Body over the dojo barrier. Lots of tags, and the stick hits the right center chest. But Turiel's able to at least get forward, collect the EMP, but cannot get away as King of Body reach out.
King of Body, big kill to just keep the EMP right in front of you. Get information off the Geo and Awakening, but they are finding all the kills. Now you got to buy your life if you are King of Body. Just finessing in towards 10, the knife not good enough for the gunfight. And even though they have the EMP in their possession, you got teammates now here to assist them. Off the back for this Falcon Academy. Throw your stuns and nades. Not at your teammates.
Come through. Trophy system is placed here for Awakening and Turiel to work out the rest of this.
Oh,
no need for Yuli to help through mid, and now they can actually rewrap back through small and could set up themselves for a 6th score here. Awakening's in a great spot outside Terrace. Flipping back between both weapons, but no, cannot find the final kill onto Priesta. Follow-up from Yuli is decent. And yep, that's enough of a vacancy for the EMP to dive forward and get the score.
And now you got to play the reset. You're looking for a rally now if you are Falcons Academy, and you found 3 kills at the right time. Just Paul X, your lead blocker. Stun going to connect. Now you have no space to go if you're King of Body. Got to gun people down with the Jagger. Able to find the first. No one working to pinch for Falcons Academy, and this is ideal what you want them to do if you're Project Notorious. Just keep on stalling time.
Yep. Trying to flood from the front. Not going to work out. Now here comes the retake. 3 down. Project Notorious will collect and run. Paul, the only defender in the way. First shot's good. Looks for a second. Nicely done by Paul. Almost able to clean everything up himself. But Geo is in some significant trouble and will be chased down. So an opportunity for the counterattack here for Falcons White. From mid-map, the nades also hitting. Priest to find more behind this. Just comes down to, can you body block in time? No, Awakening gets a double, and the defense can reform.
You just keep on playing keep away now if you are all of Project Notorious. No need to grab the EMP. Let's park the bus and defend it as long as we possibly can before the reset comes in, because now it's off the reset. You don't have anyone in a position currently watching over it, but you know that Falcons Academy are looking for kills in sync. With Awakening finding 2, you're only slowing down their progression.
Turiel in the front towards the dojo. Sees the shoulders. He wants blood. Snaps forward. Forces the team kill out.
3 dead.
Yuli able to find the 3rd. Like you mentioned, King of Body's already committed into 10 here, and they know he's somewhere nearby, but King of Body will find 2, so his life is well served. Yuli, tough gunfight versus Paul midair. And a chance maybe brewing here for Falcons White. They need one desperately as Priest can find 1 off spawn. Make it 2. Clean shots for Priest. Almost finds all 3. But enough space gained for Arcades to get the EMP and score. Much needed.
1:30 on the clock now. Gotta continue to slay. Arcades, get out with your life if you can. Go back for the easy child because you were not able to hit the movement up the steps. Now the reset. The EMP is in the map, and just look at Geo hitting the long route. He's not going to be aware of his position. His job is just keep the EMP safe. He finds 1 kill. That's already job well done. 1 minute left to go.
Have to put something together quickly if you're Falcons White, and would likely have to do this in overtime to get it to a tie game. And you can see Project Notorious is just going to hold down the middle of the map. Good first contact for Awakening and Turiel. Bouncing away from the trade. Wow, that is clean. But Arceus finds 2. A little over-ambitious there for Turiel. Yuli saves the day. At least make sure the EMP stays down. And we'll reset the 50-50 battle over the middle.
Yeah, but we don't have any more time to waste. Final 30 seconds. We need to add 2 scores to the tally. going to be in the next 8 seconds. Project Notorious, no need to sweat. Everybody iron up and gun them to shreds, because that is now going to be mathematically impossible for Falcons Academy to fight themselves back into this overload. They're going to fall short here, but potentially one less score. But it was the job for Project Notorious quickly on that first half and then quickly on the second half. It didn't give Falcons Academy any time to realistically work with.
No.
Quickly up 3-0 Project Notorious.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just, the same story as the first 2 maps. It's close, it's back and forth, and then it's not. The last little surge in that first half, I think, was important, but also just starting things off on the second half with a strong foot. Getting those back-to-back scores, insane. I just feel like Overload is being played at such a really high level by this Project Notorious team. It's going to be hard to beat them, because not only are they quick to be able to kind of read where they're weakest and fill those gaps and make sure their defense at worst is good, but they're so good about knowing how they can move through the middle of the map and create opportunities to not score once, but twice. Really, really good stuff in terms of stringing together the Overload device kind of spawn points.
Yeah, and also, like, the way that they're influencing the spawns, man. Like, you can just tell when we're pushed out towards B, obviously they're going to spawn at the A point. But it's like we're staying in this position knowing that they know where we are, and we're just stalling time for our teammates to set up plays. Like, when Awakening scores that second cap on the first half, he stays back green room. But then it's just him and Geo on this side of the map. Geo doesn't instantly contest from couches. No, he goes all the way through P2 area at rooftops and flanks them on that side of the map. And they're just keeping them trapped in, even in 2v4 scenarios, understanding what is being thrown at them on the map. Project Notorious is just a step ahead right now in this game mode, and they continue to show. That's 9-0 in the Elite, Al. And we always say that Game 3 is the swing mode, but they don't lose the swing mode. It's just impossible for these guys, so it's hard to beat them.
No, it's different. It really is. It's different. Well, that's one heck of a way to get things kicked off, I'll tell you that. 3-0 start, pretty clean, pretty polished. And it's just in the minutia that comes with some of the difficult moments that we continue to see Project Notorious come away with the advantage. I mean, again, small numbers moments feels like continues to trend in favor of Project Notorious in every single mode so far. But the series layout, even though it reads all in favor of Project Notorious, largely has been tight. Colossus Hardpoint, though, coming up next. This has been the one kind of thorn in the side of Project Notorious to this point, this stage. But for Falcons, I mean, do you really put a look at this map and say this is where, you know, you can get to a spot where, like, hey, yeah, we could definitely come out of this and set up a reverse sweep, because you still have to go back to an exposure search, which is, I don't think they've been really good in search at all throughout this stage. At least not to the point that Project Notorious has been. So it's tough, man. It's tough to put together 4 in a row looking at the rest of this map set.
No, without question, man, because at least for yourself, you are Colossus, Hardpoint, you're 2-0 compared to 0-2 on the side of Project Notorious. They've only lost 5 maps throughout this Elite, and that's 2 of them on Hardpoint. But then you go to the rest of the series, Exposure, Search, and Destroy, they have yet to play it as a team. You go through the Scar Overload, they have yet to play it as a team. And then you get to the Scar S&D, which is your best map, all the way at the Game 7. But you got to get through maps that you have yet to play. Obviously, you're getting practice on it, but just you haven't officially put it into one of your matchups. But we can't even focus on those next maps because we got to get through this Colossus, man. You don't want to go down 4-0. You didn't work this hard just to work this hard to get to this position. Now you got to show why you got here. So you got to show some fight here if you are Falcons Academy White.
Yeah, absolutely. But it feels like there's a little bit of air being sucked out of the lungs here just based on how these maps have gone.
That's what happens when you give them the best 3 maps off the rip.
I know, bro. That's true. That is true. Not setting yourself up for much success. Although, to be fair, like, it is tough to veto against this Project Notorious team, man. Like, they're just in a good spot. And that's another benefit of being out of the winter bracket. Not only do you get the overloads, you get to kind of set up the entirety of the series a little bit in your favor by kind of controlling the veto process. And when your map pool is as flexible as that, yeah, you can do this and put yourself in a position to have a lot of early favor. So we'll see if they can kind of shrug off the ghosts of Colossus here and find a win. And possibly just put together a dominant start here to North American Challengers Elite, because it's not often we see teams come out and go flawless in a group stage and then work their way through and dominate in an Elite. Like, just early season stuff just causes so much variation in, like, what we kind of saw, like, in the opening cups, for instance, like 3 different winners in 4 cups. You just don't know who's on top. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen a team, and especially in North America, come out and dominate early cups and dominate early elites. Like, you have to go back to like the Texas Nations and Vanguard and like the Westers and the New York Subliners Academy teams from before that. Like, it's just been a long time since one team has dominated challengers early, but this is a heck of a way to start.
Oh, yeah. You don't lose a single match, you're in the elite. You're barely losing maps. You potentially got a chance to get the perfect ending to your story here of Elite Stage 1 if you're Project Notorious with a clean sweep. Just got to get through the Colossus hardpoint. Haven't won it so far in this season. And on the opposite side for Falcons Academy, you just played it versus 4 Funds, even though it was a grueler of a game, a 9-point difference. You still know what it's like to find victories here on Colossus. It's just we gotta make those adjustments. P2s, we can't be laid off rotations, because I feel like if you're laid off for rotation for Project Notorious, they're seeming to be unbreakable.
No, I hear that. That's so true. Well, here we go. Jumping on into the mix. Awakening.
Great start.
Too real. Starting things off perfectly. Wow.
Man.
That is about as good as it gets. Spawns have already moved. Yikes.
All right, so now how the Falcons Academy get their way back on in. Trying to retake over towards Statue, go 3 for 1. And now you just need to get the trade on the true rail. So now you have the pressure. Just got to jump your way in towards the HP and get past Yuli. Paulex is able to do so. Falcons Academy get this break. Now they're just fighting for the spawns.
Okay, nice double from King of Body. Priesthood gets you one more through P2's position. So Yuli has to kind of sit and wait. And that is not a clean opening gunfight, as Priesthood was right there to make sure the spawn stays safe. And, okay, good bounce back after the opening break-off. Falcons Academy are going to set themselves up with P2 opening up right in their spawn.
And now all of Project Notorious trying to break through the front. They do find 2 kills, so your setup isn't going to be as strong. You also don't have any trophy systems to stay alive from these stuns and the nades. You overwhelm them with the pressure. Now spawns all the way in the opposite side of the map. Paulex, last man standing, he falls, and the break is good.
Wow. It's the power of the trophy system and maybe the overclocking and the stuns. I mean, it's just hits so hard. It's unreal. But once more, through mid-map, here comes Falcons White. A quick counter break on the way. Gio in some trouble. Not able to win his last gunfight. From the front, he was able to get back into the hard point for 20 seconds of time. But he's overwhelmed. And again, Falcons White able to make up for it. Quick re-break through mid, and we're going to get ourselves an even game moving over to 3.
And we already have one playoff the rotation in Priesta. RCD's on 5 in a row. If he can earn himself a Hellstorm, that could play a big part to the potentially outcome here at the end of the map. Falcons Academy with a slight lead. Now the pressure here from Project Notorious. 2 yellow. Stuns and nades. Not connecting. Yuli just flies on in for free. Uncontested. You take away tunnel, and that's going to be an easy, easy break there for Project Notorious.
All but Yuli oversteps a touch. King of Body makes the punish happen with 2 real trades. So there was a moment maybe for a quick re-break for Falcons. Now you've got all 4 members from Project Notorious ready for this next pit. Hardpoint goes open for a moment. Gio in some trouble, needs help. Awakening trying to provide that, but shut down. Yuli off the pinch, trying to get there. And this is down to, can he find the final kill? No, and Falcons White will be able to get a trophy system down and contest this hill a little longer.
And now you just keep on soaking time. You don't have to sponsor too long, but if they start this game and give you some freebies, you can start to push through that old time. Gio's able to find 2, and you're still going to pressure this if you are Yuli, so just not allowing them to have free space doesn't gift them a free opportunity off the rotation. For Project Notorious now, backs against the wall, trying to stabilize on the backside of P4. They're here early.
RCD's trying to sneak through, but figured out and dealt with. Pistol for King of Body, making his way around the jump wall, and that works out. Now a position that he can try to finesse his life a little while longer, and finds himself in a gunfight with Yuli. Cannot win it. And Project Notorious clean up the kill feed from the front of the hill as well. Chance to put themselves right back into a tie game.
Yeah, so far uncontested for the first 25 seconds. Falcons trying to find their way on in. Need some P1 control. Just going to wait for RCDs to invest this Hellstorm. Able to connect onto 1. Also finds a second kill. And now 2 real trying to reinforce by himself. Can't get anything done. So the break is good for Falcons.
Yeah, King of Body throwing some damage over to the hole in the wall as well. As the rest of the Falcons White looking open. And nice pickup on the Fury, who was trying to hit a pinch from mid-map. So now it's just down to finishing off these final couple of moments. And Yuli, well, he will at least stay alive a little bit to get some of the scrap time. But that's another nice break on the backside of the Hellstorm. for Falcons White. They'll exit the first set of hills up by about 10 points, then we're back over to 1.
It's a fight for statue now. Here for Falcons, you have all the map control. Just need this one to go your way. Yuli's able to find it too. And now Paulek's effective on the trade. Almost turns it burning onto Awakening, but now Project Notorious have statue, and they can find a break with ease.
Yeah, they sure could, and that's exactly what happens. Project Notorious, 35 seconds to fight. They're already getting some eyes over to P2. Geo, nice double for him. The rest of Falcons trying to cut back through the middle of the map. Priesta for 1, traded away though. Leaves the front open, and as King of Body trying to hit, it's too real to shut it down. Great P1 here for Project Notorious, and now we're starting to focus on the rotation anew.
If you are Falcons, you know that we need to stabilize on the front side of statue to win the rotation over towards New, but Awakening somehow, some way gets 2 kills there. A team kill also happened, and now that's 4 dead off the rotation. Off the back foot is going to be Falcons Academy, and Awakening is just flying and frying. Not missing any shots on 3 in a row. The guy's popping take.
Looking for
Hello.
more, has 4. Almost 5 as Priesta is just barely able to survive through the gunfight. But the lead, now the first it's been in significance for Project Notorious, up 20+ points. But still 40 on P2. And Project Notorious is going to cut off the middle of the map. Good pickup, though, from Paul and RCD. They're going to find 3 in the feed, leaving Awakening by himself, and he will be shut down. Yulia is going to sit in the back, try to block the spawns as long as possible. But he's going to need some help from the front if this is going to provide any sort of a counter break from the scrap time. Little dance here, and RCD gets a little turn on. So that's an opportunity now for Falcons White to get us back to level and possibly reclaim the lead.
It's basically a tie game. Now a race off the rotation. RCD's trying to cut it off through yellow side. Give me another double in the back pocket. All of Project Notorious spawning over towards blue. So rotation 1 now by Falcons. Everyone's starting to streak. They're starting to turn up at the right time, but Yuli's got a Hellstorm to calm them all down.
Not as much about the problem with the players on the hard point. It's about the players sitting in tunnel right now. Paul, Priesta, Arcides all setting themselves up to watch the same doorways. Not going to work out, though. Well, it's actually pretty decent because King of Body's timing the hit from around the back is perfect. And Project Notorious get nothing off the Hellstorm. So 30 seconds to fight. Falcons White now looking to put some pressure on the middle of the map and maybe possibly find some openings for Priesta to hit a finish.
They do get the spawns for yellow, but you know there's still a good chunk of time at that old HP. We can't give it up for Priesta. We have to contest it. And Priesta now working on the pinch. Secures the spawn for his team going forward. You got to get Project Notorious out. Don't want to allow them to continue to stay alive in this position. Priesta on 5 in a row, trying to buy you his life for the early Hellstorm and gets taken down there by Geo. Notorious are going to walk with that final 5 seconds, but Falcons again win the rotation. Just need to hold.
It feels a lot like map number 1. As soon as there's a setup, there's a counter break. As soon as there's a break, there's some other flip that comes through. We've got ourselves a real tight game. Flank being watched by Arcides, but meanwhile, there's already contest from the front. Paul has to keep his head on a swivel. Mixed up and taken down as Awakening just needs to keep his life now. Spawns will still be in for at least one more member of Falcons White, plus they get the shutdown at Awakening. Next hit has to be from the front for Project Notorious, and it's not looking great initially. Geo and Yuli, though, still able to find some kills, and that's going to be enough for them to essentially 2v3 it and get Yuli to spawn behind.
Hey, Project Notorious just kept on heading the front. And somehow, someway, they find the kills go their way. Flip the spawns now on its head. Now have an opportunity to take the lead by a slight margin. It's all about these fights through statue, though. And you still have players valuing their life. Turo not able to get that second. You're not able to get the trade there if you are Geo. So you should set up early on if you are Falcons Academy in towards the P1, but you got to take care of Giga.
Awakening already showing some presence around the back. Now looking to rewrap over through mid-statue. Finds Arcides for free. Eyes up. Trying to watch when he's going to try to deep form over the top and find Paul. Now over to the other, but no, Priesta. Over the top, and then somehow gets right back into the hard point, but right as soon as the subs hit, Project Notorious gets a break, and they'll reclaim the lead.
And now they have statue control again, so if you're Falcons Academy, we need to have this side of the map in our possession if we want to dominate P1. Because every time you turn this corner, the gunfights are a whole lot easier for Project Notorious, but Poo players get cut down, and that's why you got Awakening on your team. Just fly on in, clean up house, looking for kill number 3 towards bottom tunnel. They breach the 200-point mark.
Yeah, really clean stuff. Awakening on 3 in a row. Now backing off, knowing what win condition is going to be for Project Notorious. Over to P2. Geo, nice nades coming through. Gives himself an opportunity to find himself a double, but It's Paul for the kill. Too Real in trouble right as soon as the hard point's about to open. Up and over, not able to find anything. You'll be able to at least cut off one from the cross, but trying to jump in and find the win. And the hard point not going to happen. Falcons White still hanging, and they're going to clean up the back play through spawns. A chance for them to get over 200 points.
That's all 4 dead. So now you know where the pressure's coming in right through the front side. Get your trophies, get your stuns and nades invested to keep them away as long as you can. Because here comes Project Notorious while you have Yuli working around the back end, but everybody else on the front is getting cut down. So now Yuli, last man standing, he should instantly fall. This has been a good hold so far for Falcons. They've reached the 200-point mark. They cannot win it here, but they are getting pretty damn close.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Gio on his own. Able to find a kill from the front. No trophy system. He finds himself a second elimination. RCD's off angle. Allows another elimination to come through, but here come the numbers, and Project Notorious will break back through for some key scrap time. Too Real. Oh, initially surprised by King of Body on the rotation to 3, but still snaps and finds the win. And now you've got members for Project Notorious ready to go here for the third hill.
Yeah, and everybody from Falcons, they hit 3 players committed just to take down 1 guy off of that old time. So you're definitely going to be late off the rotation. You are now banking on these long routes to work, but Yuli sniffs it on out. Now you just got to get trades for the rest of everybody else, and it's King of Body flies on in for 3. Spawn secured. Falcons can win it in 15.
How critical it was that Too Real had to place a trophy system. Wasn't able to get his gun up for that early rotational battle. Yuli finds 1. Shut down through tunnel now on the way as King of Body gets to 4. Not going to find the kill to Gio, though. It stops at 246. Paul trying to find the win right here. Not going to be able to. Project Notorious with numbers inside the hill. They have to commit, though, to every single second of this, and they still have to rotate, so a tough battle ahead of them, but they do shut down the pinch, and now Too Real can try to hit her out.
And this is where they can get aggressive now. You have the numbers, you just don't want to allow them to win here at the old time, but Paul X, Priest, the King of Body, everyone strikes. And Falcons Academy give us another barn burner on Colossus. They stay alive in the best of 7 and force Game 5.
Wow. Flat out wow. It felt a lot like map number 1. Again, 30 here, 30 there, 40, 20 there. Like, it just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Which, again, Colossus and Blackheart are 2 just absolute square-up, bang-out maps. Yeah. And we got the definition of that by both of these 2 teams. A hard-fought battle, to be sure. And moments that looked like it may have opened up. I think you called that right. It's surprising to see Falcons committing as much as they did to the old time at 2, but maybe thinking that if we can clear out the exits, then we can set ourselves up to hit routes through middle. But I really do think that there is something in the water there with Too Real trying to place that trophy system. He didn't have it earned until the hard point opened up, and then he gets caught placing it. Can't shut down the initial hit from the front nor the pinch through trophy. Tough scenes, but a tight map nonetheless. An entertaining series. Goes another one. Is there enough, though, there for Falcons White to say, we got this? Like, we're in this, we're battling. I know the first 3 maps didn't go our way, but at least they were tight, so you just take it 1 map at a time, you have to imagine.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Well, that's what was always the same back in the day, especially for me when I was a pro player. You can find yourself backs against the wall, but it's always 1 map at a time, 1 play at a time, 1 round at a time, and at least for now, Falcons give themselves 1 more lifeline here in this best of 7. Everyone came to life, but I feel like King of Body was truly the difference maker here at the ending of this game, because he was popping in, flying on in, 2-piece here, 2-piece there. But the fact that they 3 commit on that old time for P2, were invested on working on long routes to get a break at P3. Even with Too Real finding that initial gunfight, it's like no one for Project Notorious are watching towards tunnel. So the long route actually works for Falcons Academy White. So they're able to take the map number 4. Force the exposure, search and destroy, where they have yet to play this one in the Elite. But sometimes you can catch them off guard with simply the unknown factor. So hopefully they got some strategies here that work in their favor.
Hopefully. We know that they've been scrimming it. Everyone has been at this point, but there's likely a reason we haven't seen it yet. So can you overcome whatever difficulties have been plaguing you in the preparation stages at this opening portion of the season? Tall ask. I mean, again, you go back to the raid, search, and destroy. It's back and forth. It's actually at one point Falcons were able to string together a couple of rounds to give themselves an advantage, but then we started to get late. And it's just, again, those little small 1v1s, 2v2s just don't go their way. Not much separating both these 2 teams right now in terms of the individual maps, even though, again, the scoreboard leads towards a very convincing tally in favor of Project Notorious. But can Falcons White muster together another effort here to get us into another overload? We'll come to find out. We've got exposure for the Bat 5 search in this best of 7 grand finals. Project Notorious, can they clean it up? Put it to bed now.
It's going to be Falcons on the attack early on. With the first blood nade from across the map onto our cities. Project Notorious definitely be putting in work in search and destroy, man, because the nades are on point, retakes, setups, everything's on point. And they find the early first blood to give them the man advantage.
Quick route from Paul. Stun hits him, though. Oh, that's so frustrating. He sees it go low, but now you've got extra nades coming through with all that extra information. But Paul's able to find the advantage on Yuli crossing. And this could lead to a potential plant. It's too real on the close corner. Priestess scope, may not see him initially, but there's some shots from Geo. That's going to free up the hit from backstairs. Nowhere to go. All for one trade. Kingabati for another. Leads it now to a 1v2 situation. Just down to Awakening for the 1v1. Gets a look at Paul, who actually gets the better of him for a lot of this. And can now play off the bomb. But Awakening up and over. Wants to try to settle this right here, right now. Oh! And he's able to find the win. Unreal.
And that's all teamwork right there from Project Notorious. Because they were ready for the retake. Yuli didn't make it easy when he died on that cross. But once that bomb goes down, you see Geo jumps up from top plat, has the player weak over towards the crate, send it to her for the kill. That's when the chaos starts to brew. But then Awakening in a position to find the trade for one and then force it to a 1v1. Puts down shots, and then just the head glitch a little bit too strong there for Mr. Giga. As Project Notorious almost let the opening round slip, but they take the opening defense.
Thought Paul's route up top was going to lead to an huge advantage there, legitimately. As sudden that stun check comes through, I think Falcons are thinking, uh-oh, we're in a little bit of trouble here, but Paul's able to clear a lot of space. It's not enough. This time, it's a sniper rifle, though. I'm telling you, man, Paul's had a really good stage so far. So a member advantage now up to Falcons White. Bomb collected, and it looks like they may have to resort on just trying to stuff this thing into B.
Yeah, they're doing the same exact thing that Falcons just did. 3v4, let's just try to send it towards this site. And now you're going to isolate the sniper pistol. Oh! Not able to find that kill, though. He's got a little bit of team cover. There's now Awakening left in a 1v3. Already has a 1v2 on this map, but this one's a lot more difficult.
Well, nowhere to go there. Okay. 1-1 the count. Sniper rifle again, paying a little bit of a difference maker. Something that Falcons have really relied on. And it really just, for me, comes down to, like, I like the idea right there a lot for Project Notorious. Like, let's see if we can get around the back and isolate the scope. Like, force him to have to hit a shot. You even saw the challenge. How, like, they kind of figured he was up on top of the walls, but could not find the shots to land. And the help is incredibly good. So 1-1. And is Paul going to try to snipe off the get-go here down towards dirt?
He's hoping someone goes towards top window. Spots it out, not able to hit the shot. And now he has to commit with the sniper pistol in hand. So Paul, not really the weapon for the occasion. So that's the snade over the top and find that first blood. So scope doesn't get it done. Don't worry, my tax got it. First blood Falcons.
I'm loving it, man. I mean, again, let Paul cook. Gives up the window angle as the bomb now starts to make an effort over to B. Keep an eye on Yuli, who's playing just inside the small shrubs. Able to find one. Not quite the second. One's okay, though. Especially with another window over the middle of the map there onto Arcides with a pistol for Paul's landing. And he wants it. Don't need to sacrifice yourself here. It's a quick follow-up, and Falcons White use the numbers advantage to quickly find a second round.
Yep, it all starts with that first blood out of Paul X. Bait to switch over towards B. Effective trace through the middle of the map. And that priestess said, wait, Paul, you have no more bullets? All right, I'll challenge. Close out this kill. So even though this isn't a map that we've seen them play before, their strategies right now are on point.
A lot of it is just finding a way to allow Paul to play for picks. Throw a couple of decent opening set nades to give yourself some space in the map to possibly utilize if there are eliminations to come in. But It's been really comfortable and maybe a little bit too easy in certain ways. Here comes a full flood down the alleyways. Nathan stuns for the defense. Not quite going to get there in time to get a read on this fully. And Two-Real may just, hop the bomb and just quickly plant this. Why not?
Yeah, player Pro V4 in the post plant at this B site. No one's in a position right now for Falcons to retake this. They are waiting for RCDs on this super long route around Solar. He's going to clear out the pinch. The only one spotting him is going to be Geo, but it's only 30 seconds left.
Here comes the double swing over. Yuli can really not do too much with that. Awakening on the long pincher on the backside. Trades back and forth. Leave it now just down to Awakening. Over the top of the bomb. Has a nade if he wants it. Looking for Arcides, but as he goes high, he finds Priesta instead, and Arcides has plenty of time to defuse. Falcons white now up 3-1.
Oh, man, just taking their time on these retakes. Had no issue giving up that B palm plant for free. Not a single player from Project Notorious were in a position to try to make a play. I thought Awakening on that repinch, if he just had trigger discipline there, then he stands a better chance. But as soon as he puts down shots, not able to clean that gunfight up, and the angle of the bomb plant, he's forced to go for the challenge. It sets up Arcides to find that kill to close out the round. So now Falcons starting to show some life, rallying a couple rounds back to back. You best believe there's some world champions on this side of the map too, and they're not going to go out without a fight. And so far, they're showing it.
Can they hold their advantage, though? Paul once again looking for the snipe from top ring to window.
Can't switch.
He may decide to switch. Nope, not yet. Okay. Gonna have to hold it now, and this is all about, does he find the timing on this peak? Oh, the pop-up nearly had Geo dead to rights, but I think he just popped himself a little bit too far left. Can't quite hit, and so we'll stay in a 4v4.
Neither team looking for a scam. Neither team willing to take a risk. But now Falcons are going to apply the pressure in towards the bottom side of window while they find the first one onto Awakening. So all of Project Notorious are prepared for an A push. You just can't stop it from top windows. And now Geo, his positioning is known.
Two real falls, though, at the same time. Backside dirt. Need a trade out of Geo, and he will provide it. 3v3. Turby, 3v2. Yuli able to actually clear out some of the window. And then, Paul gets caught trying to push around the back with a pistol. So from a 2v3 to a 2v2. And it's all about, can they clear out this back steps? But Priesta, King of Body, lining up, but Yuli is able to jump over the top and find both. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think Priesta had to be one shot there, because Yuli just turns that corner. The first one is easy, but the second one gets blown away. And Project Notorious are successful on the round, but the Falcons are going to be beating themselves off of that one. That was a 2v4. You can't allow that one to happen. We can't allow the opposite team to find ISO gunfights. Like, if you're Paul X, their positioning is already great with you on their side of the map. You don't have to try to overdo it by pushing on the backside of window. Once he gets caught, you give Project Notorious an opportunity, and Yuli is able to close it out with a 1v2. So you steal the momentum back on their side. 3-2 is the score.
Unreal stuff. Jumping back into the mix now. Opening stuns and nades don't really allow for too much space to be taken on either side. And it'll go quiet early on. Minute 5 on the clock here. We have not seen much for Project Notorious towards the A side of the map. It's been a lot of this. A lot of plays through Solar. A little bit of feel out towards window, and then get the quick plan at B.
And RCD's going to potentially contest this. Paul X is going to gain the info, trying to set up RCD's for the first one, and he does. Now you just want to get out of dodge. Unless you're going to go for some more ego challenge, trying to look for kill number 2, but he gets caught, and now Yuli finds 2. Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Yeah. So numbers advantage starting to build. And now it's down to Priesta. No HP. Yeah, do you think it's getting a little bit caught, like just trying to re-clear space without the utility first? That one did not feel like the normal Falcons Academy approach to try to contest a bomb plant.
Yeah, no, because RCD's, once he gets that first kill, Paul like sets him up for it. It's only him and Paul on that side of the map. So once you get that first kill, your job is to just get on out, play your man advantage, wait for your teammates to reinforce, but you just rush it, not knowing the positionings of everybody else, and Yuli makes up for it instantly plus some. There's a misplay there from Falcons. The Project Notorious capitalize on it to tie the game. And now we're all square. Back on the defense we go for Notorious. Back on the offense here for Falcons. And Paul X back with a sniper.
Now, Paul is just on flank watch duty right now. Look at this for Project Notorious. We haven't seen them really give up the B side all that often like this, but after that last round for Falcons, putting a lot of pressure on Big Window and Geo, they're trying something different in our cities. Wow, that's a heck of a transfer to find two real, but can't get away. No one was watching towards Window, so we have the 3v3, but Falcons know it's a long play around the back.
Yeah, Project Notorious doing something like they did in Raid. Just take one side of the map away from them, forcing the blade in their spawn. But thankfully, RC was able to find one on the OE. But still in the 3v3, time is ticking, and the longer you wait, the longer you're allowing Yuli to just make a play on this pinch. You're not going to spot him if you're Paul X, and Yuli's going to have a freebie.
Well, Paul, I think, is laying prone on top of the solar panels, and Yulia doesn't check that.
Still a freebie.
Shines Priest to first. Shot lands, though, for Paul. Follow-up from Awakening is good. Now it's just on to Paul. He's got to hit something else. And he has to commit. Has an AR at least to play with. Awakening going to hop on for the defuse. Geo trying to watch. Awakening staying just safe enough from the angle. And Project Notorious, a handful in a row, are now up 4-3.
Yeah, and even though Yuli doesn't find that kill onto Paul, his flank is still heavily felt. Like, Priest is thinking we should be secured from Tank's side. But somehow, someway gets shot in the back. And then once that trade goes down, it's Paul X sitting on top solar. Yeah, isolate the gunfight on towards the site. He's not in a position to watch over bomb. So all we have to do is just choose 50-50 correctly. Keep our bomb diffuser secured. And Project Notorious now with a couple rounds in a row take the advantage.
Have to put together some sort of response here to kind of stall out the momentum from Project Notorious if you're Falcons White. Same nades and stun through mid. 2 rows up to tag out 1. Some information there for Project Notorious, who again just continued to put full effort into this B side of the map. And I guess if it's one of those things, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But a different look this time for Falcons. They're going to get Priest to forward. King of Body watching his long angle, so they were trying to defend this B site by playing through that P2 staircase.
Okay, now you're just hoping that Priest can get something done and not get caught, but he's already going to be spotted. So how does Tito decide to play this? Aggressive through long alley, does get taken down. King of Body there for the trade, and now he's surrounded with a smoke grenade, able to find kill 2. 2 are left in a 1v3.
Nah, nowhere to go. Okay. Thought for a moment that Priest getting a little bit too aggressive there was maybe sacrificing too much, but the help was significant, and luckily so, because you heard, I think you saw, not heard, but saw the call out likely from Project Notorious. They're like, oh, Priest is forward. We can recut back through staircase and deal with this. They try to get the smoke out to find the clean kills, but the help from Window, the help from King of Body playing backside boxes is absolutely perfect. So now we're tied up at 4.
And that was the first time Falcons Academy make an adjustment on their defense. Like you said, they usually like to stand in towards the window, but this time they take space mid. And they'll give up all that map control to Project Notorious, able to tie the game. They go back on the offense. Paulux does not have the boomstick, and Geo's able to spot him towards top ring. Smoke grenades getting invested through long, so you could potentially read that they're getting aggressive through the middle of the map, so no time to waste. Let's go towards B.
King of Body will plant. Stun lands right in front of him, and that's enough for Project Notorious to quickly respond.
Varsity's got to hurry up.
Smoke out. Yeah, he sure does. This long route to the bottom of the map needs to come through quickly. Here comes the flood for Project Notorious. Decent damage from Priest, but he still gets taken down. Arsene's able to find one. Now it's been made aware. Paul holds the front line. Really well done, leaving Awakening for the 1v3. Deals with the first cleanly. Trying to avoid the quick pressure. And he will not expect the player up top, Falcons Academy White, reclaim the lead here late, 5-4.
Yeah, you're just giving up the bomb site. You're just banking on your retakes right now, and you're hoping that everybody else is going to be in front of you when you're going for that retake. But Arsene's working a late pinch. Gets into play at the right time. Strikes for that first kill to make it a 3v3. You force all of Project Notorious now to turn around and focus on you. That's what opens up everything else for Falcons to find their gunfights through the front. And now they are sitting nice and comfortably at game point, but job is not done. We got to finish this one out.
Nades once again back through mid. Too Real finds that same connection with that stun. Is it getting a little too one-dimensional right now for Project Notorious? This same setup continues to develop over towards B. This time Falcons White not going to send Priest to forward at mid. Instead, he's just going to hold on top of the A site. And those shots are enough to allow Falcons White to understand that there's another hit towards B on the way.
Yep, and they're doing the same exact thing that Falcons Academy just did. This time Awakening's a lot faster on the pinch, so do we rush this objective, or do we wait for Awakening to work on this angle? He's able to set up the pitch for that first blood. The rest of Falcons trying to strike on the opposite side. They are getting gunned to shreds. And that was a rinse and repeat, like the same exact round that we just saw in the previous. Just Awakening a little bit quicker on that pinch, initiates the fight. You force the rest of Falcons to attack through the front. And you were prepared for that push if you were Project Notorious. Going on round 11 now. Wouldn't want it any other way.
Yes, sir. Who gets the offense? I think if you're looking at this from Project Notorious, you probably want it. Yeah, and they're going to get it. They really only have one plant? I feel like they've been all over the B side. I just looked up and saw one. There's no way they've only planted the bomb once. It feels like they're just continuing to win at B. I guess they don't need the bomb down to do that. And it's the same rollout, my friend. It is the exact same rollout every time for Project Notorious.
Both sides it is. Same setup for Falcons White, 3-1 split. But this time the bomb carrier is working his way through dirt. So they are planning at the A-bomb plant off of this hop-up. Can we back down the position, the player in the position towards top window, and invest a smoke grenade in the right spot, but the smoke misses. And now you can try to get this bomb down at your own risk, and Priest catches you.
Yeah, that's just not the route. It's just a little too high. Awakening. Uh-oh. Geo's been figured out, so even though Awakening may not be known that he's down here, eyes are up for Falcons White down towards A, and with that first blood, Arcides has got space to move through the B side of the map. You have to force something likely to window. If you're Project Notorious, here comes Yuli. No, shut down by Paul. Follow from Awakening is decent, but time is running out. 2v4 situation. Awakening catches you for one more. Bomb trying to get planted. No one can see this as of yet, but they catch him just before the bomb gets planted. So now Awakening needs to go quickly. Shots to Arcides, decent. Down low, finds one more to the 1v1, but if you're Arcides, you just run away. Is there time to collect and plant? No, I don't know if he got it in time.
I think he's got it.
It's close, Jay. It's close, Jay. He gets it with 0.1 of the clock to the 1v1 now.
Oh, my. Working through dirt is going to be Arcides. Both players completely wrapping each other, not being spotted, but time is ticking.
Awakening wins this gunfight. Prod and Notorious are your champs. Timing is going to be everything. 23 seconds on the clock. Awakening has put himself in a corner. Arcides following behind. Here's the gunfight, and it's Awakening for the ace and the win. Oh, my goodness. What a state of affairs this has been. But it's Awakening with the final four. Unbelievable. What a way to win.
Yeah, they just don't write them like that, Al. They don't write them like that. It turns into a 1v1. Keep in mind that that was a 2v4, Al. That is a 2v4 misplay there from Falcons. Where Awakening is obviously trying to make something out of nothing. Finds one and mid-zig. Finds a second one mid-zig. Finds a trade in towards bottom window. And then with 4 seconds left is able to get the bomb planted. Reposition himself and outgun a 2-time world champion. Okay, Mr. Big Wake. You dropped the double digits in the ending of the game. You close out the series. Project Notorious, like you said, are our champions. But what a way to get it done, man. What a way to get it done from Mr. Giga. That's how you do it. Definitely put yourself on the map to work your way back up.
Holy cow, dude. Did we... it looked like it was 0.1 on the clock remaining as he was starting to plant that. That does not get any tighter than that. Unbelievable. No words. Legitimately no words. So again, another map that you could classify as tight as it could possibly have gotten. The small advantages. It's just Falcons could not stop this Project Notorious setup towards B. In the one round, they try to flip it up by moving over to A. It looks like it's perfectly defended. And then Wake steps in and says, not so fast. He gets all 4 in the round and the 1v2 clutch up at the end in round 11. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's truly like the difference of Search and Destroy between these two teams. It's been the clutch. Like, we're talking about 2 1v2s, one from Yuli, one from Awakening, a 2v4 in a round 11. It's like, we ain't got no ice if you're Falcons Academy White. No need to force some of these gunfights, especially in that round 11 when RCD killed the bomb carrier. How else are you going to lose a damn map if the guys can't plant the bomb and you're still alive? But when you give them one-on-one gunfights and a small margin of opportunity there for Awakening to get the bomb planted, he seizes it, repositions himself, wins the one-on-one to close it out. But that's just another Search and Destroy with Falcons Academy Ryan. Just like we beat ourselves. We have the numbers in a lot of these rounds, and we just keep on forcing one-on-one gunfights when they are not necessary. Congratulations to Project Notorious being victorious. And even Falcons Academy White for showing their fight through losers bracket all the way from elimination round 1 to get to the dance. But just when they got here, they ran out of juice, and Project Notorious iced up the most at the end.
Yeah. Every single map they iced up. Legitimately. Every single map they iced up. Tight maps in map number 1, 2. Really even in 3 a little bit. Like, it got a little bit out of hand for a moment. That last score is, you know, kind of whatever at that point. Yeah. But I mean, those first 3 maps were winnable, I think, for Falcons Academy White. I think that's one that you go back and relook at and you learn a lot about it, because it never was like we really botched this rotation. It was just, we weren't able to stop them from re-breaking because we're playing bang out maps. Like, there's just little things that you need to kind of pick up on. But unreal stuff, man. Project Notorious, it's a combined effort, obviously, through and through. But I believe we have, I think Juju is what I just heard on the call here
Don?
for our post-game interview. There's Juju the Don.
Yo,
What's up,
what's
brother?
up?
How you been, man? It's been a minute. How you doing?
I've been chilling. I switched to coaching, so now I'm here.
Okay, so
I love
far
it,
you're
brother.
1 for 1 there, Juju. I like that, man. What is it like to coach this roster of veterans, man? Because from top to bottom, all these guys have been in the league. And they're all fighting to get back into the league. But when you coach these guys, do you actually say anything to them?
I mean, it's kind of like when I was with like Craze and them last year for Omit. So it's pretty much just working on like simple stuff like that, creating a gameplay, and not much else to it. Plus, I've already worked with worked with Geo, obviously years ago in Vanguard, and also Yuli in Cold War. So I'm already familiar with 2 of them, and then getting used to 2Real and Joe.
Nice, man. It's a sick roster to put together. Like Jay said, there's tons of experience there, but obviously you have maybe more experience than anyone else in the mix when it comes to challengers overall. I mean, you have been through the gauntlet, but how much does your playing experience and kind of working through, I think especially with rosters that we would classify as lesser experienced rosters and still finding success, how much trust does that allow the team of veterans to have into you kind of leading the charge here for this this obviously juggernaut of a team?
I mean, honestly, I just feel like something that's been a good thing is like I worked with like a lot of the newer players. So like obviously Geo's a newer player, Joe, 2Real, Yuli's older. So like I have a lot of experience with like both sides of the coin. So I just feel like me working with newer players and older players, like I'm able to like make that connection. Like it makes it a lot easier, to be honest.
That's fantastic, man, because honestly, I watched you guys lose 6 maps all throughout this elite. You guys were undefeated in Overload. Can you give me like a little tea or something of why you guys are so good at the new mode, bro?
Honestly, since like obviously I'm like from the jetpack CODs, it like mimics to me like uplink, and like my teams were really good back then at that mode. So like we took the same philosophy to like no hesi the ball, like no hesi the point to the rock, like same shit as that. So that's like where we found our success, because a lot of people were like, they're too scared to just like dunk it in there. So like that's what we worked on, and then setting up basically like for the next caps and shit, like relays.
I love it, dude. I love it. Cool. Last thing, I mean, obviously you guys come away as Elite Stage 1 champions. Right around the corner, though, you guys got to get prepped up and ready to go for Dallas. How important is the beginning of the season for you guys, and is there anything in particular that you're looking to kind of really affirm with the team to continue this confidence rolling into the major?
Honestly, I think we're good. Like, our map pool is pretty diverse. We can basically play about any map, minus like maybe one of the overloads, but we're always going to have that advantage to pick that, so it doesn't really matter.
That works. Cool, man. Well, hey, congratulations on the win. Clean stuff through the upper bracket. We're pumped to see you in Dallas, man. Congratulations. Really happy to see the success for you guys.
Appreciate it.
You got it. That's Juju, our man, dude.
Juju
That
the
guy's
Don,
a reaper,
baby.
bro. He's a reaper. Tell you what. So there's the final results and the prizing affiliated with each of the positions. That was a $10,000 match of COD right there. Project Notorious walk away with 20 bones. Falcons Academy White with 10. Then you got for Fun Esports, Telluride Bush 6 and 4. The top 6, 3K, 2K for those that got into playoffs, and then $1,000 down the rest of the way for those that need to requalify. That's the other important thing about it. You make it to playoffs, you're already set for stage 2 of the elite, pending you don't make major roster changes, but the other 4 will have to fight their way through the stage 2 qualifiers. And of course, with that also comes a lot of hesitancy towards what do you want to do with your roster? How many points do you want to stack up? You got to put yourself in a good spot for Dallas, Jay. Final thoughts on the first season as we wrap?
Hey, first season is lit, man. I said it before the show started that it's going to be a lot of talent from challengers getting called up to the pro scene. And when you're getting wins like this, the way Project Notorious did, big eyes are going to be on you. But when you go to this LAN event, you got to realize what got you there, why you're in that position, playing with that same confidence you have back at home. Because every little missed opportunity that you don't take, someone else is going to take it and run away with it. So good luck to everybody at Dallas. Can't wait to see you guys there. And wow, at least stage 1. That was only season 1. We got 4 of them this year, Al. That's how we get started.
Unreal stuff, man. This feels like it's building up to be one of the most competitive seasons of challenges we've had, period. And I know we say wild things about watch on Wednesdays and Thursdays because Challengers is lit, but I'm telling you, all the hype and the buzz around the watch parties and the organizations that are involved, plus the player pool, it's going to be nuts. That's going to kill it for Challenger Stage 1. We'll be back, of course, with the Stage 2 action in the next set of matches and stages, but this weekend, CDL, final weekend of qualifiers, and that is all up for grabs right now. Who knows who's going to be in the upper bracket, let alone in the first 4 seeds. Find out this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll catch you then. Till that point, bye-bye.